Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Chasing shadows. Li Chengfeng wasn't afraid of Speedster in a direct fight. His current abilities made him a match for almost any of them, and most of the players on his team weren't intimidated by Speedsters either. However, a Speedster who didn't want to fight but simply wanted to abduct a defenseless person was a different story. They had no real counter to a surprise attack, especially with no one combat-ready near Barry Allen. Still, Li Chengfeng remained calm. The Speedster could do anything but kill Barry. How could the source of the Speed Force be killed? He felt a different kind of conflict, one born from a strange alliance. Carnage, the Joker, and this Speedster. They had no common goal. Carnage wanted to devour and grow stronger. The Joker was obsessed with Harley Quinn, and the Speedster's purpose was unknown, though kidnapping Barry Allen was likely a matter of life or death for him and his group. Barry will be fine for now, Li Chengfeng said, a frown on his face. The Speedster isn't trying to kill him or cause trouble, but he's definitely up to no good. Running around with Carnage and the Joker, he's probably trying to draw our attention away from something he's doing to Barry. So what do we do? Someone asked. Focus our resources on finding Carnage or Harley Quinn first. Li Chengfeng was watching surveillance footage of the Joker getting beaten to death by Harley. 10 minutes later, the Joker stood up again, his wounds gone. The perfect effect of the pure Dionysus factor. The resurrected Joker, enraged and humiliated, reemerged with Carnage and destroyed the entire laboratory. A Carnage that can damage adamantium, and it's devoured 5 of Venom's offspring symbiotes. Dangerous guy, Li Chengfeng muttered, his eyes glinting with the joy of a hunter finding his prey. Such a powerful Carnage would be very useful for forging. A sane insanity. Phew, they can't find me here, can they? Harley Quinn wiped sweat from her brow and sat down on a step in a Los Angeles sewer. Ugh, it's so dirty here. Don't sit down, woman. Venom groaned from her body. You look like a ball of black mud yourself, and you're worried about getting dirty? Harley snapped back, looking at the symbiote on her body. If we don't rest, what happens when the Joker and that red goo catch up? Don't forget, you can't beat that red blob. Is that my fault? Venom retorted. I can smell at least 50 different symbiotes on him, and one of my own. One of yours? Are you having an affair? No, I can feel as an offspring, but I don't remember ever giving birth to such a thing. Just because you haven't given birth to one before doesn't mean you can in the future, Harley said matter-of-factly. We have a whole team in the F.B.I. that specializes in timeline issues. Why wouldn't a few time-traveling villains show up? In your world, time travel sounds no different from drinking water. Venom gave up complaining. It thought its own mental state was chaotic, but this woman was a whole new level of crazy. In comparison, Venom felt almost normal. Are you thinking rude thoughts about me? Harley patted the symbiote's suit. Don't forget, we can feel each other's emotions now. It's my first time bonding with a human. Okay, fine. I'm not arguing anymore. Harley stood up and stretched. Her beautiful curves were perfectly accentuated by the black, shiny symbiote suit. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it. I need to get this done fast. Pudding is waiting for me to come home. She was trying to cheer herself up, but a voice like a nightmare suddenly cut through the air. Oh, Harley Quinn, how long has it been? Has your pudding already been replaced? Harley didn't even turn around, darting in the opposite direction. Ugh, Joker, your green weed hair makes me sick, she sneered. Why did you have to come back to life? A dead Joker is a good Joker. Oh, you wound Daddy with that talk. This time, however, she couldn't escape. The Carnage symbiote had devoured 5 other offspring, reaching a new level of speed. The cat-and-mouse game was a massacre now. The balance was gone. Even as a sneer remained on Harley's face, her back was slick with cold sweat. Venom was terrified. Oh my God, I'm so jealous of him. Can he eat better? I want to know what other symbiotes taste like. Venom whined. Shut up, you foodie. Stop being jealous and think of a way to escape. Harley's lips pulled into a strained smile. If we don't escape, you won't have to envy anyone's food, because you are the food. I know that. But if I could run, don't you think I would have done it already? Harley and Venom's bickering amused the Joker, who watched from a distance. Have you two argued enough? If so, surrender, he laughed. I'll forgive your betrayal, as long as you kill that FBI agent, Chengfeng, with your own hands. Are you serious? Harley's eyes lit up. If I kill Chengfeng, you'll let me go? Well, of course. With a symbiote, I'm sure it will be very easy to deal with an ordinary person, no? Hey, I thought you wanted me to do something hard. It's just Chengfeng. Happy to cooperate, Harley lowered her adamantium bat and began walking toward him. That's right, my girl. That's the real you. A heartless, crazy woman. I am crazy, Harley smiled, now standing in front of him. And you're getting dumber, thinking you can control another crazy person. With lightning speed, she swung her bat, hitting the Joker's groin from below. Adamantium testicles. Take that, little one. Harley Quinn couldn't believe it. The Joker, with the Carnage symbiote, couldn't even dodge that simple sneak attack. Carnage's attack power and healing were incredible, but its defenses were pathetic. Harley even heard the sound of the Joker's crotch being hit. Enraged, Carnage lunged at her. But a symbiote's strength is weakened when it's separated from its host. Harley barely managed to dodge. I told you, I hate these slime monsters, she yelled. Hey, I'm a symbiote too. That's what you call me, a slime. Venom shouted back. Can you stop being proud about this? Harley snapped. She took the opportunity to escape down a side tunnel. Venom extended several tentacles, swinging through the sewer like Tarzan. Carnage didn't give chase. Instead, it returned to the Joker, who was struggling to stand. Damn it, you're useless, you know that. Carnage growled. If you want to devour more, you'd better listen to me, the Joker rasped, offering his hand to the symbiote. Tisish, you better keep your word, Carnage said, wrapping around him. Oh, I will. That FBI group has an endless supply of things for you to devour. In this era, as long as there's no guy with a white light, the FBI will be my feast, Carnage boasted. Just as the words left its mouth, the sewer ceiling exploded. I have to say, I'm jealous of your confidence, a voice said. I wish I could be as cheerful as you. The Joker looked up. A man with 3 swirling lights, red, orange, and green, floated in the air above the rubble, looking down like a god. In the sewer, the Joker felt like a mere maggot. Did you find them, Li? Sky's voice came through Li Chengfeng's communicator. Li Chengfeng smiled, his eyes locked on the Joker. Found them, Sky. You're getting good at this. You're a natural-born FBI agent. Thanks for the compliment, Sky said, a hint of pride in her voice. Now, that lunatic is going to learn what pain is. Li Chengfeng hung up, smiling. He hadn't found them at first and was about to transform into Ion Man when Sky's suggestion clicked. Why locate the symbiote, she'd said. We could just locate the adamantium. Harley Quinn's bat had a unique vibrational frequency that their satellite could pick up. Now he was here. Li Chengfeng sometimes felt his own brain was useless compared to his team's. Aren't you an ordinary person? The Joker stared up at him in disbelief. Li Chengfeng almost laughed. It seems that when that speedster rescued you from Batboy's prison, he took you away before you learned the truth. He looked at the Joker. He'd always been a dreadful, omnipresent threat in the background. But facing him now, he felt something else. The Joker was weak. Well, dear Joker, we're old acquaintances, Li Chengfeng said. Just give me the symbiote, and I'll arrange a candlelight dinner for you and Batboy. Then I'll have him lock you both up forever. How about it? The Joker's mad smile returned. What's the secret to great comedy? Timing. What is courage? Staying graceful in the face of pressure. Li Chengfeng shook his head. In that case, I'll take that as a no. He flared to life, the red, orange, and green lights coalescing and expanding. A giant, 6-armed Buddha formed around him. Anyone who stands in my way will be destroyed. A different kind of crazy. Venom, did I just hear my pudding's voice? Pudding? You're still thinking about food? We need to get out of here, sister. Why am I even talking to a piece of slime who's had a kid but never been in love? Harley said, running forward. Suddenly, a loud hum buzzed in her ears. Harley stopped and turned to see a man in silver-black armor vibrating through the wall. The armor knelt down, and its back opened. Barry Allen stepped out. Harley Quinn, I need your help, he said. Wow, Barry Allen, this thing is really cool, Harley said, pointing at the armor. But then she saw his face, and her next words died in her throat. Barry had a terrible, curse-like scar on his face. You're not the Barry Allen I know. This Barry was older, more mature, not the clumsy young man from the base. No, Dr. Quinzel, I'm the Barry Allen you know, just from the future. Look, what's going on today? Are all you future people having a team outing? Harley groaned. The future Barry shook his head anxiously. I'm here to save this world. Save the world? It's fine. We can't let one psychopath turn the whole world into a mess, Harley said, rolling her eyes. She was fed up with time travelers, who seemed crazier than she was. Future Barry stepped closer, pointing a finger at her. Dr. Quinzel, if you don't help me, you'll die today. And then, Li Chengfeng will destroy the entire world. Li Chengfeng originally thought that this would be a battle with basically no suspense. But what he didn't expect was that the fighting power of the massacre was far beyond his imagination. He actually forced himself to stay in the state of 3 lamps transformed into Buddha for 3 minutes and 33 seconds. But that's the limit. After he captured Carnage alone again, and then forcibly separated Carnage and Joker to become a double capture, Carnage could no longer withstand the terrifying power of the 3 lights lighting up. Ahem, Li Chengfeng, you despicable human. In order to defeat you, I have traveled through countless years and devoured 99 of my kind. Massacre had already turned into a slime in the hands of the 3-light Buddha, but it made a sharp explosion sound. Why am I still no match for you? Even though you don't even have a white light. Dear little Slaughter, first of all, I don't know you. I'm only 25 years old now. Li Chengfeng held Slaughter in front of him. Secondly, no matter what I did to you, that was my future self. Do you have the guts to go find him? If you're a coward, then be a coward. If you always think you're enduring humiliation, then you don't have a clear self-awareness. Li Chengfeng was very interested in this massacre. The battle just now seemed to be completely crushed by him. But in fact, although this massacre had low defense, its attack power was a bit exaggerated. Many times it could cause damage to his 3-lamp Buddha. As expected, it has the attack power to hurt adamantium. But that's all. This massacre obviously just devoured a lot of symbiotes, greatly increasing the basic panel of the symbiote, and it was a targeted increase in attack power. But he has not possessed many people, and Joker may even be just his second host, because a powerful symbiote will copy the host's abilities after possessing it, although it cannot be copied 100%. But in theory, as long as you kill enough possessed people, you can get all the super abilities. But what did my future self do to you that would infuriate the heavens and the people? I couldn't have been playing with you like a slime, right? Although Massacre is a symbiote, Li Chengfeng can still feel the emotions in his body, and that boiling rage cannot be faked. That Li Chengfeng forged me into a sword of slaughter. In order to make it more powerful, he even forced me to devour the Dagon stone. My soul was nearly torn to pieces by the dark cosmic power within the Dagon stone. Then the tyrant gave me the most terrifying killer under his command, the wailing banshee Peggy Carter. The 100 years I spent as the Sword of Slaughter were the most horrific and torturous experiences of my life. At this point, Massacre even fell into a frenzy again. Li Chengfeng frowned. What the hell? He originally thought that the Massacre was referring to the middle-aged Li Chengfeng who formed the legendary team. As a result, a tyrant Li Chengfeng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Damn, how many Li Chengfengs are there on the timeline? Was Li Chengfeng Parliament? However, it is quite normal for this kind of thing to happen in universe with Marvel and DC as the main structures. Multi-universe plus multiple timelines. Isn't it normal for Li Chengfeng to have more? I just don't know whether these Li Chengfengs are isotopes from other universes, or myself from a branch timeline, or my future self in the main timeline. But that doesn't matter. Li Chengfeng had already realized this. He himself is only himself. But the Joker standing next to him had a mocking smile on his face. It seems that you're not someone who can stand firmly for justice. Okay, Joker, no one is talking to you. So you really think you're a piece of cake, right? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Did you not bring your brain with you during your 2 resurrections? A speedster, a symbiote, neither of them told you their purpose. They just used you as bait to attract my attention. Ha ha ha, I'm aware of this. Joker raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. I can't kill Harley Quinn, and I can't kill you either. It's a bit regrettable, but it's much more interesting than dying again and again in that iron lump. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. There's not much to say about these 2 things. Just stare at Joker. Even Joker began to feel uneasy under this gaze. The smile gradually faded. I've been studying this Dionysus factor. It wasn't until my ability became strong enough that I began to understand the tip of the iceberg of this thing. But thanks to the Green Lantern ring, I finally cracked some of the secrets about the Dionysus factor. Joker couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard that. What do you want to say? Li Chengfeng broke away from the 3-light Buddha and flew in front of Joker. He reached out and pressed his hand on Joker's face. Although the Dionysian factor exists, it cannot be observed. The bats didn't study your body during the time they held you captive. The conclusion is that no abnormal substances were found. But, as people of the same kind, the Dionysus factor will always flow to the stronger one. That is to say, Li Chengfeng didn't continue speaking. 3 colors of light suddenly lit up in his hand and pierced into Joker's skin. Close your eyes and feel the Dionysus factor that was originally dormant in your body. The moment it came into contact with Joker's blood, the Dionysus factor began to move. The Dionysus factors in Li Chengfeng and Joker began to attract and pull each other, trying to completely merge each other into one. There was no need for Li Chengfeng to say anything more. Joker's expression changed instantly. The unknown power hidden deep in his body was gradually leaving his body under huge amounts of pulling force. No, this is impossible. This is my fun. You can't take it away from me. Joker's hands and feet were caught in the Buddha's hands, and he could not move at all. He could only shake his head in vain. But this could not prevent the Dionysus factor from being gradually stripped from his body. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. The gradual growth of the Dionysus factor has greatly expanded his understanding of the entire universe. It is truly the most outrageous of the 5 major DC metals, and it deserves the word God in its name. The absorption rate is very fast. After all, Li Chengfeng's willpower and strength are far superior to that of the madman Joker. Then he threw Joker to the ground. Now he has changed from an immortal madman to a mortal madman. But Joker still crawled forward with his hands. It doesn't matter. As long as I find that green pool again, I will still be the omnipotent Joker. Li Chengfeng looked at it coldly, and with a thought, the 3-lamp Buddha raised 1 foot high. Joker, this is a real universe, not a personal publication that revolves around you alone. Goodbye. Step down. There was no brilliant light, only the imperceptible sound of flesh and bones breaking, like squashing an annoying mosquito. Li Chengfeng originally thought that this would be a battle with basically no suspense. But what he didn't expect was that the fighting power of the massacre was far beyond his imagination. He actually forced himself to stay in the state of 3 lamps transformed into Buddha for 3 minutes and 33 seconds. But that's the limit. After he captured Carnage alone again, and then forcibly separated Carnage and Joker to become a double capture, Carnage could no longer withstand the terrifying power of the 3 lights lighting up. Ahem, Li Chengfeng, you despicable human. In order to defeat you, I have traveled through countless years and devoured 99 of my kind. Massacre had already turned into a slime in the hands of the 3-light Buddha, but it made a sharp explosion sound. Why am I still no match for you? Even though you don't even have a white light. Dear little Slaughter, First of all, I don't know you. I'm only 25 years old now. Li Chengfeng held slaughter in front of him. Secondly, no matter what I did to you, that was my future self. Do you have the guts to go find him? If you're a coward, then be a coward. If you always think you're enduring humiliation, then you don't have a clear self-awareness. Li Chengfeng was very interested in this massacre. The battle just now seemed to be completely crushed by him. But in fact, although this massacre had low defense, its attack power was a bit exaggerated. Many times it could cause damage to his three-lamp Buddha. As expected, it has the attack power to hurt adamantium. But that's all. This massacre obviously just devoured a lot of symbiotes, greatly increasing the basic panel of the symbiote, and it was a targeted increase in attack power. But he has not possessed many people, and Joker may even be just his second host, because a powerful symbiote will copy the host's abilities after possessing it, although it cannot be copied 100%. But in theory, as long as you kill enough possessed people, you can get all the super abilities. But what did my future self do to you that would infuriate the heavens and the people? I couldn't have been playing with you like a slime, right? Although Massacre is a symbiote, Li Chengfeng can still feel the emotions in his body, and that boiling rage cannot be faked. That Li Chengfeng forged me into a sword of slaughter. In order to make it more powerful, he even forced me to devour the Dagon stone. My soul was nearly torn to pieces by the dark cosmic power within the Dagon stone. Then the tyrant gave me the most terrifying killer under his command, the wailing banshee Peggy Carter. The 100 years I spent as the Sword of Slaughter were the most horrific and torturous experiences of my life. At this point, Massacre even fell into a frenzy again. Li Chengfeng frowned. What the hell? He originally thought that the Massacre was referring to the middle-aged Li Chengfeng who formed the legendary team. As a result, a tyrant Li Chengfeng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Damn, how many Li Chengfengs are there on the timeline? Was Li Chengfeng Parliament? However, it is quite normal for this kind of thing to happen in universe with Marvel and DC as the main structures. Multi-universe plus multiple timelines. Isn't it normal for Li Chengfeng to have more? I just don't know whether these Li Chengfengs are isotopes from other universes, or myself from a branch timeline, or my future self in the main timeline. But that doesn't matter. Li Chengfeng had already realized this. He himself is only himself. But the Joker standing next to him had a mocking smile on his face. It seems that you're not someone who can stand firmly for justice. Okay, Joker, no one is talking to you. So you really think you're a piece of cake, right? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Did you not bring your brain with you during your 2 resurrections? A speedster, a symbiote, neither of them told you their purpose. They just used you as bait to attract my attention. Ha ha ha, I'm aware of this. Joker raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. I can't kill Harley Quinn, and I can't kill you either. It's a bit regrettable, but it's much more interesting than dying again and again in that iron lump. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. There's not much to say about these 2 things. Just stare at Joker. Even Joker began to feel uneasy under this gaze. The smile gradually faded. I've been studying this Dionysus factor. It wasn't until my ability became strong enough that I began to understand the tip of the iceberg of this thing. But thanks to the Green Lantern ring, I finally cracked some of the secrets about the Dionysus factor. Joker couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard that. What do you want to say? Li Chengfeng broke away from the 3-light Buddha and flew in front of Joker. He reached out and pressed his hand on Joker's face. Although the Dionysian factor exists, it cannot be observed. The bats didn't study your body during the time they held you captive. The conclusion is that no abnormal substances were found. But, as people of the same kind, the Dionysus factor will always flow to the stronger one. That is to say, Li Chengfeng didn't continue speaking. 3 colors of light suddenly lit up in his hand and pierced into Joker's skin. Close your eyes and feel the Dionysus factor that was originally dormant in your body. The moment it came into contact with Joker's blood, the Dionysus factor began to move. The Dionysus factors in Li Chengfeng and Joker began to attract and pull each other, trying to completely merge each other into one. There was no need for Li Chengfeng to say anything more. Joker's expression changed instantly. The unknown power hidden deep in his body was gradually leaving his body under huge amounts of pulling force. No, this is impossible. This is my fun. You can't take it away from me. Joker's hands and feet were caught in the Buddha's hands, and he could not move at all. He could only shake his head in vain. But this could not prevent the Dionysus factor from being gradually stripped from his body. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. The gradual growth of the Dionysus factor has greatly expanded his understanding of the entire universe. It is truly the most outrageous of the 5 major DC metals, and it deserves the word God in its name. The absorption rate is very fast. After all, Li Chengfeng's willpower and strength are far superior to that of the madman Joker. Then he threw Joker to the ground. Now he has changed from an immortal madman to a mortal madman. But Joker still crawled forward with his hands. It doesn't matter. As long as I find that green pool again, I will still be the omnipotent Joker. Li Chengfeng looked at it coldly, and with a thought, the 3-lamp Buddha raised 1 foot high. Joker, this is a real universe, not a personal publication that revolves around you alone. Goodbye. Step down. There was no brilliant light, only the imperceptible sound of flesh and bones breaking, like squashing an annoying mosquito. What on earth is going on here? Li Chengfeng looked at the scene in front of him and felt that his brain was not enough again. It's a bit troublesome to explain. Harley Quinn shrugged. There was a guy who called himself Savitar. He wanted to save everything and finally sacrificed himself to become Barry Allen. Harley Quinn succinctly sums up everything about the speedster in one sentence. So, Barry Allen has now gained super speed, and it's at Savitar level. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. I played with Carnage and Joker for a while longer, and Harley Quinn gave me a huge amount of surprise. The instigator of this massacre and the Joker incident turned out to be Savitar. That is, the time remnant of Barry Allen. But isn't this guy a villain in the drama? Does he have any other conspiracy? However, Li Chengfeng quickly overturned this idea. There were many reasons for the time remnant Barry Blacken in the original work, and this time remnant Barry might just be there to make up for everything. So, did this time remnant Barry Allen leave any information? For example, why is he called a time remnant? Harry Luya, pudding, you're amazing. How do you know Savitar is the time remnant of Barry Allen? Harley Quinn's eyes lit up. She hugged Li Chengfeng's neck and bit him. She was still thinking about how to make Li Chengfeng believe all this. That's good. I save a lot of saliva. So Harley Quinn just coiled around Li Chengfeng and told him in detail what had happened in the past few days. First, I received a USB drive 2 days ago, which contained a video of Joker escaping from his cage. I was having my period at the time, and I was so angry that I decided to send this Joker to hell again. Then I followed the other clues in the USB drive and found the Life Foundation. After I got in, I found the symbiotes. Believe me, Pudding, I was about to contact you, but was interrupted by the massacre of Joker. After some struggling, I escaped with the venom, but unfortunately the personal terminal was broken in the battle. So I just hid in the sewers. Then you found and slaughtered Joker, and Savitar and I came here. As she spoke, Harley Quinn patted the Venom battle suit on her body, and Venom immediately revealed an ugly little face from over her shoulders. Hey man, Venom is me. I am Venom. Li Chengfeng has never doubted Harley Quinn's fate. If Li Chengfeng was just a time traveler without a system, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with this woman even if he tried his best. It was clearly a deadly situation for her, but she managed to escape danger and even took away the symbiote with the greatest potential, etc. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng suddenly thought of the massacre. Perhaps using Carnage to forge weapons is a step down. This massacre devoured 99 symbiotes, and this should be referring to the symbiotes with names and surnames in various timelines. Later, it swallowed Dagon Stone. This is simply a super big dog food. You could just feed Carnage directly to Venom. This is the way to maximize benefits. Moreover, his future self feeding Dagon Stone to Carnage also gave him inspiration. Feeding Yucca metal to Venom is of little use, but he still has a lot of URU metal. Harley Quinn's adamantium bat could also be fed to Venom. According to this idea, things like vibranium and adamantium can be fed to Venom as dog food. Venom's growth potential can be said to be the best in the entire Marvel Universe. Harley, it seems like you and this symbiote are quite compatible. Pudding, I think we two are more suitable for each other. Shit, I can't turn into a symbiote. Li Chengfeng was a little confused after being teased by Harley Quinn out of the blue. The charm of the little lunatic has never been blocked. Although Li Chengfeng is not arrogant, he still feels a little burdened when he is in front of the Legends team and Phil Coulson team. Especially the one lying on the side is Barry Allen, the kind-hearted little bottom. You can't have a relationship in front of your subordinates, right? The next moment, Li Chengfeng gave himself a big thumbs up for his concentration. Team Phil Coulson, Team Legends, Team All-Stars, and Nick Fury all stormed the dugout. The place, which was originally spacious, suddenly felt crowded. Hey everyone, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Harley Quinn greeted everyone with a smile, but had no intention of getting off Li Chengfeng. But the amazing thing is that except for Nick Fury, who took out the small gourd bottle and took 2 quick-acting pills, everyone else turned a blind eye to this scene. This made Li Chengfeng reflect. Is it possible that in everyone's eyes, I have such a lewd image? It wasn't until Nick Fury walked in front of him that Harley Quinn did a backflip and jumped down. Then he raised his head and chest and saluted Nick Fury like a tough soldier. Report to the chief. Harley Quinn is back. You? Hey, don't be so reckless next time. You actually want to face Joker alone? Ha ha ha, I understand. I will try my best not to let you give black salted eggs to blondes. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn. Even though her mental state was worrying because of her period, Harley Quinn always tried her best to act normal when facing Nick Fury. In addition to Li Chengfeng, another link between Harley Quinn and the normal world is the black-brined egg Nick Fury, who is like a master and a father. Could this be the crazy little man's version of report good news, but not bad news? What happened, Barry? That speedster didn't do anything to him. Phil Coulson and others immediately stepped forward to check on Barry Allen's condition. But he discovered that several golden electric currents suddenly flashed across Barry Allen's body. The body temperature is gradually rising, vital signs are present, but the heart rate has disappeared? Li Chengfeng shook his head and said, "It's not that the heart rate has disappeared, but that it's too fast. Not to mention your body's sensation. Even non-specialized detection equipment can't detect it. Phil Coulson, we can go back and prepare for the celebration party. This incident has given the FBI a speedster of our own." Harley Quinn didn't forget to add, "Don't forget this treadmill. This is something that only speedsters can use. Take it back with you." Just when everyone in the FBI was rejoicing, in a grove less than 50 meters away from the air raid shelter, a pair of eyes were staring at the door of the air raid shelter. This person kept muttering, "Barry Allen awakens at the wrong time. But maybe it's a good thing for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a red electric current lit up all over his body. This appeared from the spot in an instant. "I bet she loves this song." "How do you know that?" I looked at his social media profiles. He can hear voices, right? Hearing is indeed the last perception ability to fade. In the Star Lab, researchers Caitlin Snow and Cisco Ramon were chatting while adjusting the vital signs monitoring equipment. At this moment, Lady Gaga's Poker Face is playing in the laboratory. This is indeed Barry Allen's favorite song. But also, it's been a while. When Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn walked in together, they thought it was some nostalgia concert. "Wow, Agent Li Chengfeng, Agent Harley Quinn." Cisco Ramon came over immediately. "We met a week ago when you brought Barry Allen here. I could definitely remember you too. Thank you for taking care of Barry Allen during this time." Li Chengfeng smiled and shook hands with the 2 mainstays of the Star Laboratory. That's right, a week has passed since the Joker massacre. Originally, Barry Allen was taken back to the FBI's medical department, but the medical experts led by Dr. Strange were completely helpless against Barry Allen. None of them had ever seen a heartbeat so fast that it was undetectable. The sandbox environment is not suitable either. So Li Chengfeng thought of this star laboratory. After all, Barry Allen in the original drama gained super speed because of the explosion of their particle accelerator, and they took care of Barry Allen for a full 9 months. Definitely, due to the appearance and sacrifice of Savitar, Barry Allen did not awaken the Speed Force through conventional means, so the time for transforming his body in a coma would become uncertain. This was the first time Li Chengfeng came to see Barry Allen after he handed him over to them. After all, there's still a lot of follow-up issues to deal with in the Joker massacre. For example, repairing the underground sewers in Los Angeles. For example, shut up the LAPD and give the public a reasonable explanation, such as the evaluation of Detective Chloe and Lucifer dealing with complaints. Definitely, during this week, Li Chengfeng spent more than half of his time trying to deal with Lucifer, this big naughty kid. Especially after Detective Chloe completed her evaluation and officially became a member of the FBI's Los Angeles branch. He persuaded Li Chengfeng to give him and Maisie the position of FBI consultants. When Li Chengfeng reported this position to Nick Fury, He Ludan's expression was extremely interesting. Li Chengfeng also felt a little guilty. After all, it was a position he made up on the spur of the moment. But he still underestimated the moral integrity of Black Braised Egg. He actually invited Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, and Aisha to serve as consultants to the FBI. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but raise his middle finger at him. Old Ginger is still spicy. People are still shameless when they get old. A position that doesn't even pay, but still ties people to his chariot. Only after this did Li Chengfeng have time to visit poor little Barry Allen, who was almost forgotten by them. This is what we should do. The FBI has provided a lot of convenience in the development of our Star Lab. Caitlin Snow said with a smile. Li Chengfeng nodded, and then several people came to Barry Allen's bed together. At the moment, Barry Allen was connected to a lot of vital signs detection devices. In order to get accurate data, Barry Allen was completely naked for a week. Fortunately, there was a bed and quilt to maintain the child's final dignity. But the quilt only covered the abdomen, and the entire chest was exposed. Li Chengfeng discovered that Barry Allen's body had changed a lot under the transformation of the Speed Force. The original Barry Allen was basically a powerless little bottom. But now it seems that the chest muscles are already very obvious, and the muscle lines of the shoulders and arms are as stunning as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. Even Li Chengfeng, a straight man, couldn't help but sigh. TSK, don't tell me. Barry is really fair. Even fairer than Teacher You. But Barry Allen seemed to be unable to bear hearing Li Chengfeng's evaluation of him. So he sat up directly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Everyone present was shocked. Oh my God, he's awake. But fortunately, they are all very professional. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn immediately began to comfort Barry Allen, who suddenly woke up. Caitlin Snow and Cisco Ramon immediately began to check Barry Allen's physical condition. Pulse rate 120, both pupils reacting to the beam. Hearing is normal, touch is normal, and the knee-jerk reflex is present. Dr. Wells, the patient is awake. Please come to the laboratory on the lower level as soon as possible. Barry Allen has calmed down from his initial panic because he saw the faces of Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn clearly. One is the agent he respects and admires the most, and the other is a psychologist who helps him let go of many mental burdens. Now the two people he trusts most are those in front of him. Sir, how long have I been unconscious? Sigh. Barry, you've been in a coma for 20 years. W. What? Looking at Barry Allen's confused eyes, Li Chengfeng smiled and ruffled his hair. Definitely I was kidding. You were only in a coma for a week. Barry Allen almost couldn't catch his breath. At least at this moment, Li Chengfeng was no longer his most admired agent. But after Caitlin Snow checked his physical indicators, Barry Allen struggled to get up. He completely forgot that he was now naked and hanging in neutral. However, Li Chengfeng was quick enough and covered the little madman's eyes before Barry Allen was freed from the quilt. Caitlin Snow on the side didn't care at all. Instead, she held a plastic container in front of the naked Barry Allen. I need your urine sample now. It's not the time yet. Cisco Ramon interrupted Caitlin Snow's ruthless behavior as the attending physician. Let him take his time. Barry Allen's little head was filled with big doubts. What is this place? What happened? Dude, you got struck by lightning. Barry Allen was confused. What the hell? Was he struck by lightning? Although he is slow in his movements, he is not stupid. He was struck by lightning, but he was fine just a week later? So he subconsciously looked around. But from the surveillance camera, he saw that the muscles all over his body, although not obtrusive, appeared extremely strong. So, lightning struck me and gave me abdominal muscles? Harley Quinn, whose eyes were covered by Li Chengfeng the whole time, poked Li Chengfeng in the kidney with her elbow. Pudding, I want to see my abdominal muscles, too. Be good, little lunatic. Let's not look at the white-striped chicken. I'll show you enough when we get back. Although Barry Allen was pleasantly surprised by his current figure, his mind did not leave home after all. He quickly changed into the clothes that Cisco handed to him. Li Chengfeng then cautiously moved his hand away from Harley Quinn's eyes. Theoretically, your muscles should start to atrophy. But in fact, the cells are regenerating in an inexplicable state. Caitlin Snow reached out and pressed Barry Allen's abdominal muscles that were already covered by his clothes. This is really amazing, both in the feel and the principle. Cisco shrugged and said, this guy was struck by lightning and he was unharmed. I'm not surprised by anything that happened to him. Knowing that Barry Allen has now truly become a speedster, Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn looked at each other and it didn't say much. After all, what makes Barry Allen the Flash in this universe is his time remnant. The power of the same origin makes him much stronger than Barry Allen in the same period of the TV series. After Barry Allen masters the Speed Force, Li Chengfeng will return Savitar's armor to its original owner. Several people began chatting around Barry Allen until a figure in a wheelchair appeared outside the door of the lower laboratory. Welcome back, Mr. Allen. We have a lot to talk about. Li Chengfeng looked up and saw that it was Harrison Wells, the founder of Star Laboratory, another scientist who is so smart that he is a bit anti-human. But this is just information based on his appearance. In fact, the true identity of the Harrison Wells in front of him is Reverse Flash Albert Swan. He is also the biggest enemy of the Flash Barry Allen. Most of the things in his life are controlled by Albert Swan. Even the awakening Speed Force in the original show had his intervention. But now, there was a crack in fate. Time Remnant Barry changed the direction of the entire timeline. As a result, Barry Allen did not awaken the Speed Force at the corresponding time and in the corresponding manner. Li Chengfeng was not sure what outrageous things Reverse Flash, the Flash's biggest and most crazy fan, would do under such circumstances. Then, Li Chengfeng stepped forward first and shook hands with Harrison Wells. Hello, Dr. Wells. I am Li Chengfeng, Barry Allen's leader. You can call me Li. Agent Li, I've heard of you for a long time. This isn't the first time I've heard your name recently. It seems that you know something about our FBI. Li Chengfeng nodded and changed the subject. Then we can talk about other things next. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, dark magic and origin magic power came out together, instantly imprisoning Harrison Wells through skin contact. Under this kind of close contact, even the strongest version of Reverse Flash would be hit, not to mention the Reverse Flash who is now close to the empty blue state. Black magic is silent, but origin magic power will emit crimson magic energy. Even Caitlin and Cisco, two ordinary people, could see it clearly. But even if they saw it clearly, they didn't understand what was happening. All they knew was that a crimson light flashed by, and then their boss and mentor Harrison Wells froze in his wheelchair, unable to even open his mouth. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. If he could open his mouth under the dual restraints of black magic and origin magic power, he would have to reevaluate the strength of the speedsters. Agent Li, what are you doing? Although I don't know what happened, please let Dr. Wells go, or I will call the police. Harley Quinn heard this and slapped Cisco on the back of the head with a big slap. Call the police. You called CCPD, Central City Police Department, and reported that someone with special abilities attacked Star Labs. Then they will report it to the Department of Homeland Security. When the Department of Homeland Security hears about it, they will ask, special ability. I don't understand how this job works. What are they going to do next? They're going to call the FBI. And I was the one who answered all the calls they made to the FBI. Who in the hall is suing me? The last sentence was spoken by Harley Quinn in the language of the Republic. I have to say, maybe it's the influence of the exchange of body fluids. This Republican language has no accent at all. That's such an authentic, big loop. But this series of rapid-fire comments really confused Cisco and Caitlin. Li Chengfeng didn't waste time talking to them and continued to manipulate the origin magic power to completely peel off the disguise of Harrison Wells. After a burst of high-frequency vibrations, Harrison Wells' face gradually turned into another younger and unfamiliar face. Caitlin and Cisco were speechless at the phenomenon before their eyes that clearly could not be explained by science. Li Chengfeng let go of his hand and patted Reverse Flash's face, which was full of arrogance. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you to you. This is the man you have been calling Dr. Harrison Wells. Actually, it's from Albert Swan, a historian and scientist from the 25th century. Definitely, at that time, he had another more famous identity. Super criminal, Reverse Flash. After listening to Li Chengfeng's narration, not to mention Caitlin and Cisco, even Albert Swan himself looked at Li Chengfeng with horror. Especially when he found out that his identity was completely transparent in front of this man. Albert Swan tried several times to use his super speed to break free from Li Chengfeng's restraints. But in the end, I found that except for my eyes and mind, everything else could not move at all. I couldn't even open my mouth to speak. Albert Swan was horrified. Who exactly is this FBI agent? How come you even know that you come from the future? Could it be that he is also a speedster? But isn't that right? The power he restrains himself can't be said to be similar to the Speed Force. It can only be said to be irrelevant. Is there any other power in the world that can surpass the Speed Force and the Anti-Speed Force? It seems like he has a lot to tell you. Li Chengfeng looked at Reverse Flash and gave him a big punch. The power is not great, but the insult is very strong. Although Albert Swan's dignity was directly shattered by this slap, he soon found that his entire head could move. So the first thing he thought of was to mobilize the Reverse Speed Force, hoping to break free from the state of confinement through vibration. But, dude, what are you doing shaking your head so hard for? Where's the cosplay fascia gun? Reverse Flash is in tears. From beginning to end, not a single move of this person followed the routine. Albert Swan's violent shaking of his head had no effect. Li Chengfeng was even shocked to the point of being a little impatient and ended up getting beaten up again. The second big slap in the face from the big B ***ch. Reverse Flash's dignity was no longer affected. It just broke into pieces. But no one present would help him regain his dignity. Harley Quinn even tried to trample on the dignity of Reverse Flash. To be honest, this scene just now reminded me of the good times when I tortured them after kidnapping them. Hearing this, Cisco and Caitlin felt a chill run down their spines. Is this an FBI agent? What kind of existence is the FBI? However, Li Chengfeng had long been accustomed to Harley Quinn's cute little madness, so he was not surprised. Well, Albert Swan, I suggest you explain everything about yourself. Anyway, with the remaining speed force you have, it's not enough to get you back to the 25th century, right? Albert Swan felt like his head was about to explode. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Li Chengfeng. Why do you know everything? You're just a 21st century FBI agent, aren't you? This is impossible. Li Chengfeng did not answer Reverse Flash's question, but poked Reverse Flash's head with his finger in a serious manner. Then he looked at Barry Allen and Harley Quinn. See? This is the concrete manifestation of a frog in a well. Possessing a certain amount of power, believing that they can do anything, not understanding or accepting anything that is out of their own perception, and then doing everything they can to deny the facts before their eyes. You will encounter many more of these highly intelligent idiots in your future career at the FBI. So, you have to be patient. Li Chengfeng's words made Barry Allen and Harley Quinn nod repeatedly. Barry Allen's attitude is, Agent Lee really is my idol, he's so right. Harley Quinn's status is, Pudding is so sexy when he says the word J asterisk 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 S. Oops, I have to go to the bathroom. But apart from these two contestants who have their own filters, Caitlin and Cisco finally regained their sanity after the shock. After accepting that Dr. Wells was not Dr. Wells, they had more questions. But all the words are reduced to one sentence. Your name is Albert Swan? Then where did you hide our Dr. Harrison Wells? Reverse Flash raised his head, looked at the two laboratory assistants who worked with him day and night, and finally chuckled. The laughter became louder and louder, and even a few tears came out. Ha ha, you two are so naive. Harrison Wells doesn't even know who you two are. Because 15 years ago, I was already Harrison Wells in your eyes. Albert Swan also felt that there was no hope for him to escape, and he had a desperate mood. The whole scheme he had woven together with one lie after another was blurted out from his own mouth. So, the person who recruited you, appreciated you, taught you, and made use of you as me, Albert Swan, from the beginning to the end. What a pity. I can extract the Speed Force from Barry Allen right now and return to my era. After saying this, he even felt that he had not said enough and turned to look in the direction of Barry Allen. By the way, how could I forget you? Barry. You're the famous The Flash in the future. Everyone loves you and worships you. They even built a Speed Force museum to commemorate you. And I used to be one of them. But I go deeper and further than they think. I want to be you. So I studied everything about the Speed Force day and night, and finally, one night, I succeeded. I created my own Speed Force, and I call it Anti-Speed Force. Definitely, except for this man named Li Chengfeng. None of you can understand these words. I know now. The Reverse Flash, who has been the enemy of the Flash all his life, is actually me. At that moment, I knew the meaning of my existence. That is to become the Reverse Flash and make the Flash even greater. Albert Swan's eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty. So I followed the historical records and went back to the year when you were 10 years old. I killed your mother in your home and put your father in jail unjustly. Having said that, Albert Swan did not continue, but kept looking at Barry Allen with a half-smile. Li Chengfeng didn't expect that Reverse Flash would be so completely bald. Even the truth about Barry Allen's mother being killed and his father being in prison was revealed. So he looked at Barry Allen with some concern. As expected, Barry Allen, who regarded finding the truth to clear his father's name and let his mother rest in peace as his life goal, had a flash of blue and white lightning in his eyes at this moment. The next moment, blue and white lightning flashed before his eyes, and Barry Allen instantly appeared in front of Albert Swan, grabbing the other's collar with both hands. You said you were the one who killed my mother. You were one of the two lightning bolts I saw at home when I was 10. Albert Swan curled his lips in agreement. This provocative attitude immediately angered Barry Allen. This nice guy who almost never quarreled with anyone now had bloodshot eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The next moment, Albert Swan was hit in the face by constant punches. Since he didn't even know how to throw a punch, he didn't cause much damage. Li Chengfeng sighed, then walked forward and blocked the fists that were raining down like raindrops under the blessing of super speed. Then he turned on the green light to transform, using the green light of his will to neutralize Barry Allen's negative emotions. Calm down, Barry, you can't kill him now. But he killed my mother. That's right, that's why we can't kill him now. Li Chengfeng pointed at Albert Swan with a serious face. Don't forget, he is the real murderer, and her father is still in prison suffering for him. Li Chengfeng's words completely restored Barry Allen's rationality. He just closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was also mumbling prayers like Goddess of Death. When he opened his eyes again, all his hatred was hidden in the calmness like the sea. But Li Chengfeng knew that beneath this calmness there were turbulent undercurrents. Reverse Flash looked at everything in front of him with interest and said with a smile, Barry Allen, why don't you try to travel through time to save? Li Chengfeng's face turned grim. He knew exactly what his grandson wanted to say. It's nothing more than wanting Barry Allen to travel through time to save his mother and cause lightning. Li Chengfeng is such a trouble-averse person. How could he let such a thing happen? Then the green light will acted instantly, materializing a set of ball gags, and stuffing them into Albert Swan's mouth. The second half of his sentence turned into a woohoo sound accompanied by saliva flowing out. Lee, what did he just tell me to try to do? Barry, don't worry about him. He's got a brain problem. He'll drool even if he's cured. In the Star Lab, Caitlin and Cisco began to conduct a detailed examination of Barry Allen's body, while constantly looking at Albert Swan with complicated eyes. The entanglement and hatred are really obvious at a glance. Albert Swan is the real murderer who killed Harrison Wells, but he is also the mentor who discovered and trained them. This contradictory identity caused the two scientists, whose interpersonal relationships had always been simple, to fall into deep confusion. Li Chengfeng prefers to call this situation those involved are confused. Precisely because it is closely related to oneself, it is impossible to make a quick judgment on the good or evil of Albert Swan based on universal values. But Li Chengfeng is different. What he cares about is how much trouble this has caused to the FBI and the timeline, or to be more precise, to the Legend Squad. Seeing that Albert Swan began to calm down, Li Chengfeng carried him and the wheelchair to the equipment room next door. Li Chengfeng first removed the ball gag that was materialized by the green light of his will with a look of disgust on his face, and then pushed Albert Swan deep into the equipment room. Okay, should we talk about confessing our guilt and accepting punishment? Li Chengfeng signaled Harley Quinn to close the door, then looked at the embarrassed Reverse Flash with a forced smile. FBI agent Li Chengfeng, I remember your name. Albert Swan looked at Li Chengfeng with a sneer. You'd better pray that I can never break free from your confinement, otherwise I will definitely return to the day of your origin and erase you from this universe. Are you serious? Li Chengfeng sat opposite Albert Swan, looking embarrassed. You don't think I'm one of those superheroes who doesn't believe in killing, do you? Man, wake up. You're dead. You know that. Li Chengfeng's last sentence left Albert Swan stunned. Then why did you want to talk to me? Nonsense. I definitely have to squeeze every bit of value out of you. Li Chengfeng's somewhat bad nature was clearly revealed at this moment. If you explain everything you need to explain, I could consider letting you die quickly, otherwise. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he displayed the power of the three lights transformation in just 1 second. Then, he watched Albert Swan's face turn pale in an instant. You're actually the Lantern Man? A lantern who is nearly invincible at every point in time and in every possibility? So, your origin is this timeline. I was so blind that I thought you were just a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Another contestant who has encountered future Li Chengfeng on the timeline. And from what Albert Swan had described, he had encountered this more than once. It seems that no matter which possibility Li Chengfeng takes, he is destined to be a macho man. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see these variants in person in the future. Don't tell me all this nonsense. Li Chengfeng interrupted Albert Swan's crazy moment, found an unopened digital camera from the equipment room, handed it to Harley Quinn, and said, Okay, change your face back to Harrison Wells. Albert Swan's atoms apple rolled up and down, and finally he accepted his fate and used the Speed Force to disguise himself as Harrison Wells again. Harley Quinn turned on the camera with a smile and pointed it at Albert Swan, who was sitting in a wheelchair and completing his disguise. What do you want me to say? Confess all your crimes and clear Henry Allen's name. In short, I believe that with your intelligence, you know what to say. Albert Swan fell into a brief silence, then looked at the camera lens. How are you, Barry? If you're watching this footage, something is not going well. If I die, all the efforts of the past 15 years will become empty talk like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. What a shame. It's been 15 years. We're not really enemies, Barry. I'm not the person you should hate the most. I just want to go home. But now that things have come to this, I want to give you what you need most. It doesn't matter anymore. Believe me, Barry Allen, you'll never be truly happy. Okay, now cut the previous video and give the following paragraph to CCPD. My name is Harrison Wells. In good health of body and sound mind, I voluntarily confess to the murder of Nora Allen on the evening of March 18th, 15 years ago. I attacked Nora Allen in her home and stabbed her in the chest with a kitchen knife that I found in the drawer to the left of the kitchen sink. Then I cleared the scene of any traces of myself and pinned the blame on Nora Allen's husband, Henry Allen. I reiterate that this is all voluntary. After Albert Swan finished this series of improvisations, Lee Chengfeng couldn't help but applaud. It's so smooth, and there's no trace of acting. To be honest, you can't have imagined this scene, can you? Reverse Flash stared at Harrison Wells' face and smiled bitterly. You may not believe it, but I have already recorded several confession videos. It is the product of hesitation and anxiety. Lee Chengfeng curled his lips. That sounds nice. When it comes to killing people, you don't show any mercy. Little lunatic, give this video to Barry Allen and the others. Things like clearing your father's name should be done by others themselves. Harley Quinn didn't say anything inappropriate. After all, as Barry Allen's psychiatrist, she could be said to be the person who understood his inner not best besides Barry Allen himself. Instead, he walked out of the equipment room carrying a digital camera and came in front of Barry Allen. At the moment, Caitlin and Cisco were testing Barry Allen's reaction speed at the table. Although his body has been transformed by the Speed Force, Barry Allen has not yet mastered how to actively use the Speed Force. Harley Quinn walked right up to them and placed the digital video camera on the table. Export the video to your computer. Look at it, Barry. Barry Allen looked at Harley Quinn with a puzzled look, only to find that the other party had changed her crazy and cynical expression, and only seriousness remained between her brows. So I opened the video on the computer. The next moment, all three people except Harley Quinn were stunned. It was Caitlin, the most mature and steady one, who reacted first. Oh my God, he turned himself in. Barry Allen finally laughed at Caitlin's prompting. Dr. Quinzel, this is evidence to release my father. After that, he called CCPD. Harley Quinn pushed Barry Allen back into his chair. Your task now is to adjust well in this laboratory and figure out what happened to you. As for the rest, the FBI will handle it. After saying that, he took out his personal terminal and dialed a number. Hey, Lao Deng. The real murderer who murdered my eldest son's mother has been caught. Barry Allen. No, what the hell? Why am I suddenly demoted? Nick Fury felt dizzy when he first received the call. What is that? Your big son? You and Lee Chengfeng caused a death? My girl, believe me, this grandson is really not a good person. After persuading for a long time, he finally understood the whole thing after Harley Quinn's explanation. It turns out it's about Barry Allen and Phil Coulson's team. Then why don't you just say it directly? I thought you were going to ask me to approve your maternity leave. Even Harley Quinn, whose brain circuits are half crazy and half insane, was shocked by Nick Fury. Lao Deng, you have time to think about random things. Let Bayaden show you his brain. Notify the district attorney of Midtown immediately. I will send you the evidence later through my personal terminal. After saying that, he disconnected. Nick Fury didn't seem angry at all when his daughter retorted. If Lee Chengfeng saw this, he would definitely scold Hey Lu Dan for being hypocritical. But Hey Braised Egg was not immersed in the long-lost father-daughter interaction. He also knew about Barry Allen's affairs. The biggest reason for recruiting him into the FBI was because he had been a close eyewitness to supernatural events. As for the fact that he is a forensic expert, this is a pleasant surprise. He then contacted the Ministry of Internal Affairs through internal communications. Soon, Max and Caroline, old acquaintances from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, came to Nick Fury's office together. Oh, you two are here at the perfect time. As Nick Fury spoke, he shared the confession video sent by Harley Quinn on their personal terminals. Director Nick Fury, what do you want us to do? Caroline said in a flattering tone. Please try not to make it a very troublesome task. There are discounted eggs available at the Huxia supermarket downstairs from our apartment building today. I don't want to miss it. Max then opened the confession video that was shared with him. Wow, even though this guy looks a bit old, he's definitely a handsome old man. Well, this is a murderer who surrendered himself in the video, and I instantly got a little excited. After Max commented, he couldn't help himself in the end. Well, he should be able to stay out for a while before he goes to jail, right? Director Nick Fury, do you have his contact information? Even a social media account will do. Nick Fury looked at the two strange flowers in front of him, who were called flowers of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and suddenly felt a headache. When did the FBI become such a comedian? Clearly in his memory, the former American General Agency had always seemed to be a ruthless and cold-blooded law enforcement machine. It seems like, since the first day Li Chengfeng was seconded here, the style of the entire FBI has been distorted. Oh my God, is this a good thing? Caroline, is buying discounted eggs more important than the mission? About the same. It should be a little more important. Caroline stretched out her hand and gestured cowardly, but Nick Fury seemed to see the entire universe from the two fingertips that were almost not separated. Now, go to the FBI cafeteria and apply for a ton of eggs. Keep them in the cafeteria and take them whenever you need them. After saying that, he looked at Max again. I remember that the Internal Affairs Department organizes social gatherings and other activities within the FBI every month. Are they so hungry that they don't even let criminals go? Oh, the sorority has blocked me a long time ago. Max stroked her big wavy hair. I have to admit that I have been a little too horny lately. Stop. I don't want to know about my subordinates' private lives. Nick Fury felt like he had aged 10 years when he ran into these two weirdos. He waved his hand and said, "Go to Midtown and ask the district attorney to review Henry Allen's case, and then submit the video evidence." "No problem, Director Nick Fury. I'll get the job done." After saying that, he pulled Caroline and prepared to leave Nick Fury's office. In a sense, Max is still very reliable, as long as you can tolerate her overly free and easy personality. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn let Barry Allen stay in Star Labs temporarily. It will probably not be long before he discovers his own super speed. Staying directly in the Star Lab will help him understand his ability. The control rights of the entire Star Laboratory have been transferred to Caitlin. As for Albert Swan, we will keep him in custody for the time being. Li Chengfeng nodded to everyone. After all, he will be needed to appear in court as a criminal suspect when the time comes. After saying that, he opened the portal and pushed the wheelchair over. Then he took Harley Quinn's hand and walked through the portal, disappearing on the spot. Wow, this is cooler than any sci-fi movie. Cisco scratched his chin. Why do I feel that I might be able to do this? Agent Li Chengfeng's abilities are just so outrageous. Barry Allen sat at the table, eating the food Caitlin bought for him. Teleportation magic is his least noteworthy ability. As he said this, he touched his belly. Is it possible that my appetite is so big now? I have already eaten 3 servings of food, but I have barely managed to suppress the hunger in my stomach. Barry Allen doesn't know it yet, but because of the existence of the Speed Force, from now on he will become a glutton far greater than the Hulk. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me see who this is. Isn't this the famous Reverse Flash, Albert Swan? What's going on? Hemiplegia? Why are you in a wheelchair? Bloody hell, UB asterisk 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 D finally fell into our hands. After Albert Swan was pushed into the portal, he arrived at the Wave Rider. After a brief silence, the legendary team began to laugh at each other. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. It could be seen from the resentful looks on their faces that Albert Swan has indeed caused them a lot of trouble in the timeline. Even Wu Fengji, who had the relatively stable temper, clenched her fists so hard that they made crackling sounds. It is estimated that if he was not still here, Wu Fengji would have already imposed an iron fist on Albert Swan. Okay, I know you have a lot of resentment towards the owner of the Speed Force, but you can't kill him now. Let's lock him up on the Wave Rider first. Teacher, are you serious? Sarah Lance's eyes widened. You locked a speedster up on the Wave Rider? Anyway, he has now been completely imprisoned by my black magic and origin magic power. Apart from his head, no part of his body can move. Everyone then rushed forward, and after a round of testing with fists and kicks, they found that what Li Chengfeng said was true. Only then did Jefferson push Albert Swan in a wheelchair into the prison cell on the Wave Rider. This time, Li Chengfeng had another thing to do besides imprisoning Albert Swan. Gideon. As soon as he finished speaking, the artificial intelligence of the Wave Rider displayed a 3-dimensional projected human face in front of it. Creator Li Chengfeng, welcome to your arrival. Gideon, I have a gift for you. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he connected a palm-sized storage device to the Chenghua. Teacher, what is this? What's in here is Gideon 2. Gideon is often seen as the Wave Rider's onboard AI. With Gideon as the core, a time ship was built for her as her body. And Gideon is more like a dimensional life form than an AI. It has both AI and human forms. However, the level of evolution must reach a certain level before the human form can be unlocked. Isn't it just a ship girl? It's just that this ship girl doesn't have explosive physical fitness and is even as weak as an ordinary person. But it has extremely high dimensional authority. Li Chengfeng even suspected that the Wave Rider was able to travel through time because it relied on Gideon's dimensional authority to open the time wormhole. How did my future self create such a dimensional life form? The Gideon in the storage device was taken out from the Star Laboratory. When handing over the laboratory authority, Li Chengfeng also went to Albert Swan's secret room. Yes, it's just a matter of convenience. Just as Li Chengfeng didn't understand how he created Gideon, he also didn't understand why Gideon would fall into Albert Swan's hands at some time in the future. This is equally puzzling. Infusing the two Gideons into one is equivalent to accelerating their evolution and integrating dimensional authority. But it's still a long time before I can have a human body. What do you mean this is also Gideon? Li Chengfeng successfully confused Sarah Lance. Isn't Gideon the AI of the Wave Rider? This is complicated to explain, but all in all, it doesn't hurt. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Not only is it complicated to explain, he himself can't explain it clearly. But he certainly couldn't lose face in front of his adopted daughter. Okay, Albert Swan is now in your hands, Li Chengfeng said, and suddenly remembered something. You should stay in this era for a while longer. We thought so too. Sarah Lance nodded. Except for the Harley Quinn incident recently, no new timequakes have been triggered. That's great. We'll keep in touch anytime. Li Chengfeng nodded, then left the Wave Rider with Harley Quinn. Don't forget to ask Nick Fury for funds for the event. He's very well off lately. After returning to the base, Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn went into the room. He locked the door stealthily. Okay, Pudding, it's time for us to do something inappropriate for children. Little lunatic, please don't play dumb. We are here to feed Venom. To be precise, Carnage was fed to Venom. Carnage is not only Venom's same species, but also a descendant of the symbiote. Harley Quinn stretched out a hand seriously. Father and son, tentacles, alien species, pill-swallowing, fusion. Just tell me, putting these tags together, are they inappropriate for children? I'm really speechless. After Harley Quinn's reminder, Li Chengfeng discovered that this seemed to be true. Damn it, it's clearly just feeding a maxed-out SR card to a level 1 UR card. Why does it feel like Harley Quinn described it as requiring at least 50 layers of thick coding before it can pass review? When you discuss this topic, can you please pay attention to the feelings of the person involved? Venom's head popped out from Harley Quinn's shoulder. Although I'm not an American citizen, I think you still have to pay attention to the social status of the symbiote. For example, give me an ID card or something. Why do you need an ID? Even if you have one, any normal person would not mistake a pool of black slime for a human being. Okay? Li Chengfeng flicked Venom's head. Not to mention that a slime like you might eat humans as snacks. To be frank, I just want to experience it. Venom beat his chest and stamped his feet. Since I came to Earth, I have either possessed a killer whale or a gorilla. I finally possessed a human, but it turned out to be a lunatic. I feel like my body structure is about to be transformed by her twisted thinking. Venom has never seen anyone crazy enough to influence his symbiote. It's also a great experience. You actually discriminate against crazy people. Harley Quinn grabbed Venom's head. Luckily you are black. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know what it feels like to be a Magnum. What else can Venom say? If he had any intention of retaliating against this crazy woman, he would immediately receive a death stare from the man next to him. With this guy who easily capture massacre alive around, he didn't want to get into trouble. Then the Venom extended its head in front of Li Chengfeng. Didn't you agree to feed me the massacre? I can't wait. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. This venom is both cowardly and greedy. The instinct of living things to seek benefits and avoid harm is fully reflected in venom. In a way, though, this is a good thing. After all, Harley Quinn's train of thought is crazy and unpredictable, and she might die for no apparent reason. And venom can completely complement Harley Quinn. At least Li Chengfeng doesn't have to worry about Harley Quinn's ability to run away. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng opened the pocket space and reached out to take out Massacre. Now the Massacre has been completely turned into a red ball by Li Chengfeng using the origin magic power. Even Venom was shocked. Oh my goodness, how did you turn Carnage into this state? Venom poked the red ball while trying not to laugh. As a symbiote, I can feel this guy's anger and fear. He has reason to be angry and fearful. Without saying anything, Li Chengfeng stuffed the red ball of slaughter into Venom's bloody mouth. After all, he is now the food in your mouth. Li Chengfeng almost pushed the venom into his stomach with one hand. After a few retching sounds, the venom suddenly left Harley Quinn's body. It turned into a ball of mud rolling all over the ground. No, is it possible that the reaction of a symbiote devouring its own kind is so big? Harley Quinn looked at Venom in surprise. I've seen Carnage devour other symbiotes, swallowing 5 in one gulp, and the reaction was not as big as Venom's. There's nothing we can do. Venom is such a novice when it comes to devouring things. Li Chengfeng shrugged. And what he devoured was Carnage from 99 symbiotes, which contained a complex genetic sequence, complicated abilities, and a huge amount of energy. It's like a young boy encountering a battle-hardened older sister on his first night. Li Chengfeng smiled and spread his hands. It's right to have a big reaction. Eldest sister, do we just need to lie here now? Yes, as FBI agents, not as Asgard gods. We have vacations. Okay, Thor, now that your eldest sister has told you to lie down, stop asking questions. In the open-air training ground originally used for actual combat training, the 3 Asgard siblings were lying on 3 reclining chairs at the moment, leisurely basking in the sun. Especially the weapons of the 3 people were shining brightly under the sun. After all, it is made of URU metal, and is extremely sensitive to the induction and absorption of energy. The sun's radiation power is also captured and absorbed by it. It's true that you can become stronger by basking in the sun. The 3 of them were basking in the sun, but their hands were busy. Everyone has a special handheld game console that Sky modified for Hulk. Highlight a perfect crack plus resistance to violent disassembly. Even if Hulk wanted to crush this game console, it would take some effort. To be honest, the humans on Midgard really know how to enjoy themselves. Hela had her long black hair loose, and her dark green jumpsuit with gold patterns wrapped around it covered her incredibly beautiful curves. If we let the people of Asgard study this, I'm afraid in 2,000 years they can only come up with some kind of fencing sport. They'll poke each other while loudly praising Odin. Hela's words resonated with the 2 stupid O'Dowdo. You do not say. For the Asgard gods, a group of people with unlimited energy, if there is no way to expend that energy, some of them will develop problems. The biggest example is Loki. They are so deflated that they are ready to destroy themselves and their entire family. Thor, although I also tricked you into signing a 250-year labor contract, just tell me, is your brother good to you? Do you want to share the happiness with him? How did you manage to act like a good brother, even though you did me a trick? Thor turned his head and looked at Loki, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. Also, why don't you wear clothes? I call this tanning. You know nothing. Brother, has your brain been muddled by the pie that Li Chengfeng painted for you? Hela rolled her eyes. Even if you stay in the sun until the FBI contract ends, you won't get any darker. Just when the 3 siblings were bored and chatting, suddenly a friction sound echoed throughout the base. Crunch, 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 crunch. Very rhythmic, but never stops. What's that sound? Hela frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Although it's very regular, the sound is really not pleasant enough. You're disturbing the holiday of the goddess of death. Thor, Loki, go and see who's here. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling his 2 younger brothers to go and see what was going on. Thor and Loki looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This bloodline suppression and strength suppression is really despairing. So the two of them could only walk towards the direction where the sound came from. When they walked over, they found that the room where the sound came from was Li Chengfeng. It's the room of that be asterisk, 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 D Li Chengfeng, etc. What on earth was this guy doing in that room? I'm afraid that in the entire room, apart from the bed, no other sound could make such a sound. Neither of them had the courage to break into Li Chengfeng's door by force, but at the same time, they also didn't have the courage to hide the truth from Hela. So they returned to Hela and whispered. The sound came from Li Chengfeng's room. But Thor, who has always been silly and naive, grasped the key information. Come to think of it, I just saw him go into his room with Harley Quinn. When Hela heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up with orange light. Then, she slowly stood up from the recliner and looked towards the door of Li Chengfeng's room. You mean, the two of them are alone in the room right now? And they're making such strange noises. Hela approached slowly. With her perception, she could naturally feel the surging energy. The next moment, the door of Li Chengfeng's room exploded directly. A man with a tired voice said, Your uncle's venom. After swallowing it, it transforms and directly demolishes my house. And you ruin my business. I must teach you a profound lesson today. A black and red symbiote escaped. Li Chengfeng was chasing closely behind. And Harley Quinn, with a blushing face, walked out slowly at the end. The three Asgard siblings immediately surrounded her, not giving her a chance to breathe. Tell me, are you two doing that in there? Loki slapped his thigh fiercely. Everyone knows that only that person can breathe like that. Don't embarrass yourself, Loki. Harley Quinn tapped her lips to show off. I just did something exciting with pudding. After saying that, he looked at Hela provocatively. Hela grabbed Harley Quinn's shoulders with a serious look on her face. Next time something good like this happens, don't forget me. This is the first time I've encountered a symbiote with such strong power. By the way, Harley, why is your lip swollen? Any desire Harley Quinn had to show off was instantly gone. Isn't this a bit too bold? It's just a complaint in my heart. Because like everyone else, her attention was completely focused on Li Chengfeng and Venom. All I could see was a mass of black slime, and I could vaguely see the dark luster of Dagon stone. Venom continued to simulate various forms of creatures in midair, and then began to simulate various objects he had seen. But no matter how he changed, he could not break free from Li Chengfeng's hands. After all, although Li Chengfeng at the moment did not transform into a Buddha, he was in a state where the three lamps were all lit. That's enough, Venom. Calm down. Do not let the memory and power of carnage take over you. I'm in pain. Help me. Li Chengfeng twitched his lips. It's really embarrassing for Venom, the newbie. I took a pill of 10-in-1 tonic and ended up eating so much that I was on the verge of exploding. But Li Chengfeng is also in a difficult situation. He has experience in dealing with people or gods. But when it comes to symbiotes, we are somewhat at a loss. After all, this thing is too random. My queen, be careful. The energy in that mud is about to explode. Along with Hela's voice came a night sky sword. It stabbed straight at Venom, but failed to penetrate Venom's body. This night sky sword, which possessed some divine power, was swallowed up. At this moment, Venom gained a little power of the goddess of death. It's delicious, I want more. Li Chengfeng saw that Venom, who was about to go berserk, was calmed down by a replica of the night sky sword. This devouring speed is countless times faster than the digestion and slaughter just now. With a turn of his eyes, Li Chengfeng took out a piece of Yakka metal the size of a human head from his pocket. Come on, you foodie. Try this and see how it tastes. Wow, yummy. This is the first time I've eaten metal that tastes so good. Delicious. Flavorful. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at the boastful Venom. It's more than just delicious. There's something even more exciting coming up. As we all know, after the symbiote devours something, it will copy its characteristics and abilities. The greatest characteristic of Yakka metal is it resonates with sound and can be controlled by sound waves. Venom has two major weaknesses. That's fire and sound waves. Li Chengfeng smiled and concretized Swana. Venom, on the other hand, stared at the red, orange, and green lights. Well, Lee, is this thing also delicious? I've eaten something called rainbow candy. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Li Chengfeng gave Venom a don't worry smile, then put the Swana to his lips. Played the Avengers. The sharp and high-pitched sound of the Swana shook the entire base. Everyone put down what they were doing and ran out to take a look. Let's see what serious illness Li Chengfeng has. I really want to stab him. I just managed to fall asleep. Sky's face was full of resentment as he looked at Li Chengfeng in midair. Her love addiction was completely cured after she got to know Li Chengfeng in depth. What's the use of being handsome? You're sick in the brain. No wonder he and Harley Quinn hit it off so well. At least you can still sleep. Bruce Banner dragged his tired body to the training ground. I've been working with Tony Stark recently. I just stayed up all night in the laboratory and was almost sent away by this voice. After saying this, Bruce Banner could no longer bear the deep fatigue, and his body softened and he fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, no one came forward to help. Instead, they all took a few steps back. This is not a lack of team-made affection, but the moment Bruce Banner knelt on the ground, he had already turned into Hulk. The ground was cracked by his kneeling. Banner, weak. Hulk, strong. Okay, we all know you're the strongest. Wade Wilson, wearing sloppy shorts, walked up and patted Hulk's sturdy arm. But Bruce Banner forgot to wear the special nanomaterial pants. After saying that, everyone's eyes were focused on Hulk's big green butt. Banner, stupid, not as smart as Hulk. After Hulk finished speaking, he was about to stand up, but everyone rushed over and held him down. No, don't stand up yet. We'll get it for you. Cover it tightly with your hands. Don't let it show. With Hulk's interference, everyone's attention was diverted. So no one saw Venom rolling around on the ground like a drunk Jackie Chan under the sound of Li Chengfeng's Swana. Li, what on earth did you give me to eat? It hurts, but I have to move. However, Venom's wailing did not awaken the humanity of Li Chengfeng, but instead he blew harder and harder. Venom felt like his body was about to disintegrate. But as the Swana music progressed, Venom's physical reaction became less and less. A smile appeared on Li Chengfeng's lips as he played the Swana. It is truly worthy of being the most adaptable creature in the entire Marvel Universe. The cricket's fatal weakness is that as long as it swallows something with corresponding properties, it can completely adapt in a few minutes. From this day forward, Venom's fear of sound waves no longer exists. If this were a Japanese RPG, a dialogue box would pop up above Venom's head. It says Sonic weakness has been removed, new feature Sonic immunity. After Venom gained immunity to Sonic waves, the huge amount of restless energy in his body quickly integrated with himself as he rolled around on the ground just now. Plus Carnage originally. That's the energy of a full 100 symbiotes. Even Venom couldn't digest it all at once. But the remaining part is not enough to affect Venom's normal actions. Well, just tell me whether the food I gave you is good or not. That's good. I think it would be better if you don't make me suffer so much next time. When Venom thought about the painful and pleasurable experience he had just had, he felt a little numb all over. There is indeed food, but it won't make you suffer. Li Chengfeng grinned and spoke as if it were true. Come on, try the taste of URU metal again. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out a piece of URU metal cut into a cube from his pocket. He weighed it and then threw it directly to Venom. What kind of metal is this? Will it hurt as much as that thing just now? I just said that I won't make you suffer, so I must keep my word. Do I look like someone who can trick a symbiote? That's true. You must be a good person to feed me so much. Venom heard this without any suspicion and wrapped the entire piece of URU metal into his black body without any hesitation. This piece of metal is so hard, and it contains an energy I have never seen before. It's very novel, isn't it? Li Chengfeng began to smile evilly. Try it more. What else do you feel? This piece of metal has some strange patterns. After copying these patterns, I seem to have learned some powers. Li Chengfeng pulled the corner of his mouth. After copying, you can learn rune magic. This ability learning method is really buggy. But This is not the biggest reason why Li Chengfeng asked him to eat URU metal. As we all know, Thor's hammer is made mainly of URU metal and was forged on the fixed star forge in Nidave, born to contain and absorb divine power and many supernatural forces. For example, thunder and lightning. Seeing that the venom began to devour the URU metal block intently, Li Chengfeng raised his hands. Lightning manipulation. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and even Venom noticed something was wrong. Li, what's going to happen again? Why are there such heavy dark clouds gathering only over this base? This is to help you digest the URU metal better. I think your smile is a bit creepy. You ungrateful symbiote. Who am I doing this for? As Li Chengfeng spoke, he waved his finger downwards, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down. Crack! Li Chengfeng, if I believe your lousy mouth again, I'm not a symbiote. At this moment, Li Chengfeng didn't care what this guy said. He directed the lightning with interest, and it fell on Venom in an 88-beat rhythm. The power is controlled at a level that can hurt Venom, but will definitely not cause serious injury to you. Venom, I'm doing this for your own good. Only by enduring the most bitter hardships can one gain the best health. After all, to a certain extent, thunder and fire can be equated. Otherwise, why would there be such a thing as the thunder and fire sword? A venom that overcomes the two major weaknesses of fire and sound waves. Li Chengfeng didn't even dare to imagine how powerful it would be. If I believe you again, I'm a dog. No, you're not a dog. You're a symbiote. Shut up. After Li Chengfeng's inhumane lightning massage, the venom absorbed the power of the thunder and lightning while devouring the URU metal. Now, no matter it is thunder, fire, sword, or venom, I am basically not afraid of it. Li Chengfeng understood it, and Venom naturally understood it too. But rather than thanking Li Chengfeng, he wanted to eat Li Chengfeng more. But then he thought about the difference in strength between himself and Li Chengfeng. Never mind. At worst, I could just say something bad about him to the possessed female human and stir up trouble between the two sexes. Thinking of this, I felt satisfied. So Li Chengfeng, who had strengthened and bullied Venom, walked towards the noisy team members. Venom, with his IQ spirit at full power, jumped onto Harley Quinn's shoulder and possessed her again. As for at the moment's Venom, although it is still black overall, there are some subtle changes. Mysterious runes emerged on the dark surface, and a hint of red belonging to Massacre was faintly revealed. Now Venom has jumped from the weakest symbiote to the strongest symbiote. He just ate a super Massacre and was fed a few pieces of metal by Li Chengfeng. Even though Venom was dealt with by Li Chengfeng, he even wanted to eat Li Chengfeng in his heart. But Venom never thought of running away from the beginning to the end. Instead, he happily returned to Harley Quinn. All I can say is, he is very stubborn, but the body is so TNT honest. At the moment, Li Chengfeng looked at Hulk, who was surrounded in the middle, with interest. What's wrong with you? You look like you're facing a great enemy. Li, are you done over there? Everyone looked at Li Chengfeng. King Ada hurried forward and said, There's nothing important here. Just go and do what you need to do. As the person who knows Li Chengfeng best, when King Ada saw the expression on Li Chengfeng's face at this moment, he knew that this grandson was definitely not up to no good. The question seemed innocent, but in fact his eyes were full of smiles. Everyone finally has a few days off. What can I do? Li Chengfeng shrugged, then waved to Hela and Harley Quinn. My Lord God King and Little Crazy, come over here too. Hela and Harley Quinn did not suspect anything and walked over slowly. Do me a favor. There are some gifts for everyone in my room. Can you bring them to me? Li Chengfeng gave the three of them a thumbs up and said. Ada Wong looked at Li Chengfeng's mouth, which was harder to suppress than AK. Damn it. She probably had guessed what Li Chengfeng was going to do. So she cast a pitying look at her teammates, then took Hela and Harley Quinn's hands without hesitation and walked quickly towards Li Chengfeng's room. Li Chengfeng turned around only after he saw the three beautiful figures gradually disappearing into the distance. Then he took out from his pocket space the latest game console, Tony Stark modified version. Then throw it over Hulk's head. Hulk, a gift for you. Take it. Hulk was stunned. His eyes were immediately attracted by the game console, and he subconsciously reached out to catch it. Just by extending his hand, all the teammates were stunned and stared at the place that Hulk had been guarding closely. This thing, wow. Hey guys, I searched Banner and Hulk's room for a long time, and only this pair of pants can't be torn apart. It should be this one, right? Wade Wilson had just been ordered to find Hulk's special pants, and he just came back at the moment. Then everyone covered their eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell is going on with you guys? Wade Wilson asked as he walked into the crowd and froze. Wow, big guy, this is definitely the most intimidating thing I've ever seen in my life. Hulk! Li Chengfeng looked at Hulk's clear eyes and ferocious body and almost laughed to death. Oh my god, I will never forget this scene in my life. Brain, my brain, please delete this scene. I'll pay a lot of money for a pair of eyes that haven't seen this thing. Hulk is just a child. Are all children so majestic? What the hell? You call this a child? Then what am I? A fertilized egg? A group of battle-hardened agents, including superheroes and even gods. At the moment, all beings are equal. Li Chengfeng took the pants from Wade Wilson with a smile and handed them to Hulk. Remember to remind Bruce Banner, next time, if you don't want to be exposed, don't wear the wrong pants. Okay, Lee. Hulk nodded, and little Hulk swayed slightly with the amplitude of his nod. Phew! Another wailing sounded throughout the sky. In full view of everyone, Hulk finally put on his pants with his butt sticking out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Finally, they don't have to watch overly exciting stuff. Li Chengfeng looked at the members of the two teams with a smile. That's all. How about treating you guys to a drink tonight? Drink our Republic's beer. Drink from the box. After hearing this, the team members barely recovered some of their sanity. But Oliver Queen fell to his knees, wailing in pain. The reason is simple. He knew that the Republic's beers, most of them, it's his green bottle. Secondary damage is the biggest damage to TNND. But after a while, King Ada and the others came out with the big boxes in their room. Definitely, Ada Wong just holds a relatively smaller meaning. It mainly depends on Hela and Harley Quinn to bring them to the training ground. Boom! When unloading, the cargo hit the ground of the training ground, making a dull sound. Except for Hulk, who became addicted to the modified game console. Everyone's attention was attracted by these boxes. Although they were tricked by Li Chengfeng, they clearly heard Li Chengfeng describe these things as gifts. Thinking of this, my resentment towards Li Chengfeng was probably reduced by about 1%. Li Chengfeng walked forward and first opened a long and narrow box. As luck would have it, he prepared it for Oliver Queen. I don't know whether the gift I received in exchange for the secondary injury is worth it or not. OLL, stop retching. Why do you look like you're choking on a green column? Oliver Queen's face turned green, and he said in standard Republic English, Lee, are you an agent or a fortune teller? Definitely is an agent. Setting up a stall to tell fortunes is like being a mobile vendor. How can you get woven incense? As Li Chengfeng said this, he took out the things in the box. It's a bow. Ollie, do you like a recurve bow made of URU metal with built-in automatic energy storage magic? I gave it a name. Thordar the Wrath of the Stars. Star Fury for short. Oliver Queen. What the F***CK is that abbreviation? Although Oliver Queen complained about the name, Li Chengfeng gave to the bow. But it did not affect him at all as he took the bow and stroked it carefully. It was as if he was caressing his girlfriend. Ollie, is it possible that you're actually a fetishist? Like bows and arrows or something like that? If you spread rumors about me again, I will really report you. Oliver Queen looked at Li Chengfeng with a helpless look. He is obviously a good person who prepares new equipment as gifts for his teammates. Why does he have a big mouth? Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Chengfeng shrugged and continued to introduce. The feel of this bow should be a little different from the bows you usually use, but once you get used to it, you will never be used to other bows again. Li Chengfeng said as he took the bow and demonstrated it. When Li Chengfeng pulled the bowstring, an energy arrow emitting soft silver-white light appeared out of thin air. Ah, this. Oliver was stunned on the spot. I gave you a bow, but you didn't even need the arrows. URU metal originally contained huge amounts of energy. I also DIY'd an automatic energy storage and automatic cycle magic through black magic and origin magic power. Basically, this bow can shoot energy arrows infinitely. As for the power, it depends on the length of time you pull the string. But normal arrows are still usable, so your multifunction arrows are not retired yet. After delivering the bow, Li Chengfeng opened several boxes one after another. First, he took out a pair of long knives and handed them to Wade Wilson. Wade, the Dagon Stone dual blades. I also got some carbon steel nano powder from Nick Fury and put it in there. It can suppress abilities like the self-healing factor. WTF? Can it suppress the self-healing factor? But what is this Dagon Stone? The name sounds really Cthulhu-like. How do I explain it? You just need to know that this thing is hard enough, so hard that it is indestructible. Next, there are two new battle suits, one for men and one for women. These two battle suits are made of URU metal wire and carbon fiber. They have the ability to absorb and release kinetic energy. When facing energy attacks, they will be originally absorbed by URU metal. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he handed two sets of battle suits to Steve Rogers and Captain Carter respectively. You two already have the most suitable weapons, so I won't add unnecessary things. I'll just make these two uniforms to reduce your worries. Lee, this is too valuable. Steve Rogers took the battle suit. If you only look at its value, it's nothing compared to the shield Howard gave me back then. Okay, Steve, the captain gave you something, so just accept it with peace of mind. Captain Carter accepted the battle suit with peace of mind. Don't feel embarrassed. If something big happens in the future, won't we have to be at the forefront? Even without a battle suit and shield, I will still rush to the front. Li Chengfeng looked at Captain Carter. This professional slacking captain of the retirement team actually saw it very clearly. After knowing this, big things will probably happen one after another. All I can say is, he is worthy of being the old captain who has returned from adventures in various timelines. Then he took out a pair of gloves. Sky, come here. It's finally my turn. Sky came over happily and held out his hand. From now on, you'll be my real brother. I'll take care of you until the end of your life. Okay? What you said sounds very nice. You better try your best to survive me first. Li Chengfeng put the gloves in Sky's hand. It is made of pure Yaka metal. It can greatly amplify the sound wave vibration. It can increase it by 3 to 5 times depending on the output of your vibration. 3 to 5 times? Sky was stunned for a while holding the gloves. Suddenly, while putting on the gloves, he shouted to Li Chengfeng, "You are the Zhongding who has occupied 3 big sisters. I want to duel with you. From today on, I am the captain. Go. Stay away." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and suppressed Sky's sudden rebellious intention with a thought. And isn't this girl's purpose a little too obvious? Li Chengfeng then continued to unpack the boxes and gave the prepared equipment to everyone. Even for Hulk, who least needed these things, Li Chengfeng made him a pair of big pants, the kind that could be extended infinitely. Phil Coulson was playing with the suit that Li Chengfeng had specially made for him. It looks like a suit, but actually, he really is just a suit. It's just that the energy shield can be generated at any time, the kind that can easily withstand thermobaric bombs. Li Chengfeng smiled. He was never stingy in strengthening his own people. After all, arming the entire universe to the teeth is his ultimate goal. This is just the beginning. Finally, Li Chengfeng took out a small number of samples of all the special materials on his body and handed them over to the scientific team. Take these and continue your research to see if it's possible to make secondary materials. Li Chengfeng was not satisfied with just arming a few special teams. If we can produce secondary materials such as Dagon Stone, Yaka Metal, and URU Metal, it means that we can carry out mass production, which will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the grassroots. Li Chengfeng was very sure. As long as this can be accomplished, an ordinary field agent of the FBI will be much stronger than the Chitauri with the help of these secondary metal products. Don't think Chitauri is trash. That's because they are facing a group of superheroes. Okay, Lee, we'll try our best. The duo of science babies took over the samples tremblingly. It was also the first time for them to study such precious materials. Li Chengfeng could fully understand their excitement. For scientists like them, obtaining rare-level universe materials like Dagon Stone is no different from an unknown person picking up the 9 scriptures and Nanyang magic art for free. My queen, when did you make equipment with these materials? Hela leaned close to Li Chengfeng and asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, I originally wanted to entrust it to the dwarfs in Nidave, but they told me that they just couldn't handle the Dagon Stone. For URU metal and Yaka metal products, the construction period is about 1 to 3 years. So I thought about it and decided not to use these useless people and do it myself. Hela was stunned and asked, do it yourself? Yeah, I rub it all out by hand. It took a lot of energy. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, a green shark immediately emerged from his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Ion Shark landed on Li Chengfeng's shoulder in a weak voice and complained to Hela, you made all of this by hand, but you're the one giving the gift, and I'm the one who's tired. You are really good at using Ion Man mode to get equipment. Facing the accusation of the shark with kidney deficiency, Li Chengfeng definitely chose to suppress it forcefully. The little shark actually wants to complain, so the shark with kidney deficiency was forced back into the green light furnace by Li Chengfeng while putting on an extremely humane, sour face. Hela didn't care how the Lantern Man and Lantern Beast duo, who had a relationship like that of father and son, acted funny, but said to Li Chengfeng, by the way, Hannigan just contacted me and said that an unknown 084 object broke into the FBI Academy. Nick Fury thinks you should go. So, get to work quickly, my Queen of Gods. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, gently put his arms around Hela's slender and strong waist, and buried his head deep in the silence of the mountains. He really didn't mean to do that, but his height is just here. I really didn't mean it. Tisk, I'd rather live off others than work hard. My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately. But before he could finish his trash talk, Li Chengfeng immediately felt a precise and sharp blow to his waist. Li Chengfeng turned around and saw it was King Ada. As expected, Kidney Shot is one of King Ada's special skills. Don't rely on Hela. Just work hard when it's time to work. You've been getting stricter recently, Ada. Li Chengfeng was a little depressed. Ever since King Ada succeeded, he has become less and less appreciative of him. Before you succeeded, you were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and in guiding fashion. How come after you succeeded, you act like a housekeeper? Hurry up. King Ada rolled his eyes and pushed Li Chengfeng forward. And you actually used the word "put" to describe me. Are you so bold? When Li Chengfeng heard what King Ada said, he couldn't help but burst into tears. It's so sad. Is this the miserable life of married men? If it weren't for the bright purple light still shining on Ada's body, Li Chengfeng would have thought that she had reached the stage of burnout. Li Chengfeng suddenly discovered that the person who was the most gentle to him was actually the domineering Hela. Ada and Crazy Little both have a bit of tigress temperament. No words? Are you thinking of something very offensive? No. King Ada snorted coldly, then put his hand into Li Chengfeng's pocket and turned away. Li Chengfeng laughed, then pulled up a portal and went in. When the portal closed, 2 crystal tears fell. Is this the fate of men in the Republic? So cruel. FBI Academy. Peter Parker was on his way with Cobweb, ready to join in the fun. I heard that someone in the Academy captured an unknown 084 object, but suddenly a portal appeared out of nowhere, and Li Chengfeng just walked out of the portal. If the distance was 10 centimeters further, Peter Parker could have avoided it. And the current situation is that spider telepathy is almost smoking. It's still the scene of the car accident. Li Chengfeng turned his head and looked at Peter Parker, who was lying on the ground rubbing his head. Peter Parker, do you have a problem with me? I was wondering why my heart was beating so fast. You've been aiming here for so long. Peter Parker heard this and stood up with a somersault. Agent Lee, I'm just in a hurry. Who knew that your portal would be set up at such a coincidence? Peter Parker couldn't help but complain, but when he looked up, he was stunned. Agent Lee, Why are you crying? Oh, this is just my acting skills bursting out. I am in a dramatic mood. Li Chengfeng said this and wiped away the half-true and half-false tears in his eyes. Then he took a look at what King Ada had just stuffed into his trouser pocket. Room card. Hilton Hotel, room 1610. Fun. Everything is just fun. Li Chengfeng put away the room card. This thing cannot be seen by the students. Peter, I heard that the FBI Academy found in 084 object. Yes, I'm here to watch the fun. The agent who is going to collect item 084 will be here soon. If I don't check it out now, it will be too late. Otherwise, why would I use Cobweb to travel in the Academy? Wait, the agent who is going to collect item 084 is you, right? Bingo, you guessed it right. Li Chengfeng rubbed Peter Parker's head. What's wrong with your hairstyle? Did you use too much hairspray? I don't quite understand, but Jessica said that scratching your hair like this will make you look more energetic. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Really, Agent Li? You are very energetic. Li Chengfeng gave a thumbs up and praised. As energetic as your teacher, Harley. Ah. Before Peter Parker could complain, Li Chengfeng put his arm around his shoulders and walked forward. It just so happens that I don't know the exact location, so you come and lead me the way. Under Peter's guidance, Li Chengfeng soon arrived at a storage warehouse. Two acquaintances are blocking the door at this moment. It was Wolverine and the White Queen. You're here, Li. Wolverine nodded to Li Chengfeng. The White Queen on the side, however, had her eyes bright, and her glances were as charming as silk. Li, you haven't come to play with your sister for a long time. Emma, let's be clear, what do you mean by a long time? I have never looked for you. Isn't this just to get close to you? White Queen Emma said, looking behind Li Chengfeng. Little Parker, is that you? Li Chengfeng twitched his lips. Sure enough, this woman's real target was Peter Parker from the beginning. Shotokan is the same as Lolitakan. It is a disease and must be treated. Yes, it's Peter Parker. He said he wanted to talk to teacher Emma about something. After saying that, he pushed Peter Parker out. Li, you're making me a pig. You're making me a pig. Peter Parker screamed as he was pulled over by the White Queen. Li Chengfeng watched Peter Parker being taken away, and Wolverine interrupted. Don't worry. Even though Emma may look like a horny female hooligan, she just touches him a few times to satisfy her desire. She still has basic morals, and if she attacks students again, her salary for the next 10 years will be fined. How many people has she attacked? Don't delve into it, or it's all just a problem. Wolverine shrugged, but it's probably going to be hard for Peter to succeed. After all, Jessica Jones has been keeping a close eye on her. As he said that, he pushed open the door of the warehouse. Let's get down to business. The so-called 084 item is in this warehouse. Yes, it was discovered by the lady in the cafeteria. Wolverine nodded, and it was a living creature. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard deep in the storage warehouse. Li Chengfeng and Wolverine followed the sound and went over there. The sound came from under a waterproof plastic sheet. Li Chengfeng and Wolverine looked at each other, each grabbed one side, and then suddenly opened it. F***K. Are you guys crazy? I just want to find a place to take a good puff. Is this against the law? Li Chengfeng lowered his head and saw a person holding a hookah pipe on top of the pile of potatoes. Teddy bear. What? You said this is the FBI Academy. Didn't the boss who got kicked in the head by a donkey say that? As FBI agents, you wouldn't make things difficult for a talking teddy bear, right? Definitely, if you want to try some of my good stuff. It's not impossible. Li Chengfeng looked at the teddy bear in front of him who was complaining, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The world is so big that there is nothing strange. Why did you bring in this vulgar teddy bear? Okay, you little thing that looks like you have a lot of yellow garbage in your head. Stop talking nonsense and tell us quickly. How did you get in? Although Wolverine was always laughing and joking with his acquaintances, he was as unruly as a middle-aged drunkard. But it's pretty scary when it gets serious. With a face full of flesh and a pair of sharp claws, he is definitely a ruthless person. Whoa, 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 whoa. Keep those claws away from me. I'm a living teddy bear. Living. Even if I accidentally scratch my skin, I can sew it back together. Cut the skin? If you don't want to be torn to pieces by him, just tell him quickly. Li Chengfeng also lowered his head, his face gloomy. Although I'm a kind-hearted person who never hurts others, I sometimes choose to be blind. I can't guarantee what this man with steel claws will do to you when the time comes. Having said that, he was ready to turn around. Teddy Bear was a cowardly guy to begin with, and he immediately backed down. Fortunately, he was a teddy bear, otherwise he would have been scared to death by now. Okay, I'm an employee of the vegetable supplier. This time I sneaked into the vehicle delivering supplies to the FBI Academy, hoping to take some photos of some super ability chicks, but I ended up being stuffed into this supply warehouse and couldn't get out. I'll just make the best of it and take a breath to calm down. Li Chengfeng was so angry that he laughed at this teddy bear that possessed all 5 poisons. Fei easy, calm down, okay? He reached out, grabbed the teddy bear, and walked out. As he walked, the teddy bear was still in his hand. F***K. Dude, don't put your hand on my tag. It's itchy. Ha ha ha. After bringing Teddy Bear into the reception room, Li Chengfeng contacted his family through the phone number he provided, then also learned how he went from being a teddy bear to a living teddy bear. According to him, it was one night 30 years ago that he suddenly came to life. The reason turned out to be that his best friend made a wish to God in his sleep. Then he lived. Although I don't understand the exact principle, I am indeed a living creature. Teddy held the hookah and took a deep puff. The most amazing thing is that a while ago, I was chased by a perverted father and son who were obsessed with plush toys. They tore me in half, and then I died briefly for one night. That night, my best friend's girlfriend made another wish, hoping that I would come back alive. And then I came back to life. Let's pay tribute to the legendary king of endurance Teddy. Roar, roar, roar. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyebrows. This teddy bear actually grew huge. In the FBI Academy, he became very good at flying leaves, which was unprecedented and unparalleled. Most importantly, Li Chengfeng really didn't know how to condemn a teddy bear. What happened to Teddy Bear Flying Leaf? The body is full of cotton. No harm at all. And there's no secondhand smoke at all. It's all stayed in the pot. However, the information he revealed is still of some value. Make a wish, and he will live. If it were in the original movie, it might just be an abstract and absurd deus ex machina. But in this hybrid universe, it is very likely that some magical supernatural powers are really involved. But judging from the state of Teddy and his best friend, they were probably just accidentally exposed to this power. Although Li Chengfeng has no interest in a teddy bear, he needs to understand the cause of his creation. The power to give life to dead things without changing their essence. It's a bit outrageous. At this time, Li Chengfeng's personal terminal lit up. A call from a sentry at the gate of the FBI Academy. Agent Li, an old Chevrolet, came to the FBI Academy. They said they were notified by the FBI to pick up Teddy. Yes, I asked someone to notify them. Let him go after the inspection. Tell him I'm waiting in the reception room. Receive. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the call. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man who looked good but inexplicably cowardly appeared outside the reception room. As soon as he saw Teddy, he excitedly reached out to push the door open and wanted to come in. Then he tried to push but failed and his face hit the glass. Li Chengfeng knew that he shouldn't have too many fantasies about the characters in comedy movies. I could only walk up and open the door while the middle-aged man outside was rubbing his nose and crying in pain. This door can only be opened by pulling it outwards. Dude, there's no sign. How am I supposed to know to pull it open? That's quite true. But even if a normal person makes a mistake in opening the door, it wouldn't be so bad that he almost breaks his nose. You are John. Yes, it's me. The cowardly middle-aged man shook hands with Li Chengfeng somewhat awkwardly. I'm really sorry. This guy's mind has not been very clear, and I'm sorry to cause you trouble. If there is nothing else, I will take him away. Well, it's nothing serious, but since he entered the FBI's non-public facilities without permission, we need to implant an electronic chip in him so that we can track his movements. What? Isn't this just an electronic shackle? Is it such a big sin to want to secretly take some photos of a super ability chick? You don't have to wear it. Li Chengfeng nodded. But in return, I will inform the entire FBI Academy of all your information. What the super ability chick you mentioned will do to you will be none of my business. To a certain extent, our FBI does not need to abide by American laws. Ahem, agently, I was wrong. Teddy was so frightened by Li Chengfeng's words that his fur stood on end. Okay, put those damn electronic shackles on me. Li Chengfeng waved his hand, and the clerical agent who was on standby outside immediately came in with a collar. Don't worry, our electronic chips won't look like shackles. Look at this style. Doesn't it suit your teddy bear's characteristics? Teddy took the collar and put it around his short, thick neck resignedly. Although his behavior was honest, he couldn't help but complain. F***K. I look like some old pervert with a weird fetish stole a stuffed animal from a neighbor's little girl's bedroom. After seeing off Teddy and John, Li Chengfeng left the FBI Academy. Subsequent surveillance work was directly handed over to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It's not like he needs to take care of such a small matter in person, right? What he was more interested in was where this power came from. Or for what? There's an unknown force that can create life lurking in an unknown corner. Li Chengfeng always felt uneasy when sleeping and needed someone to hug him. Then he opened the portal and came to Los Angeles. Why do you want to come to this place? Because King Ada gave him the room card. It's not the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. It's the one in Los Angeles. Checking into a hotel room has such an FBI agent vibe, highlighting an unexpected aspect. But it was still early, so Li Chengfeng decided to sit at LUX. So the landing point is in a small alley next to LUX. After walking around to the front, he pushed the door open and entered. At the moment, the entire bar was empty, with only Maisie standing at the bar, wiping the wine glasses boredly. Hey, isn't this my favorite devil, Ms. Maiskin? Li Chengfeng sat down at the bar and tapped the table. Give me a glass of Tennessee whiskey, paired with the evil flames of hell. I'm sorry, dear human. Our bar is only open to demons and sinners from hell. Maisie rolled his eyes. If you really want to drink, pour it yourself. With the kind of service you guys provide, you'll end up with nothing left. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, took out an ice ball from the ice bucket, and put it into the cup. Then he took a freshly opened bottle of Tennessee whiskey from the table and poured a full glass. It's a loss, but we don't rely on this bar to survive anyway. Maisie shrugged and then moved back a bit. As a result, a blonde and blue-eyed young man came out from under the bar table. Thank you for your service, new guy. Maisie winked, wiped the corner of the young man's mouth, then patted his face and let him leave. Fresh, active, and not clingy. Maisie also picked up the cup and poured himself a glass of vodka. You humans still have some good points. At least in this aspect, you are much better than most demons. 6. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Next time, could you tell me earlier? Suddenly someone popped out from underneath me, and I thought you had given birth. Li Chengfeng was not disgusted by my Zijian's behavior. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just their nature. The devil lives true to his own desires. No soul, just enjoy life in the moment. This is what all demons have in common, including this guy Lucifer. Although he is a fallen angel, he has been with the devil for a long time and has been infected with this habit to some extent. Okay, why did FBI agent Li Chengfeng suddenly come to our bar? People like you don't know how to act without seeing the rabbit. Is it possible that I am just on vacation and come here to have a drink? Li Chengfeng picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then asked, by the way, where is that guy Lucifer? Look, he said he had no purpose. Maiskin pointed at the door. After all, he is now a consultant for your FBI. Lucifer has been working on a case with Chloe since yesterday and has not returned. The branch is busier than me in the headquarters. Li Chengfeng sighed. It seems that grassroots work is not easy. Are you the retired senior official who got out from there? Maiskin complained. From a demon's perspective, a strong man like Li Chengfeng could be so approachable. It's also a magical thing. The two chatted for 2 glasses of wine when the door was suddenly pushed open. Li Chengfeng turned around. He thought it was Lucifer who came back, but unexpectedly it was a group of passers-by, coming in one after another. There are all kinds of people. There are homeless people on the roadside. There are office workers in suits. There are special staff who use low-quality makeup. A total of 50 or 60 people came in. The only thing they have in common is, at first glance, he doesn't look like a normal living person. After all, no living person can look at his half-rotten hand with an expressionless face and then put the maggots that crawled out of it into his mouth. The last person was holding a baby in his arms. A baby covered in holy light, with a pair of small wings vaguely visible behind him. Li Chengfeng looked at Mai Zijin, only to find that she looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Are these weirdos your acquaintances? Weird and familiar? Certainly no problem. Human? Definitely not. Maiskin rummaged out from the bar, holding 2 clawed daggers made of demonic metal in his hands. You bunch of scum. Instead of staying in hell, you actually possessed the bodies of the dead and came to the human world? Do you think I can't control you? Or that Lucifer can't control you? We definitely accept the rule of our Lord Lucifer, but now Lucifer has long lost interest in ruling hell. The person holding the baby took a step forward. We will make this angel's son the new Lord of Hell, and let hell once again become a paradise where we can do whatever we want. Maiskin frowned. The throne of hell is vacant, and the demons can indeed place a new king on the throne and gain authority. But you shouldn't kidnap Aminadiel and Linda's children. Maiskin rushed forward without hesitation. They are one of my few friends. Although it was the first time for these demons from hell to possess a human body and their movements were uncoordinated, their power was indeed real. Although Maizi is almost at the top of the demons, these dozens of demons are all high-level demons. So Wheat soon fell into a tough battle. Li, help! Maizi's 2 fists were no match for hundreds of hands. He was punched away by a demon and slid to the side of Li Chengfeng. I beg you, my friend. Look, I'll let you go ahead with your head. Li Chengfeng finished his last sip of wine. You asked me for help right from the start. How could I not help? After that, 3 lights came on. The combat effectiveness of this group of high-level demons is not bad. It is not so easy to deal with them if only one kind of lantern ring is used. The most important thing is that the child is still in someone else's hands. That was the first child of angel and human. If those demons really used him to steal the throne of hell, the human world would definitely suffer. Let's make the gates of hell open indefinitely, or something like that. The common people are doomed. So still, what's holding me back is soy milk noodles. Maiskin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the 3-colored giant that suddenly materialized. This fighting power, is it really just a human with the status of an old god? The high-level demons were like bugs in front of the giants and were killed with 1 blow. Even the remaining body was burned to ashes by the red blood flames, leaving no ashes. Maisjin also seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and performed a demon instant kill on the high-level demon who was holding the baby hostage. Then he successfully snatched the baby back, held it in his arms, and coaxed it softly. Such a gentle expression, but it appeared on the face of the female demon who was in charge of the punishment and torture in hell. It was in stark contrast to the corpse behind him that had been cut into a bloody gourd. So, these high-level demons who are as good as Wu Lao next door are so eager to seize power. The biggest characteristic of demons is that they are loyal to their own desires and never go against them. Facing Li Chengfeng's question, Mai Zijin answered all the questions he knew. But because he was holding the baby, his tone was more gentle than ever before. So it's not that they are impatient. It's just their nature. But you've already become different from them, haven't you? Li Chengfeng shook his head and laughed. You still say you don't have a soul, but you don't realize that you've already begun to escape the realm of demons. Before Maiskin could retort, the door opened again. Lucifer, with his tie and shirt a little messy, walked in behind Chloe. Li, you're here. Lucifer panted as he came to the bar and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He drank it in 1 gulp and then turned back. I was away for just a short while, and you guys had a child. Lucifer, if you keep talking nonsense like that, I'm going to beat you up. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Chloe was right beside him now. As we all know, Lucifer was just a mortal when he was with Chloe. Maizi is a good friend, but his hunting range is too wide. I can't accept it. Thank you for the compliment. Maiskin held the baby in his arms and saluted slightly, then walked forward and put the baby into Lucifer's arms. Here you go, hold on tight. Wow, 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 wow. Why do you want to bring a human cub? Wait, why does he have a pair of angel wings? Lucifer complained as he hurriedly picked up the baby. Is this Amenadiel and Linda's child? Yes, this is your nephew, little Charlie. Mazekin said, and flicked little Charlie's rice grains again. Hey Charlie, meet your B******************* D Uncle Lucifer. Angels and humans actually gave birth to children. Lucifer didn't even care that Maisie called him A.B**************************. Dad, this is crazy. Is Linda a descendant of some other god race? Is it possible that you angels can have children with humans? Then why didn't anyone get caught after all the sleep I've been getting? How much sleep did you get? There are probably less than 1,000 who have come to the human world in recent years. Lucifer shrugged. If we only count biological females. Li Chengfeng didn't say anything, but Chloe patted Lucifer's shoulder sympathetically. It happens so frequently, and no one gets infected without taking any measures. You should go get a physical checkup, Lucifer. Chloe didn't take their words seriously at all. Instead, she thought that Lucifer had something to hide. This made Lucifer so angry that he almost couldn't hold little Charlie tightly. He wanted to just take off his pants to prove himself. Be careful. Don't let your nephew fall. Are you underestimating Angel? Lucifer said with disdain. Even if this cub is abandoned in the Amazon jungle, he can survive well. Believe me, if you really send your nephew to the primitive jungle, you should consider whether you'll be spanked by your brother. Li Chengfeng poked little Charlie's chubby face and teased. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard the violent voices of Amenadiel and Linda coming from outside the door. You damn demons! Hand over my son. Yes, that's right. Give my son back to me. The door of LUX bar was kicked open. The force was so great that it even kicked off one side of the double doors. The rage of the great angel who controls rage and justice has reached its peak. But when he saw the scene in the bar, his anger suddenly stopped, neither rising nor falling, and he felt very uncomfortable. Lucifer, is that baby Charlie you're holding? Yes, this little B**************** D with white wings looks exactly like his father. Lucifer quickly handed little Charlie to Linda. Lucifer, I really don't know how to thank you. Oh, Linda, we don't have a relationship that requires you to thank me for something like this. Charlie is my nephew, so this is a family matter. Lucifer said, pointing at Li Chengfeng. Besides, even if you want to say thank you, you have to say it to Li Chengfeng. If it weren't for him, I would never have had the chance to save little Charlie. Mazekin also said. Hearing this, Linda once again stuffed Charlie into Lucifer's arms, making him flustered. Then he immediately came to Li Chengfeng and held Li Chengfeng's hand. Thank you so much, Li. Linda thanked him constantly, although I don't know how you did it. Li Chengfeng looked at Linda, and then at Amenadiel, whose face was filled with guilt after his anger had subsided. I'm Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the FBI. You can ask Agent Chloe to testify for me about the authenticity of my identity. Saving civilians is my duty. Li Chengfeng smiled warmly, and the unique affinity of the Republic people made him seem more approachable. I heard that you are an extremely good psychologist, good enough to provide psychological treatment for demons and angels. Linda was stunned by Li Chengfeng's words and subconsciously looked at Lucifer and Amenadiel. When Linda saw Lucifer nodded, she understood. The Li Chengfeng in front of him, even if he is not a man of God, is a supernatural being. Actually, I'm not that good, but your work experience is so impressive, so I sincerely invite you to join the FBI Academy and become a specially appointed psychological counselor. Li Chengfeng's eyes revealed sincerity. Don't worry about the salary. It is definitely beyond your imagination. And most importantly, in addition to public holidays, there are 3 full spring, summer, and winter holidays, which are synchronized with the students. Linda, I can testify that it was Agent Li who reviewed my admission to the FBI. Chloe spoke up in time, raising Li Chengfeng's credibility to the highest point. Based on Linda's understanding of Chloe, she is so righteous that she would sacrifice her own relatives for the sake of justice. Since she has testified, her testimony is the most credible. Right after she gave birth, She was overwhelmed by her original schedule as a psychologist. Not to mention Aminadiel, expecting a big angel to take care of a child. Salary is not what she cares about most. After all, as a top figure in the industry, she has accumulated a substantial fortune over the years. But with all 3 holidays in place, this time is really plenty. So without thinking for a few seconds, Linda decisively accepted the invitation. Seeing that Linda had taken the bait, Li Chengfeng looked at Aminadiel. Mr. Aminadiel, as a great angel, you don't have a proper job, right? It just so happens that the FBI Academy department is short of a director. Would you like to consider it? The salary is the same as above. It would be more convenient for the 2 of you to work together and take care of the children, right? Aminadiel was stunned, but he glanced at Linda and nodded immediately. I definitely do. Li Chengfeng looked sincere, but he was smiling slyly in his heart. Using the positions of 2 FBI academies, he not only rescued the FBI Academy students from Harley Quinn's clutches, he also directly got a big angel who can control time. Translate. What does it mean to catch rabbits while raking grass? Soon, Li Chengfeng's proposal was implemented. For him, this kind of thing is just a matter of vending the white duck eggs. This way, we will be colleagues from now on. Li Chengfeng shook hands with Linda and then shook hands with Aminadiel. But when Li Chengfeng touched Aminadiel's hand, Aminadiel shook violently as if he was electrocuted. Then he looked at Li Chengfeng in disbelief. Li, why is there such a strong aura on your body? Smell? What smell? Lucifer suddenly became alert. Aminadiel's expression now was even more serious than when he came to find the child just now. Why can't I feel anything from Li? Explain it clearly. Aminadiel glanced at his noisy brother, calmed himself down, and said seriously, There's a strong aura of God's creation in Li's body. Moreover, it is a creation that possesses billions of God's true spirit. At least he is like a living saint. Lucifer's face changed drastically when he heard this. He immediately held Li Chengfeng's hand, but found that he felt nothing. Aminadiel knew his brother too well. He shook his head and said, Don't waste your energy, Lucifer. You still hold the authority of hell, and this authority has obscured your perception of the power of God. But to me, the smell of God's creation is too obvious. Aminadiel thought for a long time before finding a suitable description. It's as obvious as a skunk farting on Li. Li Chengfeng twitched the corner of his mouth. Aminadiel, since you have a low level of education, don't try to explain it to me, although it does sound very intuitive. So, Li, have you come into contact with anything strange recently? Aminadiel reminded, This creation given life by God may not be originally alive. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he slapped his forehead. TNND. It's Teddy, that evil B*******************. D. There really is such a thing. It's a teddy bear doll. It's still made of cotton and cloth, but it has life. It's good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. It can even fly leaves. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Lucifer at the same time as Aminadiel. Lucifer was once a great angel and is now the king of hell. Isn't it true that Lucifer is proficient in eating, drinking, gambling, whoring, and smoking? Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem so outrageous. I can be sure that it is the teddy bear doll you mentioned. My father always liked to do this, giving new life to inanimate things. For example, the most classic one was to take Adam's rib, give it life, and let her become Eve. And this teddy bear is definitely not a coincidence that my father got on a whim, otherwise he wouldn't have 1/1000th of my father's true spirit. Aminadiel said firmly. When Li Chengfeng thought of this, he suddenly began to doubt the purpose of Teddy's grandson entering the FBI Academy. Was it really just a coincidence that he was brought into the FBI Academy by a delivery truck? Aminadiel, I have put a location on that grandson. Can you come with me to check the situation? I'm sorry, Li. I can't and don't want to interfere with my father's decision. Aminadiel shook his head. And I have to go back with Linda to pack up before heading to Washington, right? Li Chengfeng nodded. there was nothing wrong with that. Compared to him, people definitely trust their own father more. But there is someone at the scene who is not getting along with his own father. Lee, I'll go with you. I have to see what my father is up to. Lucifer said, dragging Li Chengfeng's hand. I can't wait to uncover the true face of this old man. Chloe frowned, but she knew Lucifer's feelings toward his father, so she did not dissuade him. She just said to Li Chengfeng, Sir, let me go with you. I will be responsible for keeping an eye on Lucifer and prevent him from doing anything out of line. Li Chengfeng nodded and opened the portal to the FBI Academy. Chloe's expression cracked instantly. What's wrong, Agent? Are you so shocked by this little trick that you don't know what to say? Lucifer took Chloe's hand and walked directly through the portal. Li Chengfeng also stepped over. In a moment, the portal disappeared into the void. Kansas. After John picked up Teddy, he drove straight onto the highway. He rushed as fast as he could to the farm left to him by his grandparents in their hometown. The farm is located in the town of Smallville. John's 1976 Chevrolet showed a terrifying performance that was completely different from its appearance, outpacing an F1 car without making any mistakes. John even took his hands off the steering wheel from time to time and snatched chicken nuggets from Teddy. But the car still maintained this speed, moving at lightning speed. Maintaining this speed, the old Chevrolet rushed into John's old farm in one breath and went straight into the huge amounts of barn. Except for a ray of sunlight at the door, the interior of the barn was almost completely dark. John and Teddy got out of the car and shouted into the darkness. Guys, we did it! As soon as the words fell, several pairs of bright mechanical eyes lit up in the darkness. Several huge amounts of shape-shifting King Kongs just walked out. The old Chevrolet that was carrying them also began to change instantly, turning into a slightly smaller, shape-shifting King Kong. If Li Chengfeng was at the scene, he would definitely not be able to help but shout. TMD Bumblebee, Ratchet, Inspector Drift Crosshair. How's Optimus Prime doing? Ratchet shook his head, his steel eyebrows wrinkled in a humane way. The condition is very bad. This time, Galvatron cooperated with the American military. This pursuit even injured Optimus Prime's spark source. Upon hearing this, all the shape-shifting King Kongs showed sad expressions. So, didn't Teddy and I go to help you find a solution? John tried his best to comfort the Autobots whose morale had hit rock bottom. You said that if you want to repair Optimus Prime's spark source, you either need to integrate it with another spark source, or use an energy source with equally huge energy to repair it. After saying that, John extended his hand to Teddy. Teddy's funny eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. Hey, dude, why are you in such a hurry? Do you know how painful it is to put this thing into my body? F***K. I really look like a little B****ch who would stuff herself with anything from money or leaves. Teddy's complaints are still full of 18x content, but the action was not ambiguous at all. He reached out to his empty crotch. After some exploration, a cylindrical object was taken out from the cotton. The scientific name of this thing is Palladium Arc Reactor, and its owner is familiar to everyone. Tony Stark. Just this little thing? Are you sure you can save Optimus Prime? Where did you come from, you old-fashioned people? Teddy looked at the person who asked this question and complained mercilessly, Is your mind full of that's good, big is beautiful, big is awesome? Wake up. The author is already in the 21st century. It's not World War II. All the shape-shifting Kongs present were a little embarrassed. It seemed that this was really the aesthetic in Cybertron. After all, even a shape-shifting King Kong, originally, in a sense, the size also represents absolute power. For example, everyone here is far from Optimus Prime in size, and your fighting power is not as good as Optimus Prime or Galvatron, including Bumblebee. Although it has great combat ability, its absolute strength is indeed not very high. Although, shape-shifting Kongs do define the basic ability based on file size. John bent down and whispered in Teddy's ear, just like no matter what the technology is, we both prefer the one that looks bigger at first glance, right? It's really obscene for you to whisper this in my ear. Teddy rolled his eyes. Although I have to admit that you are right. In fact, Teddy also understands the doubts of the shape-shifting King Kongs. But what made him unhappy was that he had obtained the Palladium arc reactor at the risk of his life. When Optimus Prime needed an item with huge energy to treat his wounds, the first thing he thought of was to steal electricity from the local power plant. But unexpectedly, electricity cannot be used as energy to heal Optimus Prime. Just when he was at a loss of what to do, Teddy got a piece of news from the black market. Tony Stark believed that the palladium element in the arc reactor was fatally toxic to the human body and finally chose to replace the old arc reactor. Because he has successfully invented the Tesseract isotope through the design drawings of his father, Howard Stark. This ultimate clean energy is indeed incomparable to radioactive substances such as palladium. But Teddy saw this as an opportunity. Although palladium is radioactive and harmful to the human body. But what about shape-shifting King Kong? That's bullshit. When have silicon-based creatures ever been afraid of a little bird feather radiation? Since the side effects can be ignored, the palladium arc reactor is definitely the best solution at the moment. A thing that can provide energy to a mecha superhero should not have any problem repairing Optimus Prime's fire source, right? So after he told John this idea, he started to think about the palladium arc reactor. At first, the two of them planned to go directly to Stark Industries to see if it was possible to steal it successfully. But later they found out that the two of them couldn't even get into the elevator, let alone steal the palladium arc reactor. When they were at a loss, they heard a man named Happy talking on the phone to the FBI Academy in a cafe near Stark Industries. The content is about sending Iron Man's original palladium arc reactor to the FBI Academy for collection and internal exhibition. Only at this point did Teddy and John set their goal. FBI Academy. The two of them easily sneaked into the fruit and vegetable base that supplied supplies to the FBI Academy. But the combination of one man and one teddy bear was too conspicuous, so it was finally decided that Teddy would go to the FBI Academy to carry out the mission, and John is responsible for the response. So Teddy successfully infiltrated the FBI Academy. Although it is an understatement, it generally relies on the blind spots guarded by the FBI Academy. After all, there was a teddy bear on the side of the road. At most, people would think that someone had lost something, but they would not think that he was here to steal the arc reactor. After a lot of effort, Teddy finally entered the internal exhibition area, which was not officially open yet. The internal exhibition area is filled with surveillance equipment. They are all the most advanced ones, and once life reactions are detected, they will immediately issue a warning to all X-Men. But there is no life reaction in Teddy. He is a teddy bear made of cloth and cotton. So the most difficult part became taking a walk. Walk in, stuff the palladium arc reactor into your stomach from below, and then walk out. Unfortunately, when he wanted to return to the vegetable and fruit-based truck, he was discovered by Wolverine and blocked in the warehouse. So Teddy came up with an idea and lit up the half-smoked leaves on the road. Next, there is the scene where Wolverine and Li Chengfeng catch Teddy in the warehouse of the FBI Academy. In fact, Teddy Bear was almost scared to death by Wolverine and Li Chengfeng. But in the end, thanks to Teddy's originality, he was rescued by John without any danger. Then, he ran all the way back to John's grandparents' farm. F***KU, you are a bunch of silicon-based creatures from the universe, and you all rely on me, a teddy bear, to save you. Even if you have to suffer so much for me, you have to try it, Teddy said, throwing the palladium arc reactor into the ambulance's hands. Fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No, can't you just reach out and take it? Do you expect me, a teddy bear, to throw this thing directly into the hands of a 6 or 7 meter long silicon-based creature? We didn't expect you to just throw it to me. The usually serious ambulance almost died in shock. I just want to ask, is it possible for me to bend down and take it directly? Damn, it's true. Teddy shook his teddy bear head. It seems that I flew too much today. I'm a little confused. Ratchet didn't say anything else. He picked up the palladium arc reactor and turned to walk deeper into the barn. In the darkness, the Autobot leader Optimus Prime just lay there with his eyes closed. Can we really survive this? Ratchet sighed. Their situation is really bad now. Not only were they being hunted by the Decepticons, but the American government, which had previously been secretly cooperating with them, also began to become dissatisfied with cooperation. What they seek is to capture, control, and transform the Autobots and Decepticons into their war machines. What the hell? The barn has such a loud echo. If you fart in there, I can hear it as a nuclear bomb explosion. Wait, can you shape-shifting King Kong fart? Teddy said, waving at Bumblebee. Xiaofeng, come here and help me destroy this thing. After all, you don't want to expose your whereabouts to the FBI, right? Who knows if they are in cahoots with the American government? As he said that, he handed over the collar with a chip on its neck. Bumblebee was not ambiguous and directly connected to the built-in chip, causing it to overload and become scrapped. Just as everyone began to wait and see whether the treatment would be successful, a sound suddenly came from outside the barn. John? Teddy? Are you guys back? The sudden middle-aged female voice coming from outside the barn startled all the shape-shifting King Kongs. It was busy shape-shifting and became the shape of a car. John held his chest, took a few deep breaths, and walked towards the barn door with Teddy. The two of them looked out and saw a middle-aged couple in their 50s standing outside the door. It is indeed you two, but Jonathan was worried that someone might have sneaked into your barn while you were away, so he came with me to check. After the woman finished speaking, she patted her husband's arm in annoyance. After all, John is the only child of the Eagle family. We neighbors definitely have to take care of him. Jonathan patted John on the shoulder. We country folk are different from those in big cities. Our neighbors are family members in another sense. Thanks so much, Jonathan Martha. John smiled and nodded to the couple. When I was not at home, thanks to you for helping me take care of the farm. It's just something that happens naturally. Jonathan put his arm around John's shoulders in a familiar manner, just like how well you and Teddy managed the farm when it was here. Hey, Jonathan, it's fine if you insult John, but how can you insult me? Teddy jumped up in anger. With my short arms and legs, how can I operate a combine harvester? Ha ha, who could be blamed for this? Jonathan raised his hand to catch Teddy, who jumped up and gave him a big hug. Who made you only this big from childhood to now? Do you think you're talking like a human? I'm a teddy bear made of cloth and cotton. You didn't seem to be vague when you were eating and flying leaves. Jonathan let go of the brothers John and Teddy, and a round of greetings followed. But from now on, you and Martha don't have to worry about any unknown people coming to our side. John shrugged and gave a wretched smile. Teddy and I decided to move back. The city is really not suitable for us. Yeah, it's hard to fly smoke in the city. There are always hooligans trying to sell me stronger stuff. Damn, I just want to smoke, forget about drugs. Teddy followed suit. Jonathan and Martha looked at each other in surprise. Are you telling the truth? That's true. We have already given up the rented house. John spread his hands. Man, what can I say? It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The more sentimental Masa even had tears in her eyes. In her eyes, John and Teddy were no different from her own children. After all, John's parents had disappeared since he was young. John's grandparents also passed away early. It could be said that he has no relatives. Even before his death, he could only entrust his 4-year-old grandson to his neighbors. John actually grew up on the Kent family farm before he left Smallville for college. Okay, this is a good thing. What's the big deal about you crying in front of the child? Jonathan comforted Martha and continued to say to John, now that you are back, don't forget to come over for dinner tomorrow night. Clark is going to bring his girlfriend back. Clark found a girlfriend? Yes, I heard he's a colleague from the Daily Planet. Okay, I'll take Teddy there tomorrow. Jonathan patted John and Teddy on the shoulders and smiled with relief. Then he left with his wife. John and Teddy watched the old couple walk away, then wiped their cold sweat and sink. Luckily, we kept the barn door closed. Teddy pointed to the barn. If Martha found these guys, she would have had a heart attack. Okay, go in and tell them that the alarm is over. What about you? Nonsense. We are definitely going to buy some gifts. John walked out of the farm with his hands in his pockets. Clark is also our best friend. It's the first time he brings his girlfriend home. We definitely can't go home empty-handed or embarrass him. Wait a minute, Bumblebee. This is Smallville, not New York or Washington. How long will it take to walk there? FBI Academy Communications Division. Li Chengfeng walked straight in with Lucifer and Chloe. This was originally the weakest link in the entire FBI Academy, but after absorbing the backbone of the Rising Tide organization and conducting a social recruitment of high-end communications talents, it has become an important link in the American General Intelligence chain. When a responsible agent of the communications department saw Li Chengfeng bringing people in, he immediately stepped forward. "Sir, FBI Agent 4 Felicity Smoke, codenamed Watcher, sends you greetings." Felicity? As I recall, you were recruited into the FBI through social recruitment, right? Yes, I was originally the director of the cybersecurity department of Quinn Group. Li Chengfeng nodded. Half of the FBI's public recruitment positions are open to major foreign contractors. After all, the probability of these large companies producing talents is much higher than that of idle people in society. For example, Felicity in front of us. He became a responsible agent of the communications department based on his real talents. For example, in a hacker duel, he defeated Sky. But then again, you and Ollie, as I recall, are boyfriend and girlfriend, right? That's right. Felicity nodded. But I can promise that our relationship will never affect our work. I'm not talking about that. I just want to say that if you plan to get married, don't forget to file a report together. Our American General Administration provides 1 month of paid marriage leave. Li Chengfeng joked with the two of them and then got down to business. Not long ago, I asked the communications department to put a chip collar on that teddy bear. You should know about this. Definitely. That's what I wanted to report to you. Felicity looked embarrassed, then said, the tracking chip on the teddy bear was overloaded and destroyed. Huh, this bear is so brave. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. My goodness, has this guy really never been hit by the iron fist of law enforcement? At this time, Lucifer, who was always very relaxed, had already brought out 2 cups of coffee from the communications department's lounge. He knew that Chloe would definitely refuse at this time, so he handed the other cup directly to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng did not doubt it and took a sip. But at this time, Felicity said, but all the information sent back before the overload showed that their last appearance was in Kansas, in a small town called Smallville. Puff. Ahem. What the hell? Where did this broken bear appear at the end? The moment Li Chengfeng heard the name of the town, he spat out a mouthful of coffee. Li, I really want to stab you twice with my father's sword of judgment. Lucifer wiped the coffee off his face and said so. The next day, the small town of Smallville. Outside Kent Farm, John adjusted his collar, temporarily discarding the cowardly demeanor he had acquired over the years trying to make a living in the city. Then he and Teddy walked into the farm. This side of Kent's farm is not as spacious as his farm, and even looks a little messy. All kinds of agricultural machinery are parked everywhere. This is the biggest difference between operating a business and tanking. Honestly, can the two of us really run a farm? Teddy followed John and said with some annoyance, one of us is a mechanic and the other is a lazy street kid. No matter how you look at it, we are not professionally compatible, right? What can we do? We can go back to places like Washington and New York anyway. John shrugged. You're even more unlucky. If the FBI finds you, they'll even arrest you and put you in jail. Just go into the cell if you want to. From childhood to adulthood, I've been in the cell more times than you've wet the bed. And then you were nominally sent to a cell, but in fact you were transported to a scientific research base by the American government. John suddenly lowered his voice, and then they slice you up for research, or slice you up to see if you tasted salty or not. When they found out you were a bear classmate with nothing but cotton, they got so angry that they threw you into a waste crusher. The way Teddy looked at John changed from questioning at the beginning to, you seem to have something seriously wrong with your brain. I missed watching a few B-grade movies related to Frankenstein, so I thought of using the crappy plot of this thing to scare me. Tisk, why are you not easy to deceive now? Because I just wanted to coax you, a giant baby. Teddy rolled his eyes. My maturity is beyond your imagination. Beyond imagination means you have to sleep with me when there's thunder, and you need to sing. I suggest you have some shame, Teddy said, expressing his utter contempt for John's casual way of completely removing himself from the conversation. I'm also afraid of thunder and need to sing to boost my courage. Stop. It would be impolite to continue this topic. John's mouth twitched, interrupting Teddy's oncoming barrage of profanity. It's not that he's afraid. It was Jonathan Kent, his nominal neighbor and de facto adoptive father. At this moment, he walked out of a warehouse on Kent Farm. "John, you're here." Jonathan walked up to him and patted his shoulders twice. "Not bad. You're much better than the skinny little guy when you were little. After all, I'm a mechanic who's about to enter middle age. I can't still be as skinny as a high school kid, right?" "Huh, you're doing mechanical repair now." Jonathan immediately became interested when he heard it. "Come on, our small tractor just broke down. I just took great pains to get it back to the warehouse." John was stunned, then nodded. Compared to the alienation and courtesy in the big city, John prefers people like his adoptive father who are both straightforward and never shy. "Okay, Teddy and I will go over and take a look now." John pushed Teddy, who was about to sneak away. "Is the tractor still in the same place?" "Yes, it is still in the warehouse on the far west side. All the auto repair tools are also in the storage cabinet in that warehouse. Let me make it clear first. I'm not doing this for nothing. I want to eat 2 servings of the honey-roasted potatoes that Martha made tonight." "Ha ha. No problem. I'll make 10 servings for you and Teddy." F***K. Jonathan, why did you just assume that I was going to repair the tractor with John? Teddy slapped John's hand that was grabbing his hand. "What should I, a teddy bear who knows nothing, do? Cheer for John. He's not going to date a Jewish chick and win glory for his country. So you want to help Martha in the kitchen?" Jonathan looked at Teddy and asked with a smile. Teddy opened his mouth, but didn't dare to continue. Yes, how could he forget that Martha, besides making honey-baked potatoes, would make the kitchen explode? Ahem, I made a mistake on the last page. Let me start over. Teddy cleared his throat and read word by word. Jonathan, I really love repairing tractors. Thank you for saving my life. Jonathan looked at the funny Teddy and showed a helpless expression. In his family concept, he has 3 sons. One is a visitor from outer space, who is omnipotent in heaven and earth, but acts evilly in a righteous way. One is a mechanic with a somewhat cowardly personality, but he actually has a strong bottom line in his heart that no one can shake. The last son is special. He is a toy teddy bear who has no moral integrity, speaks foul language, and is vicious, but he always remains kind in his heart. Parents generally favor the youngest child more. Okay, Teddy, since you don't want to go, let John do it alone. Jonathan shrugged. I need you to help me get Martha out of the kitchen and don't let her go back. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat anything other than honey-baked potatoes tonight. Teddy's mouth twitched when he heard this. Well, can I choose to refuse? Jonathan didn't say much. He picked up Teddy by the scruff of the neck, as if he were a kitten. Okay, John, get busy. I also need to go to the kitchen and make dinner. After saying that, he walked towards the house. John held back his laughter and waved at Teddy, but saw Teddy's fingerless little bare hand gesture at him. Others may not know what it means, but John understood that Teddy's gesture was the same as the internationally accepted courtesy gesture for humans. Middle finger. But after laughing, John didn't stop and went straight to the warehouse on the west side. Arriving at the warehouse door, John was suddenly lost in some memories. This was once the secret base for him, Teddy, and Clark. It was also here that John and Teddy first discovered Clark's difference. To be precise, they were the first 2 people in the world to discover the Kryptonian physique. At that time, Teddy, the idiot, used a wooden stick to make 2 pedals to drive the tractor. However, he did not step firmly and the tractor overturned. It came straight at John. At that moment, John even forgot to run away. Instead, I thought of, Teddy is such a jerk. If he could survive, he would definitely hang him on the barn door in the sun for a full 180 days. But the expected pain did not come as expected. Clark stepped forward subconsciously to protect John. The child, who was less than 1.2 meters tall, caught the 1.5-ton tractor. To this day, John can't forget that afternoon. That was the moment when the God on Earth was truly born. Repairing an old tractor was too easy for an experienced mechanic like John. But he couldn't let go of this kind of work that seemed to be communicating and integrating with a machine. He even found a broken-down red and blue pickup truck with Teddy in the suburbs. When they couldn't find the driver, they wanted to see what was wrong with the car. As a result, he stretched out his hand and pounded out a seriously injured Optimus Prime. Then, he and Teddy were surrounded by the Autobots. John got excited and took them back to the barn on his farm. To be honest, he felt that he was somewhat influenced by his adopted brother Clark. This kind of nosy attitude has always been Clark's character, not his. Done. John wiped the sweat off his forehead, got on the tractor, and started it. Kala, kala. Perfect. John was very happy to see the tractor recover power from a complete breakdown, even though it was just a simple repair. He is a typical example of someone who loves what he does. He put the wrench back into the storage cabinet, covered the tractor with a moisture-proof sheet, stretched himself, and walked out of the warehouse door. Although he was only busy here for a short while, it was already evening when he and Teddy arrived. It is normal for the red sun to rise in the sky and the bright moon to rise in a few minutes. It really got dark all of a sudden. There were only a few dim lights on the farm, and I could barely see the way home. John grew up on a farm in Kent, and is more familiar with it than his own farm. It's to the point where I can walk back with my eyes closed. I returned home with ease, opened the door, and passed through the entrance hall. Then I saw Martha and Teddy watching TV and laughing. Ha ha, this is really hilarious. Teddy pointed at Chris Rock on TV, who was confused but subconsciously smiling, and the whole bear almost laughed out loud. If I had known that Will Smith would throw this punch, I would have tried every possible way to sneak into the Oscars ceremony. Even if it meant being a mistress for those Hollywood pedophiles, I would have gritted my teeth and endured it. Hey, Teddy, watch your words. Martha poked Teddy's cotton head in an angry tone. Don't say such weird, dirty words at home. If anyone else spoke to Teddy like this teddy bear, who has mastered the art of talking, would definitely spit back some more vulgar and violent swear words. When facing Martha, Teddy is like an obedient baby. This is Teddy's code of survival. You can ***s off anyone, except your mom. And Martha also saw John walking into the living room. John, sit down and have a rest. Martha looked at her adopted son, who only came back a few times a year, and said with some distress, Jonathan is really something. How can he let his son work after returning home? Aren't his arms and legs still healthy? Martha, you know, I've loved these things since I was a kid. John shrugged. To me, this isn't work, it's entertainment. How come you've been in a big city for so many years and turned yourself into a lonely old man? As Martha spoke, her eyes began to turn red. Over the years, John has tended to only report good news and not bad news. But the adoptive mother could see through the disguise that he put on his lonely heart at a glance. But he didn't want to talk about his inner thoughts for the time being, so he changed the subject. By the way, where's Clark? Even if he drove all the way from Metropolis, he should be back by about time, right? By the way, speaking of Clark, Martha wiped her eyes. Clark just called and said he's coming soon, but in addition to his girlfriend, he also brought a few of their mutual friends back to stay for a few days. Then he pointed in the direction of the kitchen. So, Jonathan, go and cook a few more dishes. John was a little curious. Although Clark is approachable, this is the first time he has brought friends from other places back to the farm. But John never doubted Clark's ability to make friends. Although he has a good heart, as a Kryptonian with super hearing, no matter how restrained he is, his friend around him can hear everything clearly. If there really is someone who says one thing in front of you and another behind your back, Clark will definitely not continue to have a close relationship with him. John's only concern is, the tables and chairs at home don't seem to be enough. Martha, Teddy and I will go back and move some tables and chairs. Oh yes, what we have at home is indeed not enough. Let's go. John smiled and nodded, then called Teddy back to his own farm. While gossiping with Teddy about what happened at this year's Oscars, they lifted all the tables and chairs onto the old pickup truck on the farm and transported them directly to Kent Farm. Hey, what a coincidence. After Teddy jumped out of the car, he pointed to the west side of the house, where there were several valuable cars parked. It seems that Clark and his friends arrived just in the time it took us to move the tables and chairs. So the man and the bear first unloaded all the tables and chairs to the door, planning to move them in batches. But at this moment, the door opened from the inside. "Hey, John, Teddy, can you help me?" "Oh, why do we need help from the Boy Scouts? We each have 4 hands." Teddy rolled his eyes at Clark. "Nonsense, we definitely need help." Clark was not vague either. He smiled, picked up the table and several chairs on the table, and walked in first. John then wrapped the remaining chairs in a circle. "What, Teddy?" "The chair is not as heavy as it seems. As a guy without a cow, just provide some emotional value." As John passed the living room carrying the chair, he heard Clark's friends chatting animatedly with Martha. Men and women filled the living room. But John only had time to glance over and see one of the dark-haired men, who now had his back to him. "I seem to have heard his voice somewhere before, and I just heard it recently." But as soon as he started thinking, he was interrupted by Clark. "John, come on. Let me introduce you to my friends." John put the chair down and nodded. "Forget it. There's so many people with similar voices in the world. Maybe I have heard a similar voice on TV, which caused a sense of déjà vu." So following Clark, John also walked into the living room. As soon as he came in, he saw Teddy already sitting next to Martha and was winking at him desperately. John was confused for a moment. No matter how close he and Teddy were, he couldn't tell anything from the teddy bear's face. All John knew was this guy was getting extremely anxious. Knowing his brother, Teddy now needed to take a few bites of leaves to calm down. "Everyone, this is my adopted brother John." Clark introduced. "John, they are all my good friends." The man who had his back to him at first turned around and looked at John with a kind and gentle smile. John instantly knew why Teddy had that expression. Isn't this the FBI agent who caught Teddy, Lee Chengfeng? John took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He felt like he also needed to take a few bites of leaves to wake himself up. At first, Lee Chengfeng just wanted to have a good talk with John and the teddy bear. But after he obtained his last known location from the FBI Academy Communications Department, Lee Chengfeng was surprised, but finally accepted it calmly. He controls everything in the world, so how can he control where others live? Just when Lee Chengfeng was about to take Lucifer and Chloe directly to Smallville, Wolverine arrived. At the same time, a piece of news came. "Lee, the FBI Academy was robbed." I said there was something wrong with that teddy bear. He actually stole the palladium arc reactor that Tony Stark had replaced. Stop, what are you talking about?" Lee Chengfeng was stunned for a moment and quickly reached out to interrupt Wolverine. "First of all, when did Tony Stark put his palladium arc reactor in the FBI Academy?" "It was just a few days ago." The palladium reactor was toxic and difficult for the human body to resist. Stark created a new element based on the design drawings left by his father, and then used the new element to create a new functional device. Wolverine said, spreading his hands helplessly. The old palladium reactor was sent to the FBI Academy for a 7-day internal exhibition. Today is the last day, and then it will be sent to the sandbox for a thorough study. "Then how come you let a teddy bear steal it?" Lee Chengfeng's eyes went dark. "No, Wolverine, you've been a spy. How come you got robbed by a teddy bear?" What are you talking about? Wolverine seemed a little anxious after hearing what Lee Chengfeng said. The entire exhibition hall will be covered by thousands of life reaction detectors during non-exhibition hours. But who knows that teddy bear? It's obviously alive, but has no life reaction. Now, Lee Chengfeng has almost pieced together the cause and effect. It seems that the teddy bear was heading for the palladium reactor. That guy named John should also know about this and is here specifically to pick us up. No wonder John felt a little strange when he called to inform him. For example, a person suddenly received a phone call saying that his brother was detained by Interpol. The first reaction of this person must be to ask, "Brother, have you drunk it?" But the man named John rushed over without any hesitation. "Okay, Wolverine, let me handle this matter." Lee Chengfeng did not continue to bully Wolverine. "Go and explain this to Tony. Even though it is obsolete, it is their technology after all." "Okay, I'll go find my nephew now." Lee Chengfeng felt a little embarrassed when he heard this title. But there is nothing wrong with what they said. Wolverine used to hang out with Peggy Carter and was a member of the Howling Commandos. Howard Stark has been providing equipment and technical support to the Howling Commandos for many years. It's normal for two people to have a good relationship. Teacher Tony had no choice but to accept the word nephew. Okay, let's get ready to go. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, his private terminal rang. It's a video call from Harley Quinn. Li Chengfeng gestured, "Wait a moment," to Lucifer and Chloe, then walked to the corner before answering the call. Aloha pudding. Harley Quinn appeared on the screen with a beautiful smile that was flamboyant but a little crazy. Little crazy guy. How come you suddenly have time to video call me? I just need to inform my current guardian that I'm going to go out with my friends tonight. Go out and play. Go ahead, just don't beat anyone to death. Li Chengfeng agreed subconsciously, then immediately reacted. Wait, friends? What friends? Who else can I have as friends? Harley Quinn pouted, then tilted her head to reveal the loving couple next to her. Definitely my best friend and her younger boyfriend. Li Chengfeng saw the two people who were hugging each other just now let go of each other like catapults after being suddenly attacked by Harley Quinn. Pretending nothing happened, it's so funny. Even Li Chengfeng couldn't help but make some gossiping noises. Well, Clark Kent and Lois, when did you two get together? Pudding, you really don't know how to use words and sentences. How can you use the word do? Forgive me, little lunatic. I am from the Republic. Li Chengfeng shrugged. My English is not very good. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn sang the same tune, making Clark Kent and Lois blush. But unlike Clark, Louise was an older lady and a frontline reporter. She quickly suppressed her sudden shyness and greeted Li Chengfeng on the terminal screen. Agent Li Chengfeng, I've heard of your name for a long time. Miss Louise, theoretically, you shouldn't know my identity. Let me guess. Was it the little lunatic on your left who leaked the secret? Or was it the Boy Scout on your right who let it slip? Unfortunately, they both did. Lois shrugged. But I knew about you before they let it slip. I was there at the Parents' Day at the FBI Academy, and I saw you subdue Lex Luthor. Li Chengfeng thought about it carefully. At that time, it seemed as if Lois was really there, but it was a bit far away, so Li Chengfeng didn't go over to take a look. Definitely, the most important thing is that my father has mentioned you too many times in front of me. Seeing that Li Chengfeng was obviously thinking, Lois continued, he has always wanted to thank you in person because Lieutenant General Ross is a good friend of my father. I'm just helping out a little. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. But tell your father not to quarrel with Lieutenant General Ross in the future. He easily gets angry now. After a few seemingly casual, but actually official pleasant exchanges with Lois, Li Chengfeng finally brought the topic back to the beginning. Speaking of which, they're a couple together. Why are you joining in the fun? This is all Clark Kent's fault. Harley Quinn wrinkled her nose and continued. I was just meeting Lois, but Clark kept talking to us about how delicious his mother's honey-baked potatoes were. Am I the polite type? So, I told him that when you take Louise back to her hometown to meet her parents, you must bring me along. I must eat honey-baked potatoes today. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he asked, What? The big guy is going to take Lois back to Smallville? Isn't this a coincidence? So Li Chengfeng pretended to cough a few times, and then said to Clark Kent, Clark, thank you for your help. No, it's no trouble. Clark Kent smiled gently. Senior Harley has always been a good friend of the two of us. I believe my mother would welcome her as well. No trouble? That's good. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he smiled happily. After saying that, he opened a portal. Appear in front of Clark Kent with Lucifer and Chloe. Then we will not be polite. So, you brought 4 more people home? Jean pulled Clark to the entrance and said angrily, Brother, how many times have I told you that as a member of society, you must learn to say no? Well, I thought about refusing. Clark shrugged helplessly. But Li Chengfeng was so shameless. I was a little confused at the time. When I reacted, I was already in the car heading to Smallville. F***K. John covered his face with his hands. It seems that there is no way to avoid this disaster. Clark, something might happen between Teddy and I and this FBI agent tonight. John seemed to remember something, and his face suddenly became serious. You must never reveal your identity and ability in front of them. That's the FBI. They might even target you, Superman. This wasn't the first time John had said this to Clark. He just remembered that he had once cooperated with the American government. But now he's being hunted by the American government, the Decepticons, and KSI. He didn't want Clark to fall into this situation, but Clark told him, "It's okay, Lee. He already knows my identity." I don't deny that the FBI was once interested in Superman's identity, but Lee has always been against the FBI disturbing me. At least as a friend, Lee is very qualified. Definitely. It would be better if he wasn't so malicious. John looked at Clark in surprise, then looked at Lee Chengfeng in the living room. "What did you say?" "He already knows your identity. About a few months ago, when we first met, he called out my name and even my hometown. F***K. He woo." John wiped a cold sweat. Since Clark trusts Lee Chengfeng, it at least shows that the American General Administration and the government are not in the same boat. Otherwise, given the nature of the American government, would it allow Clark to be a little reporter in Metropolis? "Okay, John, don't be so nervous." Clark hugged his brother's shoulders. "This is just a family gathering with some unusual things." John wanted to laugh, but it looked uglier than crying. "Yes, it's something new. It's so G unique. Martha, your honey-baked potatoes are amazing." At the dinner table, Lee Chengfeng sat next to Martha and kept praising her. The high emotional intelligence dialogue unique to the people of the Republic really opened everyone's eyes. Jonathan hit it off with Lucifer, the outgoing guy, and was forced to drink several more glasses of wine. Now he was being helped by Clark to the bedroom, where he lay dead. "Louise, it turns out that according to legend, the people of the Republic have the ability to attack their elders. After seeing it today, it's true." Harley Quinn picked up a whole honey-baked potato with a fork and ate it like a child, then leaned over to whisper in Lois' ear. "What's wrong? Is this the first time you've seen this?" Lois's charming eyes revealed a hint of gossip. "Considering your relationship, shouldn't director Nick Fury have enjoyed this kind of treatment?" "Huh? Fury enjoys this kind of treatment? You must be kidding me." Harley perked up all of a sudden, not even gnawing at the potatoes. "Look at Lee Chengfeng's lousy mouth. I'm afraid Fury will be D off to death one day." Nick Fury now always has quick-acting heart pills imported from the Republic in his pocket. Hearing this, Lois did not respond, but gave an awkward yet polite smile. "You guys really know how to have fun. Others are joking, but you are playing with your lives, right?" As expected, FBI agents are not mentally normal. This dinner, which was enjoyed by both the host and the guests, ended with Lee Chengfeng's high emotional intelligence conversation and Teddy and John in a half-dead state. "Clark, I wanted you to stay at home," Martha said with an expression that said, "I understand you young people. But Jonathan is already so drunk that he would be uncomfortable if he is woken up, so you should stay at John's place." Without waiting for Clark to naively ask the question, "Why do you think we would quarrel?" Lee Chengfeng simply covered Clark's mouth, said goodbye to Martha with a smile, and then the group walked toward the Eagle farm next door. Lee Chengfeng observed the current personnel composition. Lucifer and Chloe, coming for God's creation Teddy, no problem. Clark, John and Teddy's brother, was no problem. Harley Quinn, this little lunatic is just here to eat for free, so there's nothing wrong with that. There's only one person left. Lee Chengfeng lowered his voice and said to the big guy, "I have a question for you." "What's the problem?" "About Lois. What happened to Louise?" "I'm just asking. Does she know your true identity?" "I didn't know at first, but I didn't know when I was exposed and was tricked by Louise." After listening to the big guy's description, Lee Chengfeng was certain that Louise already knew Superman's identity. That means everyone present was able to accept the supernatural events. So after entering Eagle Farm, Lee Chengfeng took a few quick steps and stopped everyone in front of the barn. Then he said nothing, just stared at John and Teddy. "Okay, I knew I couldn't get away with it." John sighed. "Yeah, it was Teddy who stole that palladium or something. I was just an accomplice. F***K. John, you be *****************. Did I really give you face?" Teddy kicked John in the crotch with a flying kick. "I became a literal rotten crotch for you. You actually pushed me out to take the blame?" After saying that, he tore himself open to hide the palladium element, and then the hole that he didn't have time to sew up was exposed to everyone. "Oh, F***K. Hey, Everyone made noises of disgust one after another. But only Li Chengfeng was not disturbed by it. "Okay, you two should stop wasting time," Li Chengfeng said, and looked at Clark Kent. "I guess you have heard it?" Clark hesitated for a while, and finally sighed and said, "Yes, I heard it. There's something hidden in the barn at Eagle Farm." Clark had wanted to wait until everyone went to bed and then check for himself what kind of supernatural creature was hiding in the barn. And now it seems that Li Chengfeng's target this time is also them. As soon as Clark finished speaking, he heard a magnetic and peaceful voice coming from the barn. But the sound could not hide its weakness. "Please don't make things difficult for John and Teddy." As the sound spread, a red and blue pickup truck without a driver drove out. Following behind him was an old Chevrolet sedan, an ambulance without its emergency lights on, a tattered Hummer, a fancy Chevrolet sports car, and an armed helicopter that hadn't taken off. "My name is Optimus Prime, and everything started with me." Li Chengfeng was somewhat confused. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought of the shape-shifting King Kong and those big iron lumps. And at first glance, these shape-shifting King Kongs give off a feeling of being lost dogs. "Optimus Prime, you finally woke up." John and Teddy both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Optimus Prime regain consciousness. At least, their series of illegal activities were not in vain. "John, Teddy, I have learned from the descriptions of my compatriots about the efforts you have made for me." Optimus Prime nodded to John and Teddy, then looked at Li Chengfeng. "You are from the American government, right? I am willing to go with you, but please let John and my other compatriots go." When Li Chengfeng first heard Optimus Prime speak, he was a little confused, but soon he analyzed some information from between the lines. The American government? This bunch of scumbags got involved in this matter? Although all major countries now have a world federation overhead, the inevitable intrigues are still there. Especially the American government, which has many hawkish figures, is deliberately trying to regain America's dominant position in the World Federation. Turn the World Federation into what the United Nations once was. An overwhelming force is indispensable. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng organized his words a little, and then said, "First of all, I have to tell you that my name is Li Chengfeng, and I'm an agent of the FBI. I have nothing to do with the damn American government. Secondly, you don't have to be afraid that the FBI wants to control you for power, because you're not that strong. You're just a bunch of big iron lumps with life. So, answer my question now." Li Chengfeng used origin magic power to lift himself into the air and looked at Optimus Prime. "Optimus Prime, right? How many compatriots do you have?" Li Chengfeng's words did not let Optimus Prime let down his guard. But the man in front of him suddenly flew up out of thin air, which challenged his common sense of silicon-based life. How did he fly? He has neither wings nor turbine engines. But even as a shape-shifting King Kong, he perceived an ocean-like energy from Li Chengfeng. The waves are raging, and they choose their prey. Are all the strong ones among humans like this? But he quickly put this thought out of his mind. The human being in front of him and what the so-called FBI was no longer important to Optimus Prime. But they are definitely not in cahoots with the American government and KSI. "I trust you. You believe me? Just because of what I said." Li Chengfeng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I just said a few words casually. You have extremely high authority and great power." Optimus Prime stared at Li Chengfeng in midair. "If you are really in cahoots with the American government, we should have been caught or killed by you long ago." After listening to Optimus Prime's analysis, Li Chengfeng nodded. This thinking ability, he really deserves to be the leader of the Autobots. Needless to say, the group of shape-shifting King Kongs behind him who had transformed into their true forms showed clear and stupid eyes after listening to the conversation between the two. The IQ of this group of shape-shifting King Kong, it's really not enough. That is to say, they rely on their individual combat effectiveness, which is superior to most conventional thermal weapons. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the American government long ago. Since we have reached a consensus, then tell me what is going on now," Li Chengfeng said, glancing at the others. "Compared to everyone present, I really want to know what happened to you." Li Chengfeng said this to Harley Quinn, and Lucifer. The curiosity of these two people has reached its peak. Lucifer was constantly taking pictures with his cell phone at this moment. Harley Quinn walked forward and carefully tapped Bumblebee's leg with the adamantium bat that she never left behind. Wow, Pudding, this thing is really interesting. Can I catch one and take it home to raise? Please, Pudding, I can take care of his eating, drinking, defecation, and urination myself. They are silicon-based creatures with sociality, real intelligent life forms, not street cats and dogs. Li Chengfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The little madman really does whatever he wants. What's so good about raising a shape-shifting King Kong? It takes up too much space. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Then he reached out and closed John and Teddy's mouths, which were so surprised that they couldn't close. You two stole the Palladium Arc reactor just to provide energy for the injured Optimus Prime to heal, right? Ah, yes, that's right. John didn't bother to make up excuses after seeing this. Although I don't have a particularly deep relationship with them. After all, I picked them up and brought them home, so I have to take responsibility to the end. My friend, that's what I mean. Teddy also agreed. After all, after I bring them home, I won't be the only living thing in the family who has no flesh and blood, but can still live. Okay, it's not a good idea to expose these big iron lumps directly to the satellite. At least not now. Li Chengfeng waved his hand to interrupt John and Teddy. Everyone, go back to the barn first. We need to have a good talk. Federal Prison, Special Offenders Area. This is the most secret area in the federal prison. It is similar in nature to the special square cabin prison under the FBI building and is used to detain criminals with special abilities. And now, at the deepest part of this place, a person is imprisoned. Bald head, orange eyes, greedy look on his face. But his entire body was restrained by devices that suppressed movement and energy generation. Even though he has the blood of Mammon in his body, he can only stay in this dark cell. Lex Luthor, you are a genius, but why did you end up like this? Outside the cell, a man with elegant manners but sinister and crazy eyes was looking at Lex Luthor through the one-way glass. Lex Luthor sneered and said, "Look who this is, Derek C. Simmons, America's Chief National Security Advisor. Your title is ridiculous. As the leader of a family, what have you done for the so-called national security? It's nothing more than protecting your own interests. I think your understanding of me is biased." Derek C. Simmons touched his chin. "Everything I do is for social order and stability. Is it to maintain the social order you advocate?" Derek C. Simmons didn't care about the sarcasm between the lines of Lex Luthor's words, but said to the people around him, "Let him out. Mr. Simmons, are you sure? The energy in him." I said, "Let him out." Derek C. Simmons issued the order again, and the federal prison staff had no choice but to comply. Looking at the gradually opening cell door, Derek C. Simmons smiled and said, "It's just the blood of a demon. It is God who is with me." So, you have been on Earth for many years. You even cooperated with the American government for many years. Ever since that KSI company developed artificial King Kong by studying the wreckage of the battle between the Decepticons and the Autobots, your former allies have turned against you and turned into jackals who want to devour you completely. He was on the run, seriously injured, and finally rescued by John and Teddy. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he looked at Optimus Prime. "Yes, you have basically understood our current situation." Optimus nodded. He had thought that it would take some effort to convince this man, but I didn't expect his acceptance ability to be so strong. Our goal at the FBI has always been to work towards the unity of the universe, to bring every corner of the universe together closely. Are you sure? When did we have such a slogan? Harley Quinn approached Li Chengfeng and asked curiously, "We haven't even figured out this little piece of land on Earth, and we're ready to go to the universe." "Okay, shut up." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "I've never seen an accomplice come to sabotage someone when he's trying to trick someone. Although the combat effectiveness of individual shape-shifting King Kong is not very good. But the villain they faced was really something special. Unicron, the title definitely, is mainly used for bragging and sounds louder. There is still some gap between them and those real god-level figures. but it can basically be seen as a shape-shifting King Kong version of the living planet Ego. Yes, that's Star-Lord's biological father. Compared to a villain that can be compared to the living planet Ego, the American government and KSI are just little Kayla Rice. But Li Chengfeng still smelled something from this incident. Smells a conspiracy. Although the American government is full of politicians, a nest of bad guys, they're just bad, not stupid at all. By cooperating and gradually eroding control over the Autobots, it was not difficult to coax these not-so-bright guys onto the test bench. But why go after it directly? Although this stupid method has a high ultimate success rate, it consumes too much extra manpower and material resources. How could these sophisticated and selfish politicians choose a method that does not maximize their interests? Unless this is just a cover-up, to conceal the real motive. Li Chengfeng looked at John and Teddy, especially Teddy. Li Chengfeng did not forget what Aminadiel said to him. This teddy bear is an existence that possesses 1/1000th of God's true spirit. Although there is no power, the authority and aura are real. Is there someone within the American government who can also see Teddy's true identity? Otherwise, how come the pursuit of the Autobots, who had been being hunted, completely stopped after they were rescued by John and Teddy? Did they really think this barn was some kind of reality warping device? Once they entered it, the outside world would forget all about them? Could it be that the real goal of the American government is it Teddy? Then Li Chengfeng looked at John with the same suspicious eyes. The target could also be John. Some high-ranking officials within the American government may know Superman's identity. This choice puts John in big trouble that he can't solve, and he is ultimately forced to seek help from his adopted brother, Superman. The American government can also use this as an excuse to put forward some conditions to Superman. This is much gentler than directly kidnapping parents. For the sake of his brother John, the big Kansas guy might really compromise. Isn't this bullying honest people? Li Chengfeng thought a lot, but it was always just guessing. So what do you want? Li Chengfeng looked at Optimus Prime. I can send you away from Earth, but I don't have the cosmic coordinates of Cybertron. Cybertron has been destroyed. Optimus Prime shook his head. Earth is our second home. We just want to continue to survive on this planet. Li Chengfeng nodded. D'Souza is an honest man. Okay, I'll settle this matter for you. Li Chengfeng nodded. No matter what, Li Chengfeng still has a good impression of D'Souza, and his character is beyond reproach. So no matter what the matter is, whether the American government wants to touch the power of God or the power of the God of the world, he, Li Chengfeng, must help. If he doesn't mess things up, it's like Li Chengfeng has never eaten steamed bread. In that case, Optimus Prime, I want to ask you Autobots one thing. Agent Li Chengfeng, please go ahead. I can let you live openly among humans, and even give you a legal identity, but you... Li Chengfeng paused, looked at D'Souza's face, and said, mind transforming into farm machinery. If you live on a farm, you always have to have machines to cut the wheat and pick the cotton, right? Family, a mysterious organization that emerged during World War I. The organization's composition is unknown, but it includes high-level government officials in major Western countries. Through their huge financial and political power, they secretly manipulated the modern development direction of the entire Western world. Derek C. Simmons is the current leader of the family. But now, this man who could be said to have power over the entire Western world is kneeling on one knee. That respectful posture was as if he was just a lowly servant, a tiny speck of dust. He lowered his head, but his eyes were full of fanatical faith and worship. Lord, I have released Lex Luthor according to your command. That teddy bear and the human named John have completely joined the same camp as those shape-shifting Kongs. Next, are we going to officially start our plan? Sitting on the high pure white throne was a gentle and elegant elderly human male. He shook the wine glass in his hand, just watching the scarlet wine hanging on the wall of the glass and then slowly flowing down. He said nothing, just waved. Derek C. Simmons nodded yes, as if he had been pardoned, then left the hall with a fanatical look on his face. Suddenly, the old man was the only one left in the hall. Placed the wine glass gently on the table. close your eyes, and feel the joy and prosperity of the cosmic particles. How long had it been since he last felt this way in his own universe? 1,000 years? Or 5,000 years? He had long since lost track of it. But this place is much better than that broken universe anyway. It seems like the people here have some problems with their brains. I just came to his house to have a drink. Why did he treat me like a god? I didn't even say a word, but he came up with a whole evil plan. Although I was called God in Sight 17. But if I take it seriously, it would be a joke. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass. Here's to this new universe, and to my own new life. Agent Lee, are you saying that Teddy and I are okay? Nothing? What are you two dreaming about? Li Chengfeng looked at John, who looked so lucky, and rolled his eyes. At most, I won't let you two go to jail, but you still need to be confined for a period of time and cooperate with the FBI's research. Li Chengfeng is not a devil, so this matter is not a big deal. It's just that Tony Stark lost an old reactor, and in the end, this old reactor was used to save people, save shape-shifting King Kong. Even if Tony Stark knew about this, he would probably do the same. But although it is small, it is not really small. The two of them stole the thing from the FBI Academy, not only illegally invading an FBI facility, but also playing a cat-and-mouse game with FBI agents. To be honest, it wouldn't be unfair to drag the two brothers out and execute them. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng is a good person. Mainly, give the big guy from Kansas a break. I don't think Tony Stark will pursue the matter. So he simply turned a blind eye. Li Chengfeng may be fine, but I am still here. Lucifer, who had been watching the fun from the side, finally found the opportunity to interrupt the conversation. After saying that, he rushed forward and picked up Teddy in his hands. Hey, do you have any manners? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Do you think everyone has to be a bootlicker when they see you? Definitely. If you can buy me a Porsche, I could be one too. Teddy was suspended in midair, slightly red and warm. Lucifer didn't react at all when he heard what Teddy said. Instead, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stared into Teddy's eyes with his deep eyes. Tell me, what do you want most in your life? What kind of literary question is this? Are you sure you haven't been kicked in the head by a donkey? No one can know what they want most in their life, because human desires are endless. Today you want to eat a popsicle, and tomorrow you want to date Angelina Jolie. Lucifer slapped himself in the face. Bloody hell. It's true. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Chloe. Chloe, dear detective, tell me, what do you want most in your life? Lucifer, are you going to play it like this? Huh. Chloe rolled her eyes. It's not the first time you've learned that your weird ability won't work on me. Lucifer turned and looked at Li Chengfeng again. Before he could even open his mouth, Li Chengfeng interrupted him by raising his hand. Stop. Don't try them one by one. Who wants to talk to you? Lucifer rolled his eyes at Li Chengfeng and then looked at Harley Quinn beside Li Chengfeng. Tell me, what do you want most in your life? Harley Quinn tilted her head, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes as she looked at Lucifer. What I want most in my life? First, XX the pudding, then OO, and finally percent and an asterisk percent UN percent. Hey, Harley, language. Another woman present, Lois, who is also Harley Quinn's best friend, immediately spoke up to remind her. Except for the title, there is not a single word in this sentence that can be broadcast. Wow, that answer. I really didn't expect it. Even Lucifer was a little confused by Harley Quinn's answer. What's wrong? Do you think this desire is not presentable? Or am I not presentable? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. He understands Harley Quinn's little thoughts very well. This kind of gameplay made even a knowledgeable time traveler like him shudder. He'll never compromise. Then he reached out and pinched the little lunatic's cheek. I've told you to stop watching those movies on the internet that can be performed by only one or two people. Pudding, you haven't tried to know how happy it is, right? Delete these thoughts from your brain, you little lunatic. Don't think I don't know that you are trying to torment me on purpose. Li Chengfeng turned his head away, not looking at the tearful face that Harley Quinn deliberately made. In the past, I always failed under this expression, but not this time. Li Chengfeng looked at Lucifer fiercely. It's all your damn fault. I was about to let this go, but you made me think of it again. Lucifer, you really are the leader of the demons in hell. You're so damn evil. Lee, believe me, this is really not my intention. I just want you to know how special this bear is. Lucifer spoke calmly, then pointed to the teddy that he was still holding. Through the test just now, combined with Aminadiel's induction, we can be completely sure that this is the creation of my dead father. Performing good deeds in an evil manner is indeed his favorite style. However, the ultimate purpose of my damn father creating him is still unknown. He actually hid 1/1000th of his true spirit in his body. The more Lucifer spoke, the more confusion and doubt appeared in his eyes. He couldn't understand what the omnipotent God was up to. Teddy was not obedient at first when Lucifer was holding him, but later he found that he couldn't break free, so he gave up. And most importantly, when they came into contact, he felt a strange sense of closeness towards Lucifer. This kind of thing was beyond the understanding of Teddy Bear, who spent his days flying leaves and dating the pretty cashier. What is this idiot holding me in his arms for? Could it be that he couldn't stop after seeing my sexy plush? Let me make it clear first, although I'm a teddy bear, I haven't slept with anyone in 30 years. Li Chengfeng was not convinced by anything else except Teddy's big mouth. The lethality is almost as great as his. The only difference is that Li Chengfeng specializes in heart-wrenching scenes, while Teddy focuses on larger-scale scenes. Let Teddy go, or I'll really start to suspect that you're one of the special people who reacts to stuffed toys. Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately threw Teddy to the ground with a look of disgust. Guys, are you guys done yet? The big Kansas guy, who had been silent, spoke up now. If you're done, would you mind looking up? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng looked up into the air. In the distance, there's a faint orange light, and the orange light was getting closer and closer, getting bigger and bigger, getting brighter and brighter. The orange light is bright, and greed appears high in the sky. Superman, you're mine. I must get you. Get everything that belongs to you. Mr. Simmons, we have injected the newly developed C virus into Lex Luthor's body and informed him of Superman's location. Well, you did a great job. Keep monitoring the whole process. I need to see how powerful Superman is. After Drake C. Simmons sent his men away, he looked at the various documents in his hands alone. There was a strange fanaticism in his eyes. If Superman is really that powerful, then the best way is to hold his parents in his hands. Oh yeah, and his two brothers, the two funny jokers. Under the glory of God, America, the promised land, will be great again. What a bullshit world federation. The world should fall at my feet. The information in his hands usually belongs to Superman. The other half belongs to Ada Wong. Drake C. Simmons looked at a recent photo of Ada Wong and caressed the person in the photo obsessively. In order to see you, I secretly funded those bioterrorist organizations and let them conduct experiments on those untouchables. In order to meet you, I put aside the dignity of the leader of the family and contacted the FBI. Ada, when can I truly own you? At this point, Derek C. Simmons slammed his hand hard on the table. Damn, Li Chengfeng. Why are you so close to Ada? Why does she stand beside you without hesitation when you come? Isn't he just a super ability person with strange powers? Once I have taken control of Superman, I will first target you, Li Chengfeng, and the FBI. Thinking of this, Drake C. Simmons was so excited that he trembled all over. The smile on his lips became more cruel and crazy. The old man whom Simmons called God was sitting next to him at this moment. But Simmons seemed to be completely unaware of him and was just standing there having a tantrum. The old man didn't care about his actions and just cut the steak gracefully. When you are done cutting, put your knife and fork down. He reached out and took the scattered documents on the table and began to look through them. Superman, a magical species should be unique to this universe, right? As for this woman, is she really that attractive? She's almost driving this lunatic crazy into a lovesickness disease. Alas, this new universe is good in every way, except that the cosmic barriers are too thick and the components are too mixed. I think I'd better stay with this lunatic until my strength is fully restored. At least their red wine is really high level. TSK, how corrupt. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot along with the steak. Simmons was left alone, laughing hysterically. No, buddy, is there something wrong with my eyes? Li Chengfeng rubbed his big, Cazalan eyes. The guy flying over from the sky, is that Lex Luthor? Unfortunately, it is indeed Lex Luthor. The big Kansas guy confirmed the other party's identity, and he is coming for me. After saying that, he stood in front of the barn door and in front of everyone else. Li Chengfeng crossed his arms and leaned towards the big guy from Kansas. No, he didn't quite understand. Wasn't Lex Luthor's grandson locked up by the FBI? Or were they released? Why didn't anyone notify him? But these things can be discussed later. Because Lex Luthor's condition doesn't look right. No, buddy, that guy in the sky looks like he's been injected with dozens of adrenaline shots. Teddy stretched out his round little hand and pointed at the sky. I've definitely seen this state before. The last little jerk who wanted to sell me the best stuff looked like this. He died of a drug overdose in the end. F***K. If you don't tell me, I wouldn't remember it. He owed me 2 pounds of leaves before he died. Everyone automatically filtered out Teddy's complaints. But Teddy was right about one thing. Lex Luthor is definitely on drugs. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Lex Luthor's skin was turning grayish-white, and blood vessels were wriggling under his skin like earthworms. And under the orange light, the edges of the irises of the eyes had turned blood red. Rather than taking drugs, it's better to say that I was infected by a biological virus. Superman, you are mine. Lois, you're mine too. Everything you have belongs to me. Lex Luthor was in midair, repeating it over and over again. Teddy was so annoyed by his nagging that he started a rant. Yours, yours. All of it is yours. I accidentally fell down, and I still said I dared to our the earth. You are now like the little Chew man waiting for a call girl in a hotel, muttering a bunch of vague words to relieve your tension. So stop dreaming. Clark and Lois are both very good friends. They won't play Burning Winter with you. Under Teddy's sarcasm, the ridiculously strong orange light on Lex Luthor became brighter. With Lex Luthor's roar, he just cracked, right? Lex Luthor is F***G cracked. It's physically broken. Lex Luthor split into dozens of pieces with a dark, strange substance connecting them, and then it expanded wildly like a compressed towel dripping with water. Grass! Li Chengfeng finally couldn't hold back and cursed out loud. It's the unique Resident Evil feature of ignoring the law of conservation of energy and expanding and transforming without limit. Lex Luthor weighed at most 170 to 180 kilograms, but since he was split apart, the gushing black flesh and blood has piled up into a giant humanoid creature over 20 meters tall. The appearance is also refined accordingly. Thick layers of feathers quickly grew on the enlarged body. Then with a pop sound, the head split into two. The human head, which originally had Lex Luthor's facial features visible, turned into 2 bald eagle heads with pointed beaks. The orange glow spoke of his greed. His bloodshot eyes revealed his sin. Finally, there was a surge on his back, and a pair of huge gray wings broke out of his body. Li Chengfeng can already confirm, judging from the speed and form of the transformation, that it is the C virus. But the transformations of the C virus are supposed to be very distorted and abstract, right? And the transformed image of Lex Luthor in front of me is a bit too perfect? No. Why does this guy look so familiar to me? Li Chengfeng heard the voice and turned back suddenly. It was Lucifer who spoke. What the hell? Is this someone you know? The 7 deadly sins, Mammon. Lucifer shrugged and smiled. When I was an angel in heaven, I was a money grubber who accepted bribes. After being placed under double supervision by heaven, I became a fallen angel and fled to hell. Became a demon that represents greed. Li Chengfeng said with shame. Double regulations? As soon as you used that word, the story immediately shifted from the battle between gods and demons to the anti-corruption storm. Previous. Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at the giant double-headed eagle. Finally, he confirmed it with Lucifer again. Are you sure this is the demon mammon you know? I'm absolutely sure that even the aura is exactly the same. There's no difference at all. Lucifer's answer was so decisive that Li Chengfeng completely gave up. Damn it. For what Lucifer said, this is the real body. It seems that Lex Luthor, who was injected with the C virus, also had some adventures. The C virus came into contact with the same mammon blood in Lex Luthor's body, and then the two had a magical chemical reaction. Copy. The greedy blood belonging to mammon actually began to divide and replicate infinitely under the catalysis of the C virus. Mammon, who is in the dimension of hell, probably also feels the infinite proliferation of his own blood. Just use this power to descend directly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lucifer to describe it as the essence, and without the slightest difference. In matters like this, Lucifer is absolutely reliable and trustworthy, and the Mephistas in those dimensions really can be so idle. Following the voices of Lucifer and Li Chengfeng, Mammon's two bald eagle heads looked at the two of them at the same time. But it was just a glance, and then the two heads' attention was all focused on the big guy from Kansas. Then a scream. Superman, give Lex Luthor your all. Li Chengfeng and Lucifer looked at each other. Damn, it seems like these two are being ignored. Moreover, this real-life Mammon seems to still be led by Lex Luthor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for my mind to be filled with Superman. I guess except for Lex Luthor, no one at the scene is a fanatical Superman fan, right? The big Kansas guy was trying to understand what was going on. Li Chengfeng understood very well. The big guy from Kansas is really strong. But it is also true that I have no knowledge. How did this thing come into being? Don't ask. The answer is that the biochemical virus has a unique characteristic of instantaneous expansion and disregard for the law of conservation of energy. Can a biological virus reach this point? The Clark Kent side of the big Kansas guy prevailed. I have never been involved in a biological incident, so the mission is so difficult. What we're saying is it possible that Lex Luthor came here because of you? Li Chengfeng sighed. Regardless of whether it was led by Lex Luthor, this body born from the reaction between the C virus and Mammon's blood did cause Mammon to project his power over. This is also a form of greed. No matter whether it is Lucifer, Li Chengfeng, or the big guy from Kansas, if they encounter the Mammon version of Lex Luthor alone, they will probably have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it. But today, buy one get two free. Li Chengfeng and the big guy, the two of them can definitely have a righteous 2-on-1 fight. What? Why not Lucifer? Nonsense. Lucifer, who is standing next to Chloe now, is just a mortal. You should just hide aside and watch the fun. Clark, stop being in a daze and make this a quick decision. You don't want him to threaten Jonathan and Martha, who are not far away, do you? Hearing Li Chengfeng's words, the big Kansas guy, who had just been in doubt, instantly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Mammon. The terrifying speed and power made Mammon stagger. After all, it is the complete power of Dimension Mephisto, not a soft persimmon with only good looks. The big guy from Kansas didn't think he could kill Mammon with one punch. Li Chengfeng shook his head and chuckled. Then it soared into the air, 3 lights lit up, and it turned into a Buddha in mid-air. Bigfoot was imprinted directly onto one of Mammon's bird heads. Harley Quinn, on the other hand, has already started to move her body, with the venom gradually covering her body. Harley, what the hell are you? Lois said in horror. Are you also possessed by some strange virus? Hey, ma'am, I'm not a virus. I'm a loyal and kind symbiote. Since you're Harley's friend, I won't eat you this time. Venom's little head popped out from Harley Quinn's shoulder, baring his sharp fangs. Don't be so stupid. If you dare to talk to my friend like that again, I will let you, Li Chengfeng, completely forge you into a mindless weapon. Ahem, I was just joking. You're so mean, Harley Quinn. You'll get the same fate if you keep acting like a sissy. Harley Quinn rolled her eyes at Venom. All right, everyone who can't fight, please stand back and don't be too curious. Harley Quinn pushed Lois and Chloe back. As for Lucifer, she had learned a lot of gossip from Li Chengfeng, and knew that although this grandson was of no use at a time like this, there was no need to take special care of him. Even if you really die, you will come back from hell in a few days. Yo, this beautiful girl is here to help you guys. After saying that, he rushed forward, swinging the adamantium bat. Venom also pinched out 8 spider leg-like tentacles from behind Harley Quinn. This is what Harley Quinn requested, and Venom doesn't quite understand what it is. I heard from Harley Quinn that this thing is called 8 Spider Lance. Although he couldn't figure it out, Venom did it anyway. After devouring that super Massacre, he also inherited all of Massacre's panels and abilities. These 8 tentacles have the characteristics of both Dagon Stone and URU metal. Almost every blow could leave a deep bloody hole on Mammon's body. However, for a giant creature over 20 meters long, this wound is no different from a mosquito bite. But Harley Quinn never tires of it. Pedicure. It seemed as if he would not stop until he had worn off Mammon's 2 feet. Under the siege of 3 people, Mammon was able to hold on at first. But after his several counterattacks, Chengfeng and the big guy from Kansas got really angry. The situation gradually began to change. The 2 bird heads were held down and attacked fiercely by Chengfeng and the big guy from Kansas. After Harley Quinn finished her pedicure, she set her eyes on the huge amounts of gray wings. The scene was so brutal. Originally, everyone thought this was going to be a big battle, so they all hid in the barn and were protected by the shape-shifting King Kongs. But as time went by, everyone found that they were no longer affected by the battle. In order to prevent Mammon from disturbing his parents' rest, the big Kansas guy would force Mammon's open beak shut every time he wanted to open his mouth to scream or speak. "Excuse me, please don't make any noise. My parents don't sleep very well." So said the big Kansas guy. It is still a style that is both violent and polite. The taste is so damn right. When do you think these huge amounts of double-headed eagles will be destroyed? I guess it's almost time, right? If Chengfeng and Clark work together, even the so-called true god won't be their opponent, right? The people who were originally hiding in the barn were now sitting in a row outside the barn door, watching the fun. Even the shape-shifting King Kongs followed out. Their main concern is that these humans might face that horrific battle head-on and encounter some accidents. I'm telling you, doesn't this 2-headed eagle look a little too weird? Teddy had already taken out the long-collected hookah and leaves from his barn and was flying vigorously. Those 2 bird heads look like 2 dicks. What is he doing? Does he think he's cute? Which demon is proud of having reproductive organs above his chest? As expected, it was another obscene and violent speech. But everyone had already gotten used to Teddy's speaking style. I even felt that his words were crude, but his point was valid. The heads of these 2 bald eagles did look very strange. It's frustrating. Well, it's almost over. Lucifer suddenly said, "Mammon's power has begun to withdraw as this body becomes unstable." It really fits his character, greedy and timid. He will take advantage of any opportunity and flee without hesitation when there is danger. Although Mammon possesses one of the strongest powers among the 7 demons, his combat capability is undoubtedly the last. That's the problem. He is too cowardly. He will be timid when fighting with people who are slightly weaker than him, and will think of running away when facing people who are as strong as him. The true power of greed cannot be exerted at all. Chengfeng obviously also felt Mammon's cowardice. At this moment, his beloved daughter Yemengard came out from his heart and then wrapped herself around his neck to secure herself. "Dad, it's delicious. I want to eat it." "You want to eat?" Chengfeng was stunned for a moment and pointed at Mammon's body, which was gradually falling into a state of collapse. "Are you talking about this thing? I feel endless greed. I want to eat." Yemengard's milky voice rang in his ears, and at the same time, he rubbed Chengfeng's face like a spoiled child. "But I don't eat meat. It's stinky." "I see." Yemengard is targeting the blood of Mammon that was copied by the C virus. Although as Mammon withdrew his demonic power, the body dominated by Lex Luthor began to fall apart. But the blood of Mammon is real. Moreover, Chengfeng was just worrying about how to render harmless the blood of Mammon that was enough to infect the Asgard goddess. Unexpectedly, Yemengard volunteered. "This is also good. It can both breastfeed the baby and solve the problem at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Yemengard, after Dad and Big Uncle finish killing this big guy. You can have dinner. Great, come on, Dad. The excited child's voice seemed to give Li Chengfeng a shot of chicken blood. While shouting, "What's in my way is soybean milk and noodles," he stomped Mammon hard with the big feet of the six-armed Vajra. To be precise, it's Lex Luthor's head. To be honest, stepping on the head does bring pleasure. Especially villains like Lex Luthor. They should be dragged into a public toilet and have their heads stepped on. Can beating up a supervillain be called bullying? But one head was hammered from a bird's head into a pig's head by a big guy from Kansas. The other head was constantly being stepped on by a pair of big feet. Lex Luthor's pride and dignity gradually turned into pieces under this double blow. For the first time, he began to doubt himself. Is he really a genius? Then why is he always being pressed down by Superman and Li Chengfeng, making it hard for him to breathe? As this thought came to his mind, the C-virus body began to collapse. The split body quickly shrank and converged, and finally turned into the appearance of Lex Luthor. But the copied blood of Mammon was spilled all over the ground of the farm. Yemengard cheered at the moment and immediately jumped down from Li Chengfeng's neck, gradually growing bigger in the air. After this period of growth, it has become several sizes bigger than when it was in the Angel Kingdom. The file size of this body really fits the meaning of the name Yemengard, the serpent that encircles Midgard. But Yemengard didn't care about the looks of his uncles and aunts as if they had seen a ghost. He opened his mouth happily, and the blood of Mammon on the ground seemed to have lost gravity and peeled off from the dust. Like a siphon, after a brief stay, it all went into Yemengard's mouth. In an instant, Yemengard's orange body became brighter, and the orange light representing greed became more than twice as thick. This process is actually very quick. After Yemengard finished eating the snacks, it immediately transformed into a small snake again and coiled around Li Chengfeng's shoulders. Dad, it's delicious. Next time I come across something delicious like this, I must ask for Yemengard. Yemengard's baby voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone's expressions suddenly softened. This is such a reassuring cuteness. Damn it. Sitting in front of the real-time surveillance screen, Derek C. Simmons threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. The broken glass on the ground seemed like his dream that was shattered into pieces by reality. Then he asked his assistant with a dark face, "How are the preparations for controlling and capturing Superman's parents going?" "We are fully prepared. As soon as Superman returns to Metropolis, we will take action immediately." "Very good." Derek C. Simmons nodded and continued. "What about Ada Wong? We can definitely mobilize the newly promoted Level 5 agent. I sent the transfer order to Nick Fury's desk, but he said it was out of his control." The deputy shrugged. She never understood why Simmons' mind was full of this woman named Ada Wong. It was obviously me who had been fighting alongside him all along. "Oh, Kayla." Derek C. Simmons shook his head. "So, Nick Fury rejected my transfer order. You are America's national security advisor. Although the American headquarters is located in Washington, the FBI is always under the command of the World Federation. I definitely know about this. I just want to try it one last time." Simmons suddenly changed his previous anger and put on a gentle expression. He waved at Kayla. "Kayla, come here." Kayla was stunned. As she was deeply in love with Simmons, she couldn't resist this expression at all. "Walk forward with anticipation in your eyes." In the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. When she looked down, she saw that Simmons had injected the latest customized version of the C-virus along with a sedative into her body. Watching Kayla fall, Simmons reached out and gently picked her up, his eyes full of fanaticism. "Since I can't get the real King Ada, I will create one that belongs only to me." In the shadow of the corner, the old man curled his lips as he watched the absurd drama in front of him. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. It's better to be a little crazy. At this moment, I felt like I was back home. Hey, big bald head, wake up and don't die on my farm." Bang! Lex Luthor opened his eyes in confusion, covered his face, and sat up suddenly. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? Why is his face burning? After a dizzy spell, his memory finally returned. Wasn't he attending the FBI Academy's Public Welfare Parents' Day? How did he end up in this place that looked like the countryside? Lex Luthor shook his bald head, looked up, and saw a few familiar faces. Clark Kent, Lois, and there is also the notorious and hated FBI agent Lee Chengfeng. That's right. It was this guy who invited a group of gods from outside the Earth to the Earth. He is the instigator. Where's this place? How did you bring me here? Lex Luthor struggled to sit up, glanced at Lois, and felt that he should tidy up his appearance, and then adjusted his collar, etc. Why is he wearing prison clothes? Wasn't he dressed up for the occasion? Or was his couture suit? How are you, Lex Luthor? Are you confused? Don't you understand what happened? Li Chingfeng felt great looking at Lex's confused look. I love seeing such highly intelligent people showing stupid looks. Do you remember what you came here for? Aye. Lex Luthor was stunned by Li Chengfeng's question. I'm here to participate in the FBI's Charity Parents' Day. Well, it seems that the memory was lost after being controlled by Mammon's blood. Li Chingfeng nodded. In other words, after Yemengard devoured all of Mammon's blood, he indirectly restored Lex Luthor to normal. Definitely, normal is only in terms of him continuing to manipulate the power of greed through the blood of Mammon. Even if he returned to normal, the murder of a high-level FBI agent was something he had planned long before he lost his memory. After returning, you still have to serve your time in prison. Can you stop staring at other people's girlfriends with those sneaky eyes of yours? Li Chingfeng snapped his fingers in front of Lex Luthor. I'm talking to you. Look at me. Only then did Lex Luthor reluctantly take his gaze away from Lois. Li Chingfeng, what do you want to do? Definitely. We are investigating the mastermind behind you. Li Chengfeng pointed at Lex Luthor's chest. You were injected with a large amount of enhanced C virus. If it weren't for the linkage reaction between the C virus and Mammon's blood, you would have already turned into a shape-shifting monster who lost his mind. Lex Luthor froze in place. You said what? You mean I was controlled by someone? Lex Luthor, controlled by someone. Yeah, I know you're being controlled, but you don't have to repeat it so many times. I feel embarrassed for you when I hear it. Who is it? Who is it? Lex Luthor grabbed Li Chengfeng's shoulders with both hands. I must tear that be asterisk, 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 D, who dared to control me into pieces. So you have to think about whether you have met anyone recently. From what I can remember, it was only a few days ago that I attended a meeting as one of the sponsored outsourcers of the American government. And there's a guy who claims to be the head of the family, but is actually the chief security advisor to the American government. He claims to be very interested in many of my inventions and theories. Li Chingfeng slapped his forehead and asked speechlessly, could it be this grandson's name be Drake C. Simmons? Yes, that's the name. Li Chingfeng sighed. Damn it. He knew that the hidden force behind American politics was about to take action. The culprit behind the trouble has been found, but this is the most difficult moment. That is the problem with the relationship between the FBI and America. Even if they have identified the target, they cannot hold them directly accountable. To put it bluntly, Nick Fury still has to be used in this matter. At least we have to negotiate first, now that the next step has been determined. Then Lex Luthor is completely useless now. Li Chengfeng reached out and rubbed Lex Luthor's big bald head twice, and knocked him out before Lex Luthor could react, to send him back to federal prison to live out his days. Just at this moment, a buzzing sound came from Li Chengfeng's personal terminal. The one who sent the video request was Ada Wong, etc. Ada Wong. A layer of white sweat instantly appeared on Li Chengfeng's forehead. Then he subconsciously touched his left breast pocket. A room card lay quietly inside. Gudong. He swallowed hard, his eyes beginning to tremble. The button to accept the video was like the switch to the gate of hell. But dying early or late is the same death. Li Chengfeng stomped his feet with gritted heart and pressed it down. Hey, sweetheart, did you sleep well last night? Li Chengfeng took the initiative by speaking first, trying to gain the initiative by using a corny name that he had never used before. But unexpectedly, King Ada did not accept the challenge at all. He just looked at Li Chengfeng's face with calm and cold eyes. The calm before the storm. I'll give you 3 seconds to appear in front of me immediately. Otherwise, I will really cut you into 300 equal parts and treasure you in my home. Ada Wong opened her mouth slightly and spoke words in a very Yandere way, accompanied by the purple light in her eyes that represented love and jealousy. Li Chengfeng shuddered all over. Damn it, it's going to be a big deal. I could only turn around and say to the people at the barn door, since Lex Luthor has been temporarily controlled, everyone can sleep peacefully tonight. Well, I have something to deal with first. Don't contact me, because I don't know if I can come back alive. Teddy's eyes turned, and he immediately thought of something. He reached out and took out a small bottle from John's pocket. Then he stuffed it into Li Chengfeng's hand. Lu Wei Di Huang pills. It's from Tong Rintang. But Li Chengfeng cast a determined look at Teddy and resolutely unscrewed the medicine bottle. He swallowed it all in one gulp. Then he opened the portal. Before entering, Li Chengfeng took off the Yemengard that had been wrapped around his body and threw it at Harley Quinn. Yemengard, stay with Aunt Harley for a while. Daddy's going to take care of something. After saying that, he looked at the woman in front of the portal whose face had completely turned into Shura's. He walked in resolutely. The wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold. Li Chengfeng regretted it. I regret how I could have forgotten King Ada at such an important moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired. Li Chengfeng stepped into the portal when the moon was at its highest point in the sky. And now the sun is shining brightly. My family members, you won't be able to sleep peacefully. Rubbing his waist, he sat up from the bedside and found that Ada Wong was already sitting in front of the mirror, applying lipstick. His face was glowing red, just like a demon who had just eaten the flesh of Monk Tang. She glared at Li Chengfeng through the mirror. Next time you dare to stand someone up, you'd better ask your kidneys if they can agree. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're Superman. Li Chengfeng swallowed hard. It's too annoying, especially after being strengthened by the purple light of love. Even Li Chengfeng felt numbness and slight pain in his waist. Yes, yes, sir. King Ada rolled his eyes, and the anger in his heart from being stood up for the whole day barely subsided. Then he asked curiously, so, what happened that made you want to complete it, even if it meant standing me up? I've already told you that I really forgot about this matter. Li Chengfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat down next to King Ada. The series of events that occurred were summarized in the most concise language. The more Ada listened, the more she frowned. Family? Did you run into these guys? Why, you know something? Before joining the FBI, I worked with the family for a period of time. Ada Wong shrugged. But the fact that Raccoon City was almost destroyed by nuclear weapons was actually because of the family behind the scenes. So are you familiar with the name Derek C. Simmons? Definitely, Ada Wong said, leaning on Li Chengfeng's shoulder and stroking Li Chengfeng's face. That is the worst, most tasteless, but most powerful illegitimate fan. If nothing unexpected happens, this so-called family is already trying to reach out to the FBI and Superman. When the word Superman was spoken, even King Ada looked a little shocked. Are these guys tired of living? They're actually targeting Superman. Let's not talk about whether they want to continue living. I definitely don't dare to let them live. Li Chengfeng shuddered all over. If you dare to target Superman today, you will dare to target Li Chengfeng tomorrow. This kind of scum who even abuses biological viruses and manipulates supervillains to achieve his goals is harmful to the entire world and even the entire universe. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he opened his personal terminal. After entering the code key, I entered the confidential frequency band with Nick Fury, then played a video for Nick Fury. A few seconds later, Nick Fury's face appeared on the screen. He was writing furiously on a pile of documents at the moment. He took a break and looked up at Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong on the screen. Aren't you guys on vacation recently? How come you have a time to contact me? Li Chengfeng took a few sips of the mineral water on the table, then said, Nick Fury, I want to wipe out the entire family. Ahem. The first thing Li Chengfeng said startled Nick Fury and made him cough. Why do you have nothing better to do than to care about those guys? Nick Fury stopped signing, raised his head, and looked at Li Chengfeng seriously. They're just a group of powerful capitalists who think they can influence the country's trends, but that's all. Li Chengfeng curled his lips and dropped a bombshell. But they're already trying to take action against Superman and his family. Who? To whom? Are they so bold? Nick Fury's one eye widened in fear. Are you sure about this? Last night, I helped Superman and I take care of Lex Luthor, who was injected with the C virus at Superman's hometown. After Li Chengfeng said this, Nick Fury stopped talking. But there was a hint of murderous intent in that one eye. In fact, he really doesn't care about what these rich politicians do in the American government. But now, they actually want to shake the powerful situation that Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng have worked so hard to create. If he doesn't destroy their ancestral graves, he doesn't deserve to be called the King of Agents. Before Nick Fury could utter the next sentence, another video request appeared on his personal terminal. From Harley Quinn. Li Chengfeng, Harley is on video. I'm going to call a multi-person meeting. After that, the screen flickered, and then Harley Quinn's face appeared on the other half of the screen. Fury, I'm telling you. Oh, Pudding, you're here too. That's right. I wanted to ask about the situation before telling you. What's the matter? Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. Is there a problem at the farm? With Clark around, what could possibly happen? Harley Quinn pouted, then said cheerfully, after you left yesterday, I had nothing to do, so I decided to organize everyone to investigate KSI, the company that cooperated with the American military to hunt down Optimus Prime. Guess what we found? The actual controlling shareholder of this company is a woman named Kayla Radamus. Kayla. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. If nothing unexpected happened, this is the fake Ada from Resident Evil 6. Thinking of this, he just glanced at King Ada beside him and did not say anything to interrupt the excited little madman. We didn't pay much attention to it first, but when we traced the name back to its origin, Louise discovered that she had once served as the chief researcher at a research institute specializing in gene cloning. And the director of this institute is the name we heard from Lex Luthor yesterday. Drake C. Simmons. Li Chengfeng nodded. Although all this was unexpected, it was reasonable. If no one is fanning the flames, there is actually no need for the American military to hunt down shape-shifting Kongs. The purpose of the family is nothing more than to control John and Teddy through shape-shifting King Kong, and then use it to threaten Jonathan and Martha, and finally achieve the purpose of controlling Superman. To be honest, Li Chengfeng really had to grit his teeth and praise them. Their innocence is truly unique. What a clever bunch. Are you ready to drag the whole world down with you, to be buried with you? What? If there is no soil for creating injustice, then we're going to create it by force. Just when Li Chengfeng was thinking about how to kill these smart guys, Yemengard suddenly popped up his little head in the video. Dad, when are you coming to pick up Yemengard? Be good and stay with Aunt Harley for a while longer. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth curled up slightly, and his smile was gentle yet murderous. Wait until Dad kills a few smart people with bubbles in their brains first. The city of Tall Oaks is located just northeast of Washington. It is not very industrially developed, but it is a city that focuses on its cultural landscape. Although it is not a major political city, many national agencies have set up their headquarters in Tall Oaks thanks to Washington, and family is one of them. But they were unable to enter Washington, which attracted the FBI investigation. But the distance cannot be too far. After all, influence and control over current affairs are needed. Most importantly, Derek C. Simmons' selfishness. He wanted to get as close as possible to the perfect Ada Wong in his mind. So in recent years, the family headquarters has been moved to Tall Oaks. Because of this, there were actually many voices of opposition within the family. But considering Drake C. Simmons' achievements, they finally turned a blind eye. And at the moment, family headquarters, core laboratories. Drake C. Simmons placed Kayla, who was injected with the C virus, in the experimental area. Soon, Kayla's body began to secrete unpleasant black and gray mucus, gradually wrapping it into a pupa. And Derek C. Simmons excitedly adjusted the parameters on the equipment. This is one of the effects of the special C virus. The cell arrangement of the C virus host can be directionally changed by adjusting parameters. This truly achieves metamorphosis that is no different from that of insects. changing your appearance, or something. It's so easy. But just when Drake sees Simmons was obsessed with transforming his own Ada Wong. The communicator rang. What is it? I'm very busy right now and may not have time to solve it. Simmons thought it was another of his useless guys. After answering the call, his expression changed. Drake C. Simmons. I need an explanation. There's nothing to explain, Amanda Waller. I gave you the information and created a perfect environment for you. But it's your fault that I failed to capture those shape-shifting Kongs. Damn it. I mean, why did the FBI get involved? It was that troublesome guy Lee Chengfeng. Amanda Waller's voice was a little spluttered. Back when the Autobots were secretly working with the American military, Amanda Waller had already set her sights on this group of overly upright silicon-based creatures. She had always wanted to create a team to do America's dirty work. Originally, Deathstroke and Punisher were the core of the team she imagined. Then, she wanted to use her friendship to bring Deathstroke's cousin, Wade Wilson, into the team. But he didn't expect that the boy directly rejected him, and then took the initiative to apply to join Phil Coulson's team. She then tried to impress Oliver Queen through their previous friendship. Unfortunately, it did not go as planned. In addition, she also met many street heroes, but unfortunately, most street heroes have this problem: contempt for the American government and disdain for authority. Even the FBI is not awesome, let alone Amanda Waller. Therefore, the exasperated Amanda Waller set her sights on these powerful, kind, but not very smart Autobots. Through a series of upstream and downstream lobbying and family operations, the success of KSI's creation of the artificial King Kong Galvatron made the American government see more benefits than just cooperation. So they successfully isolated the Autobots. But they didn't expect that they would be so lucky. When he was at the end of his rope, he actually got involved with this troublesome Guy Lee Chengfeng. Thanks to Nick Fury's firm policy of confidentiality, the American government doesn't know much about this man. But Amanda Waller Mountain had her own tricks and was able to learn some deeper information. But the deeper you dig, the more I listened to him, the more I feared Lee Chengfeng. The prosperity of the American General Agency is almost entirely due to this seconded high-level agent. Haven't you always wanted Lee Chengfeng to disappear? With the power of your family, you can at least send him back to the Republic, right? But I don't want to send him back to the Republic. Simmons' voice was filled with viciousness and hatred. I want him to die without a burial place. Amanda Waller listened to Simmons' voice and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Sure enough, this guy who was obsessed with Ada Wong had an absolute murderous intention towards Lee Chengfeng. That's great. Once the Star Squad falls apart, that will be the American government's opportunity. The talents in the Star Team are so scarce. We must not leave them alone under the FBI's control. Then you'd better keep your word, Amanda Waller said, and then hung up the communication. Simmons' originally good mood was ruined by this communication. Lee Chengfeng. He repeated the name silently again with gritted teeth, then took a deep breath and calmed himself. Kayla's gene editing was completed. Next, he just needs to wait for Kayla to emerge from her cocoon, and then he will have Ada Wong who belongs only to him. And in order for her to become the Real King Ada, then why not let the main body completely disappear? Fury, are you sure the address you gave me is okay? Are you questioning the FBI's intelligence capabilities? Or are you questioning my IQ? I definitely have my doubts. Lee Chengfeng yelled into the communicator. Isn't this a mental hospital? The family that can secretly manipulate the situation in the Western world is hiding in a mental hospital. Nonsense, this is a disguise. In recent years, the family knows that they have been too high-profile and attracted the attention of various major bureaus, so they try to keep a low profile and conceal their existence. Lee Chengfeng stood outside the gate of Tall Oaks Municipal Mental Hospital, the corners of his mouth twitching. This group of people using a mental hospital as a disguise. That's quite sick. But since Nick Fury gave him a positive answer, there is basically no problem. Sighed. Lee Chengfeng stepped into the mental hospital. Hello, do you want to do a psychiatric examination or visit a patient? As soon as he walked through the door, a nurse stood in front of him. Lee Chengfeng smiled and shook his head, reached out, and push the nurse aside, then continue to walk inside. As you walk, manipulate the power of origin magic power to explore the entire mental hospital. TSK, a mental hospital with no patients at all. This cover-up is really perfunctory. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. This is the arrogance and pride of the so-called people in power. Please don't go any further. We will not accept impolite guests. A few beautiful nurses appeared in front of us again, but Li Chengfeng could clearly feel that these seemingly delicate and beautiful nurses were all elite fighters. Get out of the way. Li Chengfeng tilted his head and was about to move forward. A ninja dart flew out from his side. Li Chengfeng calmly stretched out his hand and grabbed the flying darts directly in midair. After taking a look, I understood. When did you, the Hand, become someone else's dog? The Hand, a well-known ninja organization in Marvel. A perfect stereotype product. Before being led by Daredevil, it was a complete villain organization. They will follow whoever offers the highest price. To say it's infamous is no exaggeration. And at this moment, he was not surprised at all that they were employed or even controlled by the family. After all, the family is rich and powerful. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to hold back against these ninja killers. With a slight movement of the fingers, the energy of origin magic power climbed up to the necks of these beautiful ninja girls. A series of crackling sounds were heard, and everyone in front of him fell to the ground. The neck was twisted into a distorted shape. Although he likes to persuade people to surrender, that is also conditional. Anyway, these killers whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent people were not within his consideration. But it would be ridiculous to just let it go. It would be better to just destroy the flower with ruthless hands. After stepping over the corpses, Li Chengfeng continued to walk inside. After fumbling around in the elevator for a while, I found that after touching a certain switch, the elevator, which originally only had floors 1 to 6, suddenly had 10 more floors. All underground. Which mental hospital has 10 underground floors? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and pressed the bottom button directly. Humming and singing a song, the elevator began to descend at a constant speed. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out over the radio. Agent Li Chengfeng, how about we have a chat? Are you Derek C. Simmons? Yes, that's me. What do you want to talk about? You can't be hoping that I'll let you go, right? I'm planning to kill your entire family. Everything that happened before was just a small misunderstanding. Derek C. Simmons was not panicked at all when he heard Li Chengfeng's murderous tone. If you're willing, please press the button to go to the 5th underground floor. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and reached out to press the button. Coincidentally, the elevator just reached the 4th underground floor. After going down 1 floor, there was a ding sound and the elevator door opened. As soon as Li Chengfeng stepped into the 5th underground floor, the originally pitch-black environment was instantly illuminated by bright lights. Everywhere you look, you see golden splendor. Li Chengfeng looked with interest at the various authentic antiques hanging on both sides of the corridor, and then walked to the end of the corridor. Following the corridor, he came to a room with huge amounts of. In addition to the still magnificent decorations, there's also a conference table that looks quite large. And the man named Drake C. Simmons was standing next to the conference table at this moment. He didn't bring anyone with him. He just stood there by himself. On the table next to it was a complete set of high-level steak meals and a bottle of collectible wine from a Bordeaux winery. Oh, you're living a pretty good life, with plenty of food and drink. Thanks to you, Mr. Li Chengfeng. Simmons nodded and continued, I am living a good life, and the whole of America is living a good life. But you haven't been very honest lately. Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. He didn't care about the thing called family at first, because for these profit-seeking people, causing trouble everywhere is not actually in their interest. What they're good at is actually making some big news at some important nodes. Minimum cost, maximum benefit. I can explain all of this. Derek C. Simmons extended his hand and invited Li Chengfeng to sit down. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and sat on the edge of the conference table. And Simmons didn't care about that. He reached for the bottle, pulled out the cork, and poured the wine into the decanter. Then, with the sound of the wine colliding with the crystal decanter. An elegant old man in a suit and tie appeared out of nowhere in the corner. Then I sat down in front of the steak set. Li Chengfeng's eyes suddenly widened. With all his current abilities, skills like sleight of hand cannot fool him at all. But this old man in front of me, he really appeared out of nowhere. There was no sign, and no energy was felt. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. This is... who? At this moment, he saw Derek C. Simmons, who had just looked calm, kneel down in front of the old man. Clench your hands in a prayer position. God, please give me courage and strength. Listen to my wishes. The old man frowned slightly and looked at the performance art in front of him with some confusion. Then he looked away. He began to look at Li Chengfeng. The moment he was stared at by these eyes, Li Chengfeng subconsciously turned on all three lights. The feeling of being spied on just now disappeared immediately. He picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of medium-rare beef, and put it into his mouth. Fat and hemoglobin exploded in his mouth, and the burn aroma of the Maillard reaction filled his taste buds. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, this extremely elegant old man spoke. I heard that your name is Li Chengfeng. Yes, what do you want to do? No. Agent Li Chengfeng, you're too defensive against me. The old man shook his head, but his next sentence made Li Chengfeng break out in a cold sweat. How is Brett? Ever since he left his original universe, my life has become noticeably boring. After saying this, a look of regret appeared on the old man's elegant and unchanging face. You are also from the Foundation universe? Li Chengfeng frowned. Although he asked the question, he had already made up his mind. Since he knows Liang, he must be a member of the Foundation universe. The old man who appeared out of nowhere knew Liang. Wait, this guy can't be. Unfortunately, I come from a universe that's a little too broken. You should know that the universe right now is not very habitable. After a brainstorming session, Li Chengfeng calmed down. I even had time to take a look at Simmons. Unexpectedly, Simmons seemed to be frozen in place. I only blinked halfway. You paused time. Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at the old man again. While eating steak, the other person chatted with Li Chengfeng in a relaxed tone. It was as if the two people were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Yeah, I really can't stand this person's neurosis. I just happened to appear here when I traveled through time. I found a nice wine cellar here, so I decided to stay here temporarily. But this man seems to have misunderstood my meaning. He actually treated me as God. Is it just like my sincere prayer? Recently, he even came up with God's plan to destroy the world, and he is the vanguard. I'm troubled too. His wine is really good. I'm a little reluctant to leave, but I'm afraid of being infected by idiots. The old man seemed to have opened his mouth and was talking very confidentially. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Divine gold. Well, in a sense, it's okay for him to call you God. Are you right? SCP-343. God. Oh, what's the point of being a god? This is the universe originally praising me. 343, or so says God. As soon as these words came out, Li Chengfeng was at a loss. The universe lifts you up. This sentence is really loud and not smelly. Isn't this pure nonsense? Although it is not the supreme deity, it is also within the scope of divinity. What's the difference between each and every one of these beings and the universe's own sons? But your power. Li Chengfeng frowned, because time was only paused for 3 seconds and then began to pass automatically. You know, when Aminadiel was about to lose his ability in the play, the time was paused for more than just a moment. Oh, you mean this? 343 continued to cut a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. Traveling through the universe, there must be a price to pay. Not to mention me. Even Stag and Akiyamamari would have to suffer a lot. The barrier of your universe is really ridiculously strong. 343 actually showed some fear. It seems that the safety factor of your universe is really high. The fact that 343 could say such a thing shows that the so-called cosmic barrier is indeed strong enough. After all, it's the speed force, the origin wall, the force of the universe, and the 4 concept gods. But in other words, as long as the enemy can cross the barrier of the universe, there will be no weaklings. So how well have you recovered now? 1/3? Maybe even less. 343 didn't feel bad at all about his power being wasted. He even showed excitement. If I can leave that universe, this price can be completely ignored. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. If he were to travel to the Foundation universe, he would definitely be able to recover immediately. That place is really not a place for human beings to stay. And not only has my power been temporarily reduced, the nature of my power seems to have changed a little, but not much, in order to adapt to the underlying laws of this universe. Derek C. Simmons knelt aside, listening to the god in his mind, actually starting a peaceful dialogue with Li Chengfeng. What comes from another universe? What cosmic barrier? He didn't understand at all, but it did not prevent his jealousy towards Li Chengfeng from deepening. Not only King Ida, but even the Lord abandoned him and turned to Li Chengfeng. My God, my Lord, didn't you give me a divine decree and make a plan for me to eliminate Li Chengfeng, the heretic, from this world? Why? Why do you want to betray me too? 343 sighed and put down the knife and fork in his hand. You see, this is the only thing I don't like about your universe. There are always idiots trying to infect me. Li Chengfeng did not answer, but raised his foot and kicked Derek C. Simmons in the waist. The severe pain made him bend like a shrimp, but Simmons let out a twisted and sharp grin under the influence of severe pain. Ha ha, Li Chengfeng, even though you were standing in front of me as if you were a god who can decide my life and death, cough, cough, cough. He coughed repeatedly because of the blood in his mouth while speaking, but you will soon feel what it feels like to lose the love of your life. Li Chengfeng was horrified and angrily pulled Simmons, who was curled up on the ground, up and roared. What did you say? Losing the love of your life? What on earth did you do? Oh, you'll find out soon enough, won't you? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. I was just addicted to acting and was just cooperating with Simmons. This guy wouldn't believe it, would he? Is it possible that he is really an idiot? Harley Quinn is now the Venom Warrior, and originally she has considerable combat power, not to mention that she is still staying at the farm in Smallville. I guess he's working with the big guy from Kansas to figure out what kind of farm tools the shape-shifting King Kongs can be turned into. Is there any place safer than your current situation? As for Hela, this Drake C. Simmons wouldn't be stupid enough to touch the king of Midgard, the goddess of death, right? Good fellow, Orange Lantern Hela, plus the divinity of being crowned the king of Midgard. Normally, any big guy would have to think carefully about whether he would get a severe beating. So, for Simmons, his target from beginning to end was actually only one person, Ida Wong. At the moment, she was alone in the hotel. Moreover, according to the information Simmons has, Ada Wong is just an elite agent, not Superman. Easier to start with. And most importantly, Li Chengfeng knew that Drake C. Simmons was a twisted and sick fan of Ada Wong. They may even use the C virus to create another Ada. It's not hard to guess from the cruel words he just said. Not only does he want to create an Ada that belongs only to him, he even wants to destroy the original one. In this way, the pirated Ada he created became the only one. But Li Chengfeng really wanted to tell Simmons. It's pure delusion. The current Queen Ada is a fierce woman wearing purple lantern armor. That fighting power is really fierce. Even without any special abilities, he can still get the highest score in Hela's training. He is called a natural warrior by war maniacs like Hela from the Level universe. Now, with the power of the purple lantern armor, beating Thor and Loki is like beating his own children. Have the upper hand. At least until the Thor brothers began to awaken a higher level of divine power, there was no hope of counterattack. Because of this incident, Thor even became autistic for a long time. But fortunately, he has a good brother Loki to accompany him. When Thor beat Loki for the 63rd time, he finally regained his confidence. So, Li Chengfeng saw Simmons maintaining a hideous smile despite the physical pain. He had no choice but to take out his personal terminal and play a video to Ada Wong. The video request stayed on for nearly a minute, and just when Simmons was about to laugh again, the video call was connected. Ada Wong's face in the camera was calm. After seeing Li Chengfeng, love overflowed in her eyes. "Honey, I'm a little busy here. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he placed his personal terminal on the desktop. Following this action, the camera gradually pulled away from Ada's face and then saw the entire luxury suite. King Ada was wearing a purple lantern armor, and a strong and dazzling purple light of love flowed in the purple, translucent crystals. At this moment, he was holding an old woman's head with one hand and slamming it against the wall of the hotel. There were several people on the ground, their bodies torn and tattered, and they were obviously unconscious. At the very edge of the camera, there's a tall, bald, fat man shivering. He forced himself to force out an ugly and hideous smile. "Well, after you beat them, you can't beat me anymore." King Ada exerted force suddenly and smashed the old woman's head into the wall. With a smooth backhand slap, the fat man was knocked directly into the air. Ada's mouth curled up into a cruel but beautiful smile. "It's a handy thing." After seeing this scene, Simmons suddenly looked confused. He doesn't understand. Why is there a problem with my intelligence? Why did Ada Wong suddenly become a powerful Superman-like being? Why are the people he sent out almost defenseless against King Ada? Li Chengfeng indeed looked through the screen at the people being beaten by Ada Wong. "Looks familiar? Ada, have you found out who they are?" "I don't know." Ada Wong shrugged. A few drops of blood splashed on her beautiful face, giving people a weird and deadly attraction. But the guys they used looked like ninjas in TV shows. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. "I understood it. When he broke in just now, he was also stopped by the hand ninja. In other words, the Shuheiwi now only obeys the orders of the family. Then these guys who were only seriously injured and fainted when facing King Ada with the purple light armor. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the so-called 5 fingers of the hand. The one whose head was smashed into the wall by King Ada should be the famous Madame Gao. The other 4 guys whose faces could not be seen and who were lying on the ground should be Alexandra, Botu, Wanda Saw, and Murakami. These 5 people are not only the founders of the Shuha Society, but also the traitors who escaped from Kunlun. He has lived for several hundred years at least. Unfortunately, he was not killed by the Holy Society and Lawyer Ma, but was killed by Ada Wong alone. The identity of the fat man who had just been beaten into the air was revealed. The fat guy who is related to the hand is Kingpin. I guess Jean Bing is responsible for finding someone to lead the way and block the surrounding environment. Logically speaking, the 5 fingers of the hand are not weak. In addition to being proficient in Kunlun's martial arts, they have also obtained mysterious powers through dragon bones and greatly extended their lifespans. If they were weak, they would not have been able to create the hand, a large organization that existed hundreds of years ago. But unfortunately, the opponent picked the wrong one. King Ada is really fierce now, even he doesn't dare to provoke him. The waist is prone to problems. Li Chengfeng looked at the stunned Simmons, his lips slightly curled up, but he didn't laugh out loud. He is not the kind of person who would kick someone when he is down. He likes to kill everyone. So, Li Chengfeng opened the portal next to King Ada. King Ada was stunned for a moment, but the next moment he clasped the 5 fingers of his hand and threw the bald fat man, Kingpin, over. Afterwards, he straightened his hair and walked through the portal. "Hey, Ada, how's it going? It's a good warm-up exercise." King Ada raised his eyebrows and kissed Li Chengfeng on the face, but it's still a little too weak. "Okay, let me introduce you. This is Derek C. Simmons, the person who will provide you with warm-up exercises. He should be an old acquaintance of yours." "Correction, dear, I'm not familiar with him. We are just employer and employee." The look Ida gave Simmons. It was like staring at a vile bug. This look probably caused more harm to Simmons than Li Chengfeng's kick that almost dislocated his internal organs. Especially when I heard King Ada calling Li Chengfeng "Honey, Puff." Simmons was so angry that a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Based on Li Chengfeng's understanding of Simmons' physical fitness, he knew that Simmons was basically dead after that kick. Now it is starting to accelerate. "Ida, he won't live long," Li Chengfeng said, gesturing. "For scum like this, we always want to squeeze the marrow out of his bones and not stop until we have squeezed out all the oil from his bones." Ada's mouth twitched. You don't sound like a decent character at all. But she agreed with Li Chengfeng's suggestion. Ada raised her finger, and Simmons was wrapped in purple transparent crystal and suspended in the air. One of the effects of the purple lantern crystal, brainwashing. In order to pursue speed, Ada turned up the brainwashing intensity to the maximum without hesitation. Anyway, there is no need to worry about whether it will leave any sequelae for Drake C. Simmons. With this IQ, he would still drool even if he was cured. In the next 10 minutes, Simmons revealed all the secrets of the family under the violent brainwashing of the purple lamp crystal. I have to say, it can definitely be described as shocking. In the modern and contemporary history of the West, almost every event worth mentioning has the shadow of family behind it. Therefore, in this mixed universe, those so-called conspiracy theories are basically all accurate. Seeing that Drake C. Simmons had already disclosed all the information, Ada Wong turned off the recording function of his personal terminal. Then he turned his fingers, and huge amounts of purple light crystals shattered into crystal storms, which directly shattered Simmons' inside into pieces. Li Chengfeng shuddered all over. Look at King Ada. My dear, have you been a little irritable lately? Your methods are even more dishonest than mine. Really? Ada reached out and wiped the blood off her face. I never said I was a good person, did I? Really? From beginning to end, Ada Wong never said that she joined the FBI for positive reasons such as justice or world peace. She really just find a place to wait for Li Chengfeng. Ahem, when you guys are showing your affection, can you please pay attention to the environment? 343 curled his lips, expressing his helplessness towards the young people of today. They really dare to kiss and spit in the street. Highlight the one who doesn't care about other people's life or death. To be honest, this idiot named Simmons did something outrageous and evil before, and I don't know why he did it. And today, as soon as I saw this little girl, I understood everything. Go to the core laboratory on the 10th floor underground. There will be a surprise. 343 raised his eyebrows at the two of them, with a hint of ruffian in his elegance. Then you won't go? Li Chengfeng looked at 343, pointing the way to the end, sending the Buddha to the west. I'm not interested. 343 shook his head and refused. Besides, I have to finish my steak. I can't waste this delicious food. After saying that, he picked up the knife and fork again and started cutting the steak. Just go there without worry. I'll help you keep an eye on these guys. Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th floor underground. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng looked up and asked, after you finish your steak, have you decided where to go? 343 rolled his eyes. I've already told you, the thing I hate most about your universe is that it could be infected by idiots. So I definitely have to find a place where the atmosphere is as mild as possible. And Dr. Liang, it's in your FBI, isn't it? So, Dr. Liang? King Ada put away the purple lantern armor in the elevator and transformed it into a purple crystal ring again. In other words, the old man just now also came from Dr. Liang's universe? Yes. Li Chengfeng nodded. There was nothing to hide in this matter. Are all people from that universe like this? Well, how should I put it? Li Chengfeng was stunned for a while. People with their character are rare in the universe. Upon hearing this, King Ida nodded and stopped asking questions. But Li Chengfeng still hadn't said a word. In that universe, the others are all one by one, without any human appearance. Compared to those monsters and demons, Liang and 343, two fun people among fun people, are actually pretty good. It only took a dozen seconds to get from the -5th floor to the -10th floor. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. What caught my eye was a large area of instruments flashing with faint blue light. In the empty field in the center, a dark blue light hit a wriggling pupa, which was indescribably weird and distorted. Is this the so-called C virus? What will be hatched from it? A new type of tyrant? Or an overly strong liquor? King Ada snorted coldly. As the only core agent of the FBI dealing with biological crises over the years, her aversion to biological viruses is profound. Just like a chef hardly ever cooks in his own home, people have an aversion to long-term mechanical work. What's more, the objects that King Ada is working with are some extremely disgusting biological weapons. If it's just that kind of stuff, it would be fine. Li Chengfeng muttered. At this time, it seems that it is time for the pupae to hatch. The pupa, which had been almost motionless, began to move. The gray-green pupa gradually gathered at the top as it squirmed. Then it suddenly exploded. King Ida was shocked by this sudden change, because as the pupa bursts, a woman emerges. The body is covered with mucus and cuticles. Like a butterfly just emerging from its cocoon, the woman exuded a feeling of exhaustion yet rebirth. He raised his head with difficulty and revealed his face. King Ada's face darkened visibly. She has seen the woman emerging from the cocoon, with a face that is exactly like hers. What is going on? Who is she? Li Chengfeng definitely knew who this was. Kayla, the lead researcher who was madly infatuated with Simons. And this Kayla, at the moment, was gasping and coughing violently. Her insect-like metamorphosis made it difficult for her to adapt to the changed genes and body. But even so, Kayla was still calling Simmons' name. If you only look at this scene, she is such a poor creature. But as we all know, there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Kayla and Simmons are essentially the same person. It looks pitiful, but it is actually hateful. In the original work, Kayla finally chose to create a Simmons of her own. Sure enough, between perverts, that is true love. No, I feel like I'm going to vomit. Ah, pregnant. Stop talking nonsense. King Ada rolled his eyes and hit Li Chengfeng's chest with a swift elbow. This kind of sci-fi horror similar to cloning is really disgusting if it happens to me. As he spoke, King Ada opened the tactical bag on his belt. Then he took out all 4 grenades inside. So, I'm going to blow this place up. Are 4 grenades enough? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Isn't that what love is? You kill people, I hand you the knife. You set the fire, I fan the flames. Sometimes, going along with the crowd is also a beautiful word. When Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong returned to the -5th floor where 343 was, 343 had already finished eating the steak. He was holding a bottle of red wine from a Bordeaux winery and drinking from it. You guys are done so quickly? Young people's bodies aren't doing so well. We are going down to destroy the body, not to do anything else. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. This funny guy really couldn't hold back his laughter. Is that bit of elegance really just a disguise to cover up a bad character? Honestly, who came up with this idea of building a secret base underground? There isn't even a window. It's so depressing. Well, it seems that our FBI also has quite a few underground floors. That's all Nick Fury's fault. What a mess. There's no place for him to live on the ground, right? He has to burrow underground like a cockroach. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, randomly calculated the coordinates, and opened the portal. It was opened directly in the Scientific Research Department of the General Administration. A man in a white coat just turned around. It's Dr. Liang Liang. Just by looking at each other, both 343 and Liang Liang were stunned. TMD 343? How did you find this universe? What the hell, Yang Liang? How did you become like this? Your taste in bodies is still as unstable as ever. After saying that, 343 appeared on the other side in a flash. He patted Liang Liang's shoulder, as if he was regretting that they had met too late. Although the first reaction is to complain, it is a blessing to meet acquaintances in another universe. The same is true for the immortal pendant and God. Li Chengfeng looked at 343, who was already preparing to reminisce about the past, rolled his eyes, and then brought all 5 fingers of the hand and kingpin over. Go get some field agents and put them in the square cabin prison. Li Chengfeng waved toward the outside of the laboratory, then sat down with Ada Wong. So how did you get here? You can't forcibly break through the cosmic barrier of this universe, right? After all, there are some anomalies in this universe. I got in through the space hole you found. 343 shrugged, looking like a close friend. I definitely can't destroy the entire cosmic barrier, but I can still expand an existing gap. Expand? Aren't you afraid that those evil things will follow? Liang frowned slightly when he heard that. Do I look so stupid? I just patched up the crack. 343 sneered, but then changed the subject and said, however, some information and underlying parameters of this universe are still left there. It's only a matter of time before those supreme deities and anomalies find their way here. Maybe a few years, maybe a few hundred years, maybe tens of thousands of years. But they will always come. Li Chengfeng listened to their conversation and couldn't help but sigh. The Foundation universe is truly the cancer of the multi-universe. The 10th measurement of Hume Index. The Hume reading is 244. The average of 10 times is 264. Squad base, underground training ground. Li Chengfeng had to admit that it was too early to complain about the underground facilities. TM himself also subconsciously chose the underground as his training ground. But this training ground is different. A magic circle is made of URU metal combined with runes, covering the entire underground training ground. The solidity is already directly comparable to adamantium. Li Chengfeng's original intention of setting up this training ground, in addition to consuming the excess URU metal in his hands, was indeed to prevent energy leakage from causing additional impacts. Otherwise, Hela and Thor would play a teaching game, and a bunch of thunderclouds would come over, with thunder and rain. They are fine. After looking at the weather forecast, people thought it would be a sunny day, but ended up getting soaked. What a pity. And now, Dr. Liang is conducting in-depth and detailed testing on 343 in this training ground. Because of the special nature of Liang's original, we can get a rough idea of the Hume index of 343. It was discovered that 343's Hume index was too far from that in the Foundation universe. So I just came here and conducted a detailed inspection. Judging from the test results, the power degradation of 343 is quite serious. The Hume index was tested 10 times, and the average value was only 264. In the Foundation universe, the average is 860, probably only 1/3. Based on a Hume index, 343 is now the weakest it has ever been. No, Dr. Liang. Li Chengfeng pointed at 343 not far away. You call this weakness? The 343 he was pointing at was currently bombarding a target not far away. After teleporting, duplication is performed, and then a large amount of lightning and heat energy beams are released, and projects destructive energy similar to magical power. He has already broken 3 targets into pieces. This is already more powerful than Thor and Loki combined, but this is indeed 343's weak state. After all, even the ability to pause time can only last for a few seconds. The complete 343 should be similar to Ion, changing matter, manipulating time and space. Isn't this Ion's ability? At least it's of the same level. However, his control over the space and time of this universe is probably not as high as Ion's. After all, they are outsiders. Even if their abilities adapt to the new laws of the universe, it is difficult for them to be superior to the local natives in this regard. How's it going? Very weak. I suggest you don't be too high-profile recently. You mean there are many supreme gods in this universe who like to hunt other people? No, I just want to say that there are a few combat maniacs in this space. If they see your ability, you might be pulled in to be their sparring partner. Li Chengfeng instructed 343 like this. Yo, Fury, are you ready? Preparing for what? Nick Fury looked at Li Chengfeng, who was shaking his head. If you mean about the family, I've already sent out Team Phil Coulson and Team Star. Why are you so decisive this time? Li Chengfeng began to look at Nick Fury with a new respect. After all, the power of the family represents the wealthy and powerful ruling class in the West, and there will be considerable resistance if they directly attack this group of people. However, such organizations that secretly manipulate the international situation must be eradicated. Li Chengfeng thought he had to persuade Nick Fury a little more, but he didn't expect. Wow, Black Salted Egg, you've really grown up now. F***KU, can you please get out of here? Nick Fury made an international friendly gesture to lead Chengfeng. I was so decisive this time. It was all because of Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller? Li Chengfeng immediately became interested. What is that old black woman up to now? Is she really addicted to going against the FBI? This time, targeting the family is indeed a good opportunity for the American government, so they are eager to send Amanda Waller to compete for benefits as quickly as possible. Li Chengfeng understood. To put it bluntly, now that the secrets of the family have been exposed, this mysterious organization has become a huge amount of fat in front of the FBI and the American government. Everyone wanted to grab it and bite off 2 pieces of meat. The FBI is in the right, so the American government can only grab as much as it can before the dust settles. But no matter what, the family is completely finished. The John Deere 9220 tractor is one of the largest tractors in the world. With a lot of horsepower, it can carry up to 80 tons of load. This file size is also very suitable. Optimus Prime, are you interested? John held up the image of a large tractor on the tablet and showed it to Optimus Prime. Why is this happening? Because John's and Kent's farms are now the best and safest destination for these shape-shifting King Kongs. John and Teddy have seen a lot of weird things, and Teddy's is no less outrageous than the shape-shifting King Kong. This is even more true for Jonathan and Martha, who raised Superman. John and Teddy, a group of shape-shifting robots, sprinkle some water. And most importantly, this area is under the protection of the big guy from Kansas. Not to mention KSI, even the American government wouldn't dare to say a word. So John suggested that the shape-shifting King Kongs just stay here. Anyway, what they long for is a peaceful life. But you can't live here for free. Hence the scene where the shape-shifting King Kongs are transformed into farm machinery. From now on, shape-shifting King Kongs will be the main force in the 2 farms. While the excitement was going on, Lucille secretly called Teddy behind a haystack nearby. "What's up, Los Angeles pretentious guy? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Let me get this straight. Are your pants a little too tight?" "A little, how should I put it? ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Outfit? Ha ha. The Pusheen guy in front of me actually called his shitty outfit an outfit? Don't you know that your outfit looks like it was just dug out of the Prudhoe Bay oil field? Before they even started talking about business, Lucifer was distracted by Teddy's obscene comments. In the end, if Chloe hadn't discovered it in time, the two childish guys would probably have already started fighting. After being persuaded by Chloe, Lucifer realized belatedly, "It is obvious that I get what others think from their mouths." How come in front of Teddy? Were his emotions affected? Could it be that Teddy, God's creation, was also used to restrict him? The more Lucifer thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Chloe restrains his flesh. Teddy affects his emotions. Lucifer wiped his face and looked up at the sky with some resentment. "Dad, you are so cruel." America, in a mysterious holographic conference room. Amanda Waller. This time's cooperation with the family has completely lost all the money. You must take the primary responsibility. That's right. We, America, must take the lead in this redistribution of benefits. Since there's no way to split up the FBI's American headquarters, then let's do the opposite and take over all the interests that originally belonged to the family. Several holographic projections sitting around a huge round table were talking loudly, either discussing or scolding. But Amanda Waller remained silent. Her current situation is very embarrassing. The cooperation with the family had just begun when the head of the entire family, Derek C. Simmons, was eliminated. They could only turn their guns around, tear their former allies into pieces, and devour them. This was originally her plan B. However, the FBI is very interested in the remaining forces of the family. The American government wants to absorb these powers and assets, but the FBI is ready to kill them all. Amanda Waller couldn't accept it. The politicians behind her can't accept it even more. However, the American government has never had command authority over the American General Administration, only advisory authority. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the FBI, all the politicians in the White House say is bullshit. Everything is decided by the top leaders of the World Federation. And those people have been committed to promoting complete federalization of the world, that is, global unification. Therefore, these politicians in the American government have actually been secretly working against the World Federation. Dear leaders, it's useless for you to sit here and complain to me. Instead, why don't you let me think of a way to keep some of the profits for us so that we don't lose everything? Although Amanda Waller was annoyed at the indecisive and useless behavior of these politicians, she naturally did not show it on the surface. Instead, he tried his best to share their worries. Although this sentence has no substantive effect, it at least shuts up these politicians who keep talking. So what are you going to do? I've already sent out the Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad? The holographic projections were silent for a while before asking, is your Suicide Squad really useful? Although I can't match the resources of the FBI, I have the entire America behind me. How can I not find a few Superman types? Amanda Waller shrugged. It's definitely enough to give the FBI a surprise. After all, there's a God in Suicide Squad. God. As soon as this word came out, the holographic politicians showed a satisfied look. If this operation is successful, we will consider letting you replace Derek C. Simmons' original position. After saying that, the politicians disconnected. The conference hall was plunged into complete darkness. Amanda Waller slowly closed her eyes and let out a long breath. Where is Derek C. Simmons? Are you kidding? Isn't that just a brand new scapegoat? What Amanda Waller wants is not to become the biggest chess piece, but to become a real chess player. What she wanted was the highest position in the White House. What she wants is to make America great again. Those politicians are just stepping stones that cannot be kicked away for the time being. Thinking of this, Amanda Waller turned on the communicator. Suicide Squad Alpha, Suicide Squad Beta, move out. Deathstroke received, Alpha Team begins action. Punisher received, Beta Squad is moving. After hearing the two captains' responses to her, Amanda Waller opened her eyes. After lying dormant, disguising, and showing weakness for so long, it's time to see the results. There can't be anything weird going on at a time like this, right? On a private island off the west coast of America. Such a large island is actually private property? These rich people really refresh my worldview. Sky complained to Phil Coulson while pulling away the bushes in front of him. Then you shouldn't complain to me. You should have a good talk with Ollie. Phil Coulson joked, he, a real rich man, should understand this kind of thing better than a poor agent like me. Come on, Phil Coulson, stop bullying me. Oliver Queen complained to the two people who were not father and daughter, but were better than father and daughter, through the communicator. I'm not a super rich person like Tony or Bruce. Compared with them, I'm just a poor person who can barely be considered in the same class. Well, Shalu, what you said is both modest and hateful. Wade Wilson stood on the tree trunk and looked around. I've also thought about the poor people who have billions of assets. Do you guys have to chat while on a mission? Melinda May emerged from the bushes behind Phil Coulson. Although this is just the finishing touches, the remnants of the family will definitely not surrender. May is right. It's a good thing to stay alert. Captain America swam directly to the shore from the other side of the island, forming a pincer attack. But I really don't understand the concept of rich people. I just remember that Howard Stark's manor was probably much larger than our base. With Captain America's help in smoothing things over, Melinda May's preaching was less eloquent. Melinda May is almost the perfect agent. It's this overly seriousness that can easily put pressure on other team members, especially when what she said was indeed correct. Although we received the mission from director Nick Fury, we only know that this island is one of the two important bases mentioned by Drake C. Simmons. Even Simmons himself is not fully aware of the specific situation. Phil Coulson walked in the jungle, and the dead branches on the ground made a crunching sound. So we do have to be careful. Under the leadership of Derek C. Simmons, the family is involved in many aspects, including Superman-like research and biochemical virus research, and it is even possible that the two are combined. Phil Coulson said this and found that he was gradually walking out of the forest. Suddenly the view became clear. A large scientific research park is hidden in the center of this primitive jungle. But whether it was the FBI satellite or the Wayne Group satellite, all they could find from the feedback images was a lush green primeval jungle. The level of confidentiality here must be very high within the family. Satellite shielding devices are used. Captain, have you found the scientific research park? I just arrived, but I ran into a little trouble. Trouble? Yes, I met someone. She claimed to be the daughter of an acquaintance. Captain America paused and continued. You should also be careful. They may have accomplices. Accomplice? Captain America temporarily hung up the communication before Phil Coulson finished speaking. Looking at the red-haired girl sitting lazily on the wall of the park in front of him, he sneered. Tell me again, what's your father's name? Red Skull. Then remember this. I'm your father, Hunter. You have such a bad temper. You're nothing like the high-quality idol recorded in the Captain America Memorial Hall. A high-quality idol can't tear your shameless German father into pieces and throw him into the cesspool. Captain America taunted as he slowly approached the other person. Looking at your age, you must be a clone from Red Skull's cells, right? Something that Nazi HYDRA would do. No. Dear Captain, you guessed wrong. I'm not a clone, but my father's biological daughter. The red-haired girl jumped off the wall and stretched her graceful figure. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Cynthia Schmidt. Definitely. I prefer others to call me Sin. Sin? Sin? You are worthy of being Red Skull's daughter. Captain America had only said half of his words when he took a running start and threw the shield towards the evil head. There are sneak attacks mixed in with the words, which are dishonorable but very practical. But Sin seemed to have anticipated this and did a backflip to avoid the impact of the vibranium shield. Then he quickly turned around and reached out to catch the shield that hit the wall and bounced back at an angle that was not quite in line with physics. Father is right. Your shield definitely has some unscientific elements. Sin exclaimed exaggeratedly while buckling the shield on his arm. Thank you, Uncle Rogers. I like this gift very much. You like it? That's good. Captain America smiled brightly, but the bulging veins on his temples told of the anger in his heart. I hope you won't cry too loudly later, my lovely little niece. Captain? Phil Coulson shouted into the communicator a few times, somewhat anxiously. The captain must have encountered an enemy. But what does the daughter of an acquaintance mean? Most importantly, as an old man who has been frozen for nearly 100 years, how could the captain have any acquaintances? Sky had just finished complaining when he suddenly sensed a small but violent vibration not far away. As her ability gradually increases, in addition to being able to create vibrations, she can also begin to perceive other vibrations within a certain distance. And the vibration just now was, Gun! Phil Coulson! May! Get down! Sky said as he quickly fired a vibe in the direction where he sensed the unusual vibrations. As several large trees in front of them were shattered into pieces, several bullets fell to the ground, colliding with each other and making ding-dang sounds. Pa. A man and a woman, two people jumped down from a tree farther away upon hearing the sound. Phil Coulson got up from the ground and looked at the man with a frown. If he hadn't admitted his mistake, Floyd Lawton Jr., Deadshot, shouldn't you have already been executed by lethal injection by the American government? Unfortunately, the American government you mentioned would prefer to have a living Deadshot. Deadshot wears a strange helmet and has a red scope on his right eye. Phil Coulson subconsciously looked at Melinda May. Deadshot was captured by May herself. As expected, Melinda May's usually cold and expressionless face showed a rare look of shock. What could be more outrageous than having a person whom you catch and execute right under your nose, only to have him jump out alive and, well, to hinder your mission? It doesn't matter. Since I was able to catch him once, I can catch him a second time. Seeing this, Deadshot ran into the park without any hesitation. Melinda May chased after him without hesitation. But the red-haired woman next to Deadshot didn't seem to care about him at all, and even moved to the side, allowing Melinda May to catch up smoothly. Phil Coulson, go hell, May. Leave this woman to me. Sky nodded to Phil Coulson. It was inevitable that May would feel emotional when encountering such a thing, so it would be better for Phil Coulson to go and help her. Phil Coulson naturally understood this logic. Thinking that Sky's ability had been greatly enhanced after receiving Li Chengfeng's gift, he felt more relieved. So he chased in the direction of Melinda May. And at the moment, only Sky and the red-haired woman were left here. Sky? That's your name, right? The woman's voice was gentle and maternal. Even in his eyes, there was kindness. Sky couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Oh, dear girl, I know everything about you. The red-haired woman stepped forward without showing any signs of taking action. Let me introduce myself. My name is Medusa, the queen of the Inhumans, and also your queen. Excuse me, big sister. Sky took a few steps back and assumed a fighting stance. I don't know much about Inhumans, but I only know that I'm not a citizen of a feudal super-ability country. It doesn't matter. As long as you are an Inhuman, you are my people. And don't you want to know more about your parents? I'm not talking about Agent Phil Coulson and Agent Melinda May, who took good care of you. I'm talking about your biological parents. After she finished speaking, her long, fiery red hair suddenly began to spread wildly, instantly tying Sky up like a dumpling. I won't hurt you, but you'd better not resist. Big sister just hopes that you can behave yourself when she tells you a story. Why is everyone silent on the communication devices? What happened? Oliver Queen frowned slightly. Who knows? But judging from the captain's call just now, we should have encountered the enemy. Then we have to be careful too. There might be more enemies. Before Oliver Queen finished speaking, a red thing fell rapidly from midair. F***K. That's the F***G Red Hulk. Wade Wilson cursed and kicked Oliver Queen aside. Then he jumped several times and hid in another tree. Before Oliver Queen could even curse, several sharp black arrows pierced the air and shot straight at his head. The superb archery skills even calculated his falling speed. These 3 arrows would definitely hit his forehead, heart, and hook. So Oliver Queen pulled the longbow Star Fury in his hand without hesitation, and 3 energy arrows shot out quickly and arrived first, smashing the 3 black arrows. Then he fell to the ground without any danger. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face. Malcolm Merlin? I remember I told you to get out of the country, or you'll be dead next time. Ollie, I promise, this is nothing personal, it's just work. Malcolm Merlin took off his hood and smiled politely. In order to prevent Thea from losing her brother again, I will show mercy to you. Show mercy? Malcolm Merlin, you actually have the nerve to ask me for mercy? Back in Star City, you cut off the entire lower city area from the so-called upper city area without saying a word, and even buried an earthquake generator directly in the lower city area. Were you going to let the ordinary people in the entire area be buried with your wife? What I hate most is people like you who always have excuses. Your wife is dead, but instead of seeking revenge on the guy who killed her, you're attacking the entire downtown area? I'm really afraid that your logic will be passed down to Thea. Oliver Queen had dealt with Merlin for a long time, but this is the first time that someone has cursed me so bluntly. Originally, Oliver was not the type who was sharp-tongued and full of jokes, but Merlin's 3 arrows just now really ******* him off. Damn, what good guy would aim at the center of the eyebrows, the heart, and the hook at the same time? It makes me angry just thinking about it. So he pulled the Star Fury without hesitation, and a magic arrow shot towards Malcolm Merlin. Merlin slightly turned his head and dodged the arrow. Then, just as he was about to taunt her, his instincts, developed over many years in the Assassin's League, told him, run. As expected, the moment he fell, the magic arrows behind him suddenly exploded and turned into a sky full of stars. Malcolm Merlin was in cold sweat. If he had been half a second late, he would have been seriously injured by the explosive force. What kind of ability is this? How come I didn't know you turned into a Superman? Superman type? You still overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary person after all. Although Oliver said that he was an ordinary person, in fact, after possessing Star Fury, his long-range firepower is no worse than Tony Stark's mecha. The only drawback may be that the defense is too low. But that's fine too. This way I don't have to show mercy. This is too difficult even for me. Malcolm Merlin said, finally revealing the sinister sneer that Oliver was familiar with. The real battle has just begun. Ahem. Damn American government. I really want to stab you. You're interfering with the FBI's work. Do you really think your life is too tough? Wade, you talk too much. Slade, stop talking to me so hypocritically. You are the famous legend of the underground world, Death Knell. You can't come up with such a crappy name without some old second-year syndrome that has been silent for 30 years. Deadpool isn't a very good name. My dear cousin, we have never gotten along since we were young. We have always been on opposite sides. I never thought that even when we grew up, we would work in opposing units. Wade Wilson and Slade Wilson. Deadpool and Deathstroke. Even the weapons that kept colliding in the two men's hands were both double swords. Wade Wilson took advantage of the superior material of his weapon. As for Slade Wilson, because of the Mirakuru in his body, his physical fitness has easily surpassed the limits of human beings. Therefore, the situation presented is that of an evenly matched force. But Wade Wilson didn't forget that there is a Red Hulk nearby, so he deliberately created a flaw and was chopped by Slade Wilson, flying backwards and falling beside Oliver. Definitely, the price Slade Wilson paid for doing this was that his two knives broke. Your FBI really has a wealth of supplies. Slade Wilson snorted coldly and threw the broken swords to the ground. As the captain of Suicide Squad Alpha, Slade Wilson said to the Red Hulk beside him, General Ross, what are you waiting for? You haven't taken any action since the beginning. Slade Wilson, I advise you to be more polite when you speak. Red Hulk glanced at Slade Wilson with his red eyes. I am higher in rank than Amanda Waller. I joined this shitty Suicide Squad just to avoid wasting my ability. It doesn't mean you can bully me. Red Hulk, also known as General Ross, was a little unhappy with Slade Wilson, but after saying this, he clenched his fists and walked towards Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson, who were lying together. As an American general, you still have to complete the mission you need to accomplish. It's just that he can, on this basis, not be so ruthless. General Ross still has a conscience. He knows who rescued him from Hydra and who helped him get rid of Hydra's brainwashing. Oliver Queen, Wade Wilson, I advise you not to resist anymore. We are only here to carry out the orders of the American government to recycle all the resources of the family. As long as you don't stop us, we will not take action against you. Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Damn it, haven't you already finished the fight? Ollie, how long has your Star Fury been charging? It started when the two of them started talking nonsense. Well, let's shoot this big fat red guy, and then we'll just run into the woods. After communicating with an almost inaudible voice, Oliver suddenly raised his hand, and the longbow Star Fury was already filled with explosive energy. When an arrow was shot, there was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder. Slade Wilson, who was standing next to Red Hulk, reacted instantly and rolled over to hide behind a big tree. Red Hulk was not so lucky. He was hit in the face by this powerful energy arrow. Malcolm Merlin was also affected by the aftermath of the energy arrow explosion and subconsciously raised his hands to block his eyes. Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson turned and ran without hesitation. What a joke. They're not afraid of 2v2, but in 2v3, the opponent has an extra Red Hulk. They are crazy for confronting each other head-on, but they didn't get far. The fat red man jumped up and stood in front of them. Phew, Oliver Queen, thank you for that arrow. You succeeded in angering me. His skin was also flashing with red light, symbolizing energy. If Li Chengfeng was at the scene, he would probably give Green Arrow and Deadpool a severe scolding. Use energy arrows to hit Red Hulk? TM, isn't that just charging people? General Ross grinned. Although he could maintain his intelligence and personality after transforming into Hulk, his temper would still be affected. More unstable, especially when anger rises, as body temperature rises simultaneously, rationality is gradually stripped away. Just as he raised his hand to completely deprive the two people in front of him of their fighting power, a flash of yellow and blue lightning entangled with each other flashed by. The next moment, the two people who had been strangled by him disappeared from the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Stop now. What the hell happened? Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson originally thought they were going to die at the hands of Red Hulk, but unexpectedly they were taken away by some unknown thing. That terrifying speed is really... I can't take it anymore. Ugh, Wade, you have to hold it in. If you vomit on me, you're done for. The next moment, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared instantly. When the two men stepped on the ground again, Wade Wilson immediately took off his mask, lay down beside a big tree, and vomited. Oliver Queen, on the contrary, became more accustomed to this situation. Although his stomach was still uncomfortable, he managed to suppress it. He raised his head and saw clearly who had taken them away. What came into view was a tall figure in silver-black armor. The hideous spikes even give people a feeling of danger and evil. Oliver Queen stepped back imperceptibly, keeping a slight distance. But this armor looks familiar. I think I saw it recently. Isn't this the armor of the future speedster? Thinking of this, Oliver's hand was already on the bowstring again. Hey, Ollie, take your hands off Star Fury. It's me, Barry Allen. Barry Allen's familiar and reassuring voice came from the armor. Oliver was stunned, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Barry, you finally woke up? I've been awake for a few days, but I've been adapting to the power of the speedster recently. So Agent Lee Chengfeng has been asking me to stay at the Star Lab and hasn't asked me to return to the team. Speedster? Are you now a so-called speedster? Oliver Queen has seen the footage of Barry Allen being taken away by the speedster from the future. I didn't expect that my slow little brother would become such a powerful ability user. Phew, I feel really refreshed after throwing up. But next time, I definitely won't take a ride with you, Barry. I was just a little bit away from peeing my pants. Well, maybe a few drops came out, but the combat uniform is very thick, so it shouldn't be visible. Wade Wilson returned to the two men, wiping his mouth after experiencing a bout of severe motion sickness and vomiting. Hear the conversation just now. Now that we have Barry, a speedster, it's time for us to strike back. Go find the rest of the team first, and deal with the Red Hulk last. Wade Wilson smacked his lips twice and continued. Well, who installed the locator on the teammate? Let me make it clear first, I don't have a personal terminal with me. My combat uniform is too tight, and it can only barely accommodate my hook. If you say the word hook again, I will hang you on a tree. Oliver glared at Wade angrily. Who would bring a personal terminal at a time like this? But when I turned on the communicator, everyone was in silence. In other words, each of their battles is not over yet. Just as I thought of this, there was a strong vibration behind me. A red-haired lady with a proud figure flew backwards from that direction and crashed into two trees before stopping. Wow, are the boys having a tea party? Mind adding me, a mighty girl, to the fun? At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in their ears. Looking back, it was Sky, who looked a little disheveled but calm. It seems that the royal sister who broke two trees in a row is the opponent she is facing. Wade Wilson was very aware of the situation. He walked forward happily to check the condition of the red-haired lady. She has at least 6 fractures in her body and has fallen into a coma. However, her physical condition is very strong and her life is not in danger. After a pause, he said with a playful look, she is also quite lucky. Good luck? You can see this kind of thing? Could it be that Agent Lee taught you some Oriental divination techniques? Barry Allen came closer curiously. If she had crashed into one more tree, she would have landed right in my puddle of vomit. Isn't that good luck enough? Wade Wilson shrugged, confidently. Sky naturally also noticed Barry Allen wearing the Savitar armor. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the armor, Sky was a little confused and cast his gaze to Oliver Queen, who was the oldest and calmest person on the side. What's going on? Isn't this the armor of the future speedster? Yes, Barry is now the new speedster. I guess Agent Lee gave him the armor. Sky was suddenly shocked. Speedster. Although Phil Coulson's team was divided this time, with the addition of Speedster, the balance of victory has completely tilted towards them. Are you so confident in letting Barry Allen go? To be honest, He hasn't even been tested as a field agent yet. Nick Fury sat on the sofa and pushed a cup of coffee aside in front of Li Chengfeng. Don't worry about that. For a speedster, his brain's thinking speed is also extremely terrifying. It will only take a moment for him to pass the test. Li Chengfeng was not polite to Nick Fury at all. He took a sip of coffee. Besides, he has Phil Coulson, May, and Ollie by his side. Experience is not a problem. F***K. Can you die if you add 2 pieces of sugar to the black salted egg? It's good to have something to drink. I've never seen someone like you come to the boss office and eat and drink for free. Nick Fury rolled his eyes. It was a strategic decision made by Li Chengfeng to send 2 teams to recover the 2 major strongholds of the family, respectively. Naturally, he agreed with both hands. But unexpectedly, the American government actually has 2 teams of super ability people called Suicide Squad hidden. When we got this information, it was already after Phil Coulson's team started fighting with Suicide Squad Alpha. To be honest, the black braised egg was a little angry. The American government, or more precisely Amanda Waller, is hiding this trick specifically targeting the FBI. And the fact that Red Hulk can join the war shows that the military is also involved. Thinking of this, his head, which was already as black as a boiled egg, and his face, which turned darker. Li Chengfeng even wanted to give Fury some iced watermelon to cool him down. Okay, Fury, I'm not in a hurry. Why should you be in a hurry? The Suicide Squad Alpha that Phil Coulson's team encountered was relatively good, but the Red Hulk was quite outrageous. And the Suicide Squad Beta of the Sniper Star team. Li Chengfeng said this and picked up the information he had obtained. Suicide Squad Beta's profile. He took out 3 pages and placed them on the table. Hercules, Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, Sentry, Robert Reynolds. Li Chengfeng had to admit that the 3 of them were not to be underestimated. The same applies to the current configuration of the teams under his command. They are not characters on the level of Malekith, who are invincible when they have special items or abilities, but instantly turn into a sewer when they lose them. Without TIE particles, he would be completely unable to compete head-on with the team. No matter which of these 3 people is taken out individually, it is difficult to deal with them. Not to mention, now 3 of them are on the same team, especially Wonder Woman Diana Prince and Hercules. Both of them are serious demigods. Moreover, these 2 demigods can fight better than most gods. But no matter what, the 2 of them are at most close to normal Hela. You know, Hela also has an orange lantern ring. Now, the problem lies with this guy's Sentry. Robert Reynolds, a drug addict with incredible luck. This guy was able to break into a lab during a drug addiction and just happened to have a glowing serum. While he was addicted to drugs and almost lost his mind, he somehow drank the serum. Thus, Golden Sentry was born. But according to the original explanation, it is almost impossible for him to obtain the Sentry ability. This experiment has been carried out under the name of Continuation of the Super Soldier Serum Project. The unknown scientist who developed this serum is himself unsure of its strengthening effects. I don't even know if anyone can reach the level of Captain America. In the experimental model he created, the upper limit of this serum is to achieve a strengthening effect that is more than 10,000 times stronger than Captain America. So you know why he is an unknown scientist? Normal scientists simply cannot design such a strengthening serum. But who knew I would run into someone with such incredible luck? He used the serum not by injection, but by drinking it. Huge amounts of energy cause the atoms in its body to directly shift in phase. The probability of this happening is close to 0. The atom with phase shift directly creates a door-like entrance in its body. The other side of the door is connected to a strange single universe. The probability of this happening is also close to 0. So when 2 events with probabilities close to 0 are superimposed, this drug addict named Robert possesses the energy potential equivalent to the explosion of 1 million fixed stars. But potential is still potential. Sentry in normal state does not have the so-called power of 1 million fixed stars. Even in the early stages of gaining power, it was not that powerful. The normal Sentry does not possess the power of 1 million fixed stars, At most, it is only slightly stronger than Green Hulk. Even in terms of durability, it is not as good as Hulk. This is also where many people misunderstand Hulk's combat effectiveness. They are both very strong, but they are still basically Earth-level heroes. If you want to truly unleash the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars, you will most likely need to transform the normal sentry into a void sentry before you can see it. And Li Chengfeng can confirm it. Suicide Squad Beta, this sentry is definitely in the state of having just obtained the ability not long ago. Ability is still in the rising stage. In terms of combat power, it is definitely not as good as the normal Kansas big guy. But who knows if he will release nothingness after getting angry. If the Void Sentry is really brought out, Li Chengfeng might really have to pay a little price. You have to know that the most powerful sentry can confront the Molecule Man head-on. He was killed instantly even at first sight, but the body can be resurrected. He can even quickly master the same abilities as Molecule Man. That is, the controlling molecules. Then the combat capability is comparable to that of the Molecule Man. This is no longer a question of energy level. I really didn't expect Amanda Waller to be so tolerant. Based on the current intelligence, these two so-called suicide squads were secretly formed before a final battle with HYDRA. Nick Fury shook his head and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. He spent the whole day hunting geese, but unexpectedly, one of his eyes was pecked blind by a goose. Li Chengfeng patted his shoulder to comfort him. Aren't you the king of agents? Why are you so dejected? No matter what you're worried about, you shouldn't worry about my ability to persuade others. Amanda Waller can find these immortal figures from the corners. Li Chengfeng can get the FBI to hire a gorgeous high-level agent. Seeing that the black braised egg was a little wilted, Li Chengfeng patted his chest and made a promise. Just wait and see. Wonder Woman Diana Prince and Hercules. As for these two demigods who have good character and pursue justice, there must be a reason why he's involved with someone like Amanda Waller. By the way, where did the Star Team go to recycle the resources of the family? According to the information provided by Drake C. Simmons, the Star Team is headed to the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean. I will synchronize the coordinates to you next. Have you figured out what they are researching here? It is said that they're conducting marine geological research and also studying the legendary Lost Atlantis. Ada, is our luck really that bad? Captain Moyu. No, Captain Carter looked down from the Kaze. The man-made base on the sea looked like a small steel island growing out of the center of the Atlantic Ocean. There are only 2 draws in total. We just happened to draw the one that's farther away. Phil Coulson and his team did it right on the west coast. Peggy, we only sat on the Zephyr for an extra hour, King Ada said, rubbing his temple. When Li Chengfeng was away, she became the de facto commander of the team. She and Hela are responsible for the mission process command and combat command respectively. In fact, Captain Carter can definitely do both of them and take care of many aspects at the same time. But the name of Captain MOU is still resounding throughout the world. Okay, everyone, please pay attention. Wang Ada clapped his hands. The team members gathered from various locations to the combat meeting room. Our target this time is the sea base below. We're going to bring all valuable items and resources back to the FBI. If nothing unexpected happens, we will most likely be stopped by armed forces. The family members in the core base are presumably all senior members of the family. There is no need to show mercy to them. Use of lethal force is permitted. But there is one more thing. I'm talking to you, Hulk. Don't go too far. I don't want to be left without a place to stay when I'm on a mission. Ida Wong just finished speaking. Hela suddenly seemed to have discovered something, turned around, and looked out the porthole. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fighting spirit was soaring. I felt an extremely powerful aura. And there's more than one. After hearing what Hela said, everyone became more alert. As the strongest person among everyone present, the fact that he could say such words shows that his opponent is really strong. Even Hulk put on a serious expression. He definitely learned this serious expression from Pietro, who was beside him. I didn't expect that my first group mission would bring me an opponent that even the Asgard goddess would consider powerful. Martian Manhunter smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just worked overtime half a day ago to clear the backlog of work in the personnel department of the America General Administration. As a result, as soon as I got off work from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I immediately came to the STAR team to continue working. In other words, his Martian body grid is strong enough. If an ordinary person came here, he would have died of sudden death long ago. I think it's a good thing. Pietro put down the cup and said, although the opponent is strong, we have no restrictions either. At least it won't be like that time in Storybrooke. Hulk, Captain Carter, and I can only wait for your news outside the range of reality distortion. Pietro is right. Now that we have identified the mission objectives and obstacles, we can start the action. The Kaze had already been set up for hovering and automatic cruising in midair. After King Ada finished speaking, he walked towards the tail door of the plane. The rear hatch was opened via voice control. Team Star strikes. Just as Ada Wong was about to speak, the excited Hulk snatched away his lines. The green fat man jumped down excitedly, and the whole Kaze shook violently. Then he was seen smashing towards the offshore base like a cannonball. Calm down, sir. You know that Hulk is essentially just a child. Wanda's fingertips passed through the crimson energy of origin magic power, causing Pietro and Captain Carter to float up according to her command. But this child's destructive power is a little too great. After saying that, he took the two of them and flew out of the Kaze. When King Ada heard a faint bang coming from the offshore base, he knew that the reckless Hulk had made a hard landing. In Stellaris, flight is actually a common ability. Hulk, Quicksilver, and Captain Carter are the minority in the team who cannot fly. Fear and confusion connect our two hearts. It is hard to sleep alone in the darkest night. Slender fingers enter the ring to change makeup. The world is filled with lonely love and purple light. The Oath of the Galaxy Glaze Legion was recited by King Ada. With the purple light ancestor lamp ring as the center, the lamp furnace armor, unique to King Ada, instantly covered his entire body. She looked back at the three Asgard siblings and Martian Manhunt. They nodded to each other and flew away from the Zephyr. The sea base doesn't look that big when viewed from high in the sky, but it becomes more and more gigantic the closer you get. Hulk, who landed first, did not start to act wildly right away. But he just picked up a steel bar as thick as an adult's arm and started swinging it around to play with, just like a kid who likes to pick up sticks from the ground. As soon as the Martian Manhunter landed, Hela created two night sky swords out of thin air without any hesitation. It flew towards a steel room not far in front of it. Ordinary steel cannot withstand the sharpness of night sky sword. It went straight in like cutting tofu. 2 seconds later, the room exploded from the inside out. Amidst the flying metal, a burly man rushed out waving huge amounts of iron-headed clubs. He also carried a huge sword on his back that looked to be made of the same material as the iron-headed club. By Odin, the powerful enemy is worth a fight. This similar fighting style immediately excited Thor, who was standing aside. Mjolnir spun rapidly in his hands. He bravely rushed forward. It was hit back like a ball by someone. "Ha ha! You little brat from Asgard. You want to fight Hercules? You're not even close." There is no need to guess his identity. He is the greatest hero in Greek mythology, the son of the king of god Zeus. Hercules, the Hercules, passed the 12 trials and rescued Prometheus. He really has the right to call Thor brat, regardless of age or strength. This is definitely a Hercules at the peak of his divine life. But even though Thor is still in his growth phase, he has one advantage. He has a younger brother. "Hey, big guy, look over here." The moment Thor rushed out, Loki used teleportation magic to reach the flank. His hands waved continuously like an orchestra conductor. The explosive energy instantly enveloped Hercules. A loud boom was heard. The violent explosion temporarily blocked Hercules' forward movement. Everyone continue with the mission. Leave Hercules to Thor and Loki. King Ada gave orders to everyone. If you are worried, you can stay. Hela. If the two brothers join forces, there's still no match for this guy, then I should sever my relationship with him. I will never allow two losers to appear in our family one after another. The corners of King Ada's mouth twitched. He was really strict. Two serious gods are still trash in the mouth of their eldest sister. Even gods cannot escape from the suppression of blood. However, although Hela said harsh words, her body was very honest. He did not go into the interior of the sea base, but instead stayed behind Thor and Loki. He would give a few reminders from time to time. So even if Thor and Loki's individual combat power is not as good as Hercules, but it can once transform a big disadvantage into a balance or even a small advantage. Mjolnir collided with the adamantine club repeatedly, creating violent sparks. Thor has begun to fight more and more bravely. As a warrior with a fighting style very similar to Hercules, he learned Hercules' fighting techniques like a sponge soaking up water. The progress is almost blindingly visible. Even the usually strict Hela couldn't help but nod. Simply speaking, as a warrior, Thor is indeed impeccable. Maybe it's because he is too impeccable, which makes him unusually slow in other aspects. That's why he always felt that Loki was the one who was more like Odin among the two brothers. Haha, it feels so good. Thor swung his heavy hammer down, and a bolt of lightning came down that tore through the sky. Thunder and lightning are extremely powerful and extremely fast. Even Hercules couldn't avoid it, because Loki created dozens of illusions of Thor before Thor dropped the hammer. At this moment, Hercules lost the location of Thor's true body. As a result, he only managed to react when Mjolnir hit Hercules in the chest. The other hand immediately drew out the long sword from behind and blocked the attack. Hercules was hastily defended and met with a powerful attack and was still knocked away. But it was also from this moment that the incident happened inside the sea base behind Hercules. A woman of extraordinary beauty flew out and caught Hercules. She was wearing a classic red and blue battle suit. He was wearing a light armor also made of refined gold. He said jokingly, "Brother, if I had come a little later, the title of Hercules might have changed hands. All data is packaged and uploaded. We don't need to identify its use. We leave it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Communications to solve." Inside the sea base, Wong Ida was carrying out the original mission with other members of the Star Team who did not participate in the battle. This inconspicuous offshore base houses a large number of research equipment and data storage equipment. Agent Ada Wong, I think you should take a look at these things. Martian Manhunter came out from the steel wall beside him. Just now, after he became virtual, he quickly inspected the entire offshore base. Then, after finding a secret room hidden in the base structure, Johnny chose to come back to find Ada Wong. It would be best to let the team's current commander confirm this matter in person. Ron, what did you find? Please follow me. Uncle John didn't say much, and then took Wong Ada all the way to the bottom level of the offshore base. Then he pointed to a thick steel wall and said, "The hidden warehouse is right here." King Ada nodded. If this had happened in the past, she would definitely have spent some time looking around for the mechanism to open the secret room. But now, crunch. The sound of metal twisting and rubbing is really annoying. But an entrance that was large enough for two people to enter and exit side by side was torn open by King Ada's hands. A foot-thick steel wall. Ever since he possessed the power of the original purple lamp, King Ada felt that his original thinking pattern was changing rapidly. Is it true that after gaining super strength, even the smartest brain can only think of one solution? Using super strength to solve the problem? Ada Wong, who positioned himself as a highly intelligent person, immediately calmed down the corners of his mouth that were originally a little smug. Don't be too Hulk, and only know how to solve problems with force. After Ada Wong and Martian Manhunter walked into the secret room, their entire faces were reflected in yellow. It's not because it's filled with 18x videos, but because it's golden light in the physical sense. In this secret room, there are piles of glittering gold products. King Ada was so shocked that his mouth opened involuntarily. When she followed Nick Fury to raid the drug lord's hometown, she thought that the gold she had seen that time was the most in her life. Unexpectedly, I encountered a big one here. King Ada couldn't help but walk forward and picked up a golden crown inlaid with 7 clear blue tourmalines. This thing is so heavy. However, after sighing, Ada Wong quickly returned to work. Ron, in addition to geological exploration, isn't this offshore base also researching things about Atlantis? Ada said with a smile, obviously teasing. I wouldn't be surprised if they found a gold mine, but such excellent craftsmanship and ancient gold products. Could they really have found Atlantis? Unexpectedly, Martian Manhunter did not refute her. Instead, he frowned and thought for a while, then continued. Don't mention it. Whether it's folklore or official records, there have indeed been incidents involving Atlantis. As he spoke, Uncle John stretched out 2 fingers. It's not impossible that a group of Atlanteans live in the depths of the sea. Otherwise, these exquisite gold products full of modern technology can't be explained. So what you mean is, this offshore base is just an excuse for geological exploration and research on Atlantis. It is actually a bridgehead for the family to communicate and trade with Atlantis. King Ada is worthy of being the former intellectual hero. Even though he now possesses both intelligence and strength, as long as he calms down, his IQ is still very high. I can't say that. Martian Manhunter shook his head in embarrassment. Uncle John wouldn't say that after talking about Atlantis just now, his mind was full of so many Atlanteans appearing out of nowhere. It seems that his colleagues in the FBI's personnel department will have to work overtime together. The machine that makes forged certificates is probably printing sparks. Let's take these things away with us at the last minute. We should be able to extract some strange human tissues or genes from them. Maybe they will be a milestone in the discovery of new species. After King Ada finished talking to Uncle John, he took out his personal terminal and took a picture of the panoramic view of the secret room, especially the pile of gold products that formed a mountain. Sent it to Li Chengfeng. She thought about this matter again and decided to let Li Chengfeng know. This money grubber has been extremely worried lately. As expected, after receiving the photos taken by Ada King, Li Chengfeng opened a portal directly behind Ada King the next moment. I'm really impressed. I told you to get busy with work, but you complained about being tired. I told you to deal with these 2 suicide squad members, but you said Phil Coulson and All-Stars could handle them easily. On the other side of the portal, Nick Fury was still mumbling earnestly, but now that you see so much gold and silver, you've completely stopped pretending? Nonsense. If you had allocated more funds to the team base, I would never have been so excited. At the moment the portal closed, Li Chengfeng left Nick Fury with a universal gesture. Ma. Before he finished describing the classic situation, Li Chengfeng had already closed the portal. Plum. Martian Manhunter wanted to synchronize information with Li Chengfeng, but he only saw Li Chengfeng shaking his head at him. And then, you directly used dark magic and origin magic power to pull out huge amounts of pocket space from the void. In Li Chengfeng's eyes, every gold product in front of him is a priceless treasure. The pocket space is opened, and origin magic power will become a porter at this time. The surging force stuffed all the gold into Li Chengfeng's own pocket. King Ida frowned in confusion. The orange light is clearly not flashing. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. What a joke. Anyway, this is a good thing made by the family in this place. After accepting it with a smile, it can be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. After a while, the golden mountain disappeared completely. Li Chengfeng also turned around refreshed and gently embraced King Ada's slender and agile waist. How was the mission this time? Did you encounter anyone difficult to deal with? Like the guy in the golden uniform and cape. Your description just now sounds like a Superman with a different uniform color. It would be nice if the person I'm talking about could really have the same character as Superman. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he knew that he had arrived a little early. Team Star had not yet encountered the sentry. It doesn't matter if I didn't meet him. I'm here anyway. King Ada patted his hands on his waist and asked softly. We were attacked here, and Phil Coulson's team. They were also attacked, but I immediately sent Barry Allen, who had adapted to his ability, over there. Now, We should have almost eliminated all the enemies, right? Boom. Damn Yankee. Skice. Why is the fragmentation grenade stuck to you? And it hasn't killed you yet? What are you made of? Sin once again left the fragmentation grenade in front of Captain America. Captain America didn't even need to use shield to block it. He just needed to let the battlesuit absorb most of the physical kinetic energy. Definitely Captain America can't stop it now. The shield is still in the hands of evil. Captain America felt the faint light at the stress-bearing point and exclaimed in his heart that it was magical. The uniforms that Chengfeng gave to him and Captain Carter truly represent the most powerful individual black technology currently available in the FBI's research department. Although I have seen all the parameters, I have also heard more than just Chengfeng talk about the effectiveness of this clothing. But after experiencing the effect in actual combat, he almost couldn't help but praise it. And from what Chengfeng said, this complete version of the material is precious and is tailor-made for him and Captain Carter. After collecting some combat data, Chengfeng can let the FBI's scientific babes gradually mass-produce this clothing and strive to cover every FBI agent in the world. However, if you want to popularize it, there are only two ways. Or find more rare materials with similar properties. Or they could find ways to save costs by replacing materials that have huge production volumes but are far less effective than the one he's wearing. However, even if the mass-produced product can reach 1/3 of its current strength, it should be enough to meet the needs of ordinary field agents. The project currently being promoted within the FBI uses the second method. However, Chengfeng seemed to have never given up on the first method. He even contacted the FBI of various countries and asked them to start looking for and researching rare minerals that could arm the entire Earth. Is this what you said, that you were going to tear my head off and kick it like a ball? Little Nazi, are you okay? If you're fine, eat more yoplums. Captain America complained as he dodged Sin's sweeping kick and turned around to kick Sin in the face. The face of the beautiful girl was hit hard by Captain America without reservation. The kinetic energy stored in the battlesuit was released with the collision of flesh. Logically speaking, this kick is enough to blow an ordinary person's head apart. But the sin of Tuan Mien Mien lying on the ground was only caused by his face turning black and blue and bleeding continuously. It seems you are really the daughter of Red Skull. Captain America bent down and reached out to take back his shield. Super soldier serum does cause genetic mutations. All people who have been injected with super soldier serum will always inherit these powerful mutant genes. The only one who had received the genuine serum, besides himself, was his mortal enemy, Red Skull. Oh, ho, you are indeed worthy of being the legendary Captain America. But do you think you have defeated me? Our team. Sin was lying on the ground, her little mouth still chattering, but Captain America had no concept of mercy on her. With the shield in hand, he used the shield to provide a fanning service to the Sin. This guy only came once. Then everything went quiet in an instant. Clang! Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good start. Captain America curled his lips and took back his shield. I don't care what happens to your team. Who taught you to say such useless nonsense in battle? Was it Red Skull? After saying that, he took out handcuffs and ropes from his tactical bag and tied up Sin. Then he threw her against the wall and ignored her. Although Captain America would not allow the other party to delay any time to achieve its goal, he heard everything that Sin said clearly. That is to say, on this island, there's a team that has absorbed evil, and at the moment they're preparing to do so, and may even have a face-to-face encounter with their teammates. You are just like your father. Since you are no match for him alone, why don't you find a group of helpers to fight him in a group? Right. As he spoke, Captain America walked towards the technology park in front of him. Now everyone is in silence. I guess they're all stuck in a tough battle. Captain America thought so and turned on the communicator. Unexpectedly, he heard Barry Allen's voice on the communicator. Hello, is this Barry? Are you on this island now? Captain, thank God, are you okay? Barry Allen was obviously relieved after receiving the first response on the communication channel. Where are you now? I'll pick you up right away. I'm at the back door of the park right now. But how did you come to pick me up? Did you come in a Quinjet? Well, actually, I'm already... The first half of the sentence came from the communicator, and the second half came from behind Captain America. I'm a speedster. Captain America turned around suddenly and saw the Savitar armor, which looked a little ferocious. Barry? Are you in there? That's right, Captain, it's me. Barry Allen was too lazy to prove that he was himself. He walked forward and held Captain America's neck and waist with both hands. What do you mean by this action? Definitely, I'm worried that you might have problems with your cervical and lumbar vertebrae after high-speed exercise. After saying that, Captain America immediately felt his eyes blurred and a strong push on his back made him choke. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Wade Wilson and Oliver Queen. Captain, are you okay? Oliver stepped forward immediately and spoke sincerely. It was just a series of close interactions with the daughter of an old friend. Captain America shrugged. They were all going to kick each other's heads off. It was just close contact. At the same time, it was also discovered that Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson were in a somewhat miserable state. Is this the first wave of opponents you have no choice but to defeat? The other side has cheats. We definitely have to stay out of the way. Wade Wilson rolled his eyes. Who knows? There's actually a Red Hulk among them. Red Hulk? Captain America's expression froze. Although I have never met Red Hulk, I know his basic information. With such a mutated gamma monster, it would be quite difficult for them to complete the mission. But the silver lining is, it's Red Hulk. If it was the fat green guy from Team Stellar, they could really have discussed how to die with more dignity. I think I should be able to deal with Red Hulk. At this time, Barry Allen, wearing the Savitar armor, raised his hand weakly. His movements and tone were really inconsistent with his ferocious and domineering armor. No matter how strong Red Hulk's defense is, he can't withstand the piercing of Dagon's stone, right? After saying that, he clenched his fist, and a thick and long fist blade immediately emerged from his armored arm. Let us hunt down those who have fallen into darkness. Barry, it seems that our FBI is not an organization with this style of painting. Suicide Squad Alpha, reporting in. Phil Coulson and Melinda May escaped. I didn't chase them. Why not chase? Nonsense. What's my nickname? Deadshot. Do I dare to chase after the famous Iron Knight Melinda May and the FBI? If she gets close to me, there are at least 300 ways for me to die. So you're saying that you missed your shot, too? Who knows that Phil Coulson's suit can actually activate some kind of energy shield? My weapon is not powerful enough. There was a hint of sarcasm on Deathstroke's cold face. Listening to Deadshot's voice in the communicator let him understand. This time, the operation may not be particularly smooth. What about Medusa and Sin? How's the battle going? After asking this question, Deathstroke waited for a long time before receiving Medusa's reply. Sky has been dealt with by me. Deathstroke nodded, reported his current coordinates, and asked Deadshot and Medusa to come and join them. As for Sin, it is very likely that he was killed by Captain America. But it doesn't matter, since they didn't have a good impression of Red Skull's daughter anyway. Just die. Thinking of this, he hung up the phone. At the moment, on the east coast of the island, Sky reached out and adjusted the communicator to output only sound. Then he placed the unconscious red-haired lady on the beach. To be honest, if it weren't for the new equipment Li Chengfeng gave her, she would probably have to fight with this big sister named Medusa, and both of them would be injured. Fortunately, she won the fight. Then, after searching the communicator from the other party, she easily hacked into the person through the personal terminal that she had manually modified. Made a makeshift voice changer using Medusa's voice. Then he fooled the enemies. Hacking into a device of this level is as easy as breathing. Now that she had obtained the coordinates of the enemies, the more important thing was to find her teammates. Although she personally felt that the strength of her amplified ability was enough to wipe out this group of enemies by herself. But she was still quite afraid of death. If something unexpected happened, she would be overtaken instead of showing off. Just when she was about to turn on her communicator to contact her teammates, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. When I turned around, Melinda May was supporting Phil Coulson as they walked out of the woods. Phil Coulson. May, are you guys okay? At the beginning, I was shot by Deadshot in the thigh. Overall, it's okay. Phil Coulson still maintains the style of the former bald comedian, but the cold sweat dripping from his head still shows that this shot in the leg really hurts. We've lost contact with the others. How about you? I haven't tried to contact my own people yet, but the communicator seized from the enemy can be used. I just talked to the leader of the enemy. What information did you get? Phil Coulson, supported by Melinda May, sat on a rock on the shore. They have already planned to assemble and gave me the coordinates of the assembly. Sky pouted and took out his communicator. After operating it for a few times, he frowned and said, "Shit, my communicator is broken. It must have been damaged by the vibration I generated when fighting with this red-haired big sister." Melinda May said nothing and took out her communicator. 3 people, but only one intact communicator. It's too embarrassing to tell anyone about it. Melinda May glared at them coldly, and Sky and Phil Coulson could only lower their heads in embarrassment. Don't even dare to fart. It can be seen that Melinda May has accumulated influence in Phil Coulson's team for a long time. After saying that, he turned on the communicator and adjusted the confidential frequency band. "Hello, Wade, Ollie, Captain, can you hear me? Agent May, this is Barry. Ollie, Wade, and Captain America are all here with me. Where are your locations?" On the eastern coast of the island, the crescent-shaped one. As soon as Melinda May finished speaking, there was another gust of wind rushing past her ears. Looking up, I saw a mixture of yellow and blue light flashing continuously. Oliver Queen, Wade Wilson, Captain America, 3 people appeared in front of me one after another. And finally, Barry Allen, wearing the Savitar armor, stopped among them all. Reporting to Agent Phil Coulson, Agent Melinda May, FBI Agent 2 Barry Allen has returned. We should fight back. Deathstroke leaned against the tree trunk, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually began to magnify. Ever since the phone call just now, he felt more and more that something was wrong. There is no reason, just pure intuition. Especially that Medusa. There was nothing wrong with the voice, but the tone. It's so normal. That woman is so pretentious. She calls herself some kind of queen. And she seemed to have some private deal with Amanda Waller. Although she joined Suicide Squad Alpha as a member, in fact, she has always been outside of Deathstroke's command. I only obey orders and not declarations. Cooperation in combat depends entirely on my mood. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about those 2 red-haired women? Deadshot, who had already returned to the team, smiled at Captain Deathstroke. To be honest, I think Medusa is better. Sin's tomboyish figure is not even worth looking at. Deathstroke did not reply, but instead scanned Deadshot's entire body with eyes devoid of emotion. Feeling the cold gaze, Deadshot couldn't help but shudder. "Fisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "What do you mean by that look? Are you trying to scare me?" Although Deadshot was still trying to be stubborn, he subconsciously hid behind Red Hulk. Snort. It wasn't visible on Deathstroke's face, but he started cursing in his heart. This Suicide Squad Alpha is F********G outrageous. Although the 2 Suicide Squads were formed some time ago, the plan has actually been in place for a long time. The first member of Suicide Squad Alpha was supposed to be Harley Quinn, who was imprisoned in Arkham Asylum. But in the end, Amanda Waller was intercepted by Chengfeng before she could even make a move. The other members of Suicide Squad Alpha also made him feel really annoyed. Let's not mention Medusa. Malcolm Merlin, who came from a League of Assassins, has his own power and is also a partner of Amanda Waller. Red Hulk, Air Force Lieutenant General, came to this team purely to give face to Amanda Waller, and it can also be regarded as an investment. And Sin, Red Skull's biological daughter. He is a pure lunatic, full of desire for destruction and self-destruction. This lousy team, he really doesn't want to carry it for even a minute longer. Really counting. In fact, Deadshot is the only good team member who listens to me from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Deathstroke couldn't help but look at Deadshot again with a relieved look. "Deadshot, no dude, are you sick? Did you learn face-changing in Sichuan?" Not only did Deathstroke's eye contact fail to make Deadshot feel trusted, but it made him feel uncomfortable all over. Let him shoot, that's clear. Analyze the emotional fan chart in the eyes. Then let him go. Before Deadshot could speak, there was a sound of strong wind sweeping through the bushes in the woods. Deathstroke immediately dodged to the side. The next moment, a torrential rain of energy arrows poured down. As a result, he just happened to be out of the coverage of the energy rain of arrows. The rest of the teammates were not so lucky. Red Hulk is fine. This kind of energy rain of arrows is just a large charging device for him. As long as you don't reach your energy threshold, there will be no problem. Deadshot had just been hiding beside Red Hulk, and now he was using Red Hulk to block the rain of arrows. But Malcolm Merlin was not so lucky. He was right in the center of the energy rain of arrows, and the distance for him to escape was not close. I had to constantly judge the landing point to avoid the energy arrows. But despite all his planning, his left forearm was still shot off by an energy arrow. Damn it! Even though Malcolm Merlin came from the League of Assassins and was fearless of death, but suddenly one of his hands was shot off, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. This energy arrow is obviously the work of Oliver Queen. Deathstroke was quick-witted and pulled Malcolm Merlin, who was stumbled by the pain for a moment, out of the range of the energy rain of arrows. He only lost his left forearm. Otherwise, the last arrow would pierce his entire head. Definitely, it just means that Malcolm Merlin was not killed. After pulling him out, they threw him aside and left him to fend for himself. Now Malcolm Merlin's priority has been reduced to the lowest level. Let's talk about whether he can survive first. Anyway, I don't have any time to bandage his wounds now. Don't just stand there. Get ready to fight. Deathstroke lowered his voice a little hoarse. The rain of energy arrows just now made him realize that the average quality of Phil Coulson's team must be higher than that of Suicide Squad Alpha. The initial advantage was gained only because Suicide Squad Alpha took advantage of the surprise attack. And that's even when they have Red Hulk. Deathstroke couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The strength of the F.B.I. is really a bit despair, especially after Nick Fury seconded Li Chengfeng from the General Administration of the Republic. The speed of power accumulation increased exponentially. But we still have to fight. With 2 spare knives drawn, Deathstroke was ready. Then he witnessed a scene he had never seen before. As the entire island shook violently, a flash of yellow and blue lightning flashed before my eyes. Wrong. This is not lightning. It's a human. After Mirakuru's transformation and strengthening of his body, Deathstroke had already broken through the limits of ordinary people. But I couldn't even touch this person's heels. This figure surrounded by lightning dealt with his team members as if it were just a matter of sweeping the garbage onto the sofa. Malcolm Merlin fell to the ground with just one collision. Deadshot fired several shots at the lightning figure, but each shot missed. What the hell is this speed? The Red Hulk, whom he relied on the most in his heart, was naturally not frightened by this scene. After all, he is a real lieutenant general of the Air Force. But every time there is a collision, one or several scars will appear on Red Hulk's body. And the most brutal one was when the opponent even lunged forward and inserted the entire fist blade into Red Hulk's body. Deathstroke looked at the fist blade that pierced through Red Hulk's body, and the Savitar armor was completely revealed in front of him. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched. Throw the knife aside. What the hell is this? Hurry up. He is still waiting to get a taste of what it's like to be in jail with the FBI. Lee, the crisis over Phil Coulson's side has been resolved. Everyone is basically safe, but almost all members of Suicide Squad Alpha are seriously injured. After receiving basic medical treatment, they were all put into square cabin prisons. Nick Fury synchronized the battle situation with Phil Coulson through the communicator. Li Chengfeng listened and nodded repeatedly. A Flash who is not too kind and soft-hearted is already so powerful. Plus, the Savitar armor directly improves combat ability. To be honest, Barry Allen's current combat capability is completely beyond Li Chengfeng's imagination. He was able to directly and quickly deal with Red Hulk head-on. You know, Red Hulk's basic data is not worse than Hulk's, especially that gamma hard skin. However, in front of Savitar's armor made of Dagon stone, He could only take the beating. Li, what's the situation over there now? I'm fine here. Li Chengfeng looked at the gold in his pocket space, which almost blinded his good eyes, and said with a smile, "It seems that Phil Coulson's side is just a small fight, but we think we're going to catch a big fish here." After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he ended the call. Just like he said, there's a big fish coming. Li Chengfeng walked out of the secret room and reunited with his team members. After all the data has been packaged and transferred, the task is half completed. After returning to the surface of the offshore base, Li Chengfeng saw a beautiful and heroic woman. He was beating Thor up. Sometimes Li Chengfeng really wants to ask Thor, why can't he beat anyone every day? Is it because I don't work hard enough on a daily basis? Look, Loki on the side can still fight back and forth with the strong man who holds a giant sword in his left hand and an iron hammer in his right hand. Li Chengfeng only took one look and knew that the situation at the moment was completely controlled by Wonder Woman and Hercules. All Thor and Loki can say is, still young. However, Hela was watching the fight very calmly, which meant that Thor and the other man were definitely not in danger of life. You just watch your brother get beaten? My queen, this is called growing up in actual combat. However, when Hela saw Li Chengfeng coming, she was ready to end this farce that had tortured her two younger brothers. Dear daughter and son of Zeus, I don't know why you joined the so-called Suicide Squad Beta, but I regret to tell you, you're under arrest. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, threw Thor aside with one hand. A rare look of doubt appeared on his face. Wait, I don't quite understand what you mean. What do you mean we're under arrest? Amanda Waller said at the beginning that this team was formed to help me punish evil and promote good. Li Chengfeng listened to Diana's slightly naive tone and said solemnly, if you believe what comes out of Amanda Waller's mouth, it means you are not very smart. Li Chengfeng looked at the clear-eyed and foolish Wonder Woman in front of him and fell into deep thought. Damn Amanda Waller. With your level, fooling a stupid girl like this who has just entered the society is simply a crime. Okay, maybe she's not a little girl, but she's definitely stupid enough. Li Chengfeng expressed his utter contempt for Amanda Waller at his heart, but chose to forget the fact that he had abducted Hulk, whose IQ and EQ were only at the level of a 3 to 5-year-old child. But I have to say that Amanda Waller in this universe is really damn lucky and really damn patient. I was able to collect 3 SSR cards: Wonder Woman, Hercules, and Sentry. It's impossible for you to say you're not jealous. Even among his subordinates, the only ones who could be considered SSRs are the 3 Asgard siblings, the Maximov siblings, Martian Manhunter, and the Green Fat Man. He can catch up to half of his level. How could it not be outrageous? Why do you say that? I think Amanda Waller is a pretty good person, kind, sincere, and always willing to help. Wonder Woman shrugged. To be honest, even my brother, who is called Hercules, may not always be able to help me. Hercules looked back at his sister. No, why is it about me? Aren't they talking about you? Hercules was a little amused. It's true that Diana Prince was a rookie, and all her knowledge of the world was based on Paradise Island and Mount Olympus. Therefore, it is human nature to be deceived by cunning villains, and his mission is to protect his sister. But at the same time, I don't want these worldly evils to pollute my sister's extremely pure soul. Therefore, his biggest task in the Suicide Squad is to prevent Wonder Woman from discovering the truth about the team. In a sense, he is Amanda Waller's biggest accomplice. Because for Hercules, as long as this team can't threaten his sister, it doesn't matter what the truth is. My brother, the point is not this, but Amanda Waller does not seem to be a good person in the mouth of the agent who said he wanted to arrest us. Diana Prince's eyes revealed curiosity and innocence, and then she continued, I'm curious, what kind of person is Amanda Waller? Is the right person me or him? Li Chengfeng looked at Wonder Woman's deep blue eyes. Well, no matter how stupid a person is, his original high IQ cannot be concealed. As long as your cognition gradually improves, stupidity will probably disappear gradually. It seems that Wonder Woman doesn't completely trust Amanda Waller. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started to waver when Li Chengfeng mentioned it. With Wonder Woman's iron will, it's impossible. Diana Prince of Paradise Island. How do you want to prove whether Amanda Waller is a kind and honest person? Don't worry about this, agent. You can leave. Diana Prince waved her hand at Li Chengfeng, acting like a real princess. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Oh my God, what does this mean? Do you think of yourself as the gatekeeper of Mount Olympus? I'm very excited right now. Diana Prince looked at Hela, who was standing with her hands behind her back. I can feel the surging power and great divinity in you. Hera, I want to fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki, who was fighting with Hercules with magic, flashed to Li Chengfeng's side. It seems that he is at ease, but in fact, if the fight continues, the big guy on the opposite side, whose combat instincts are comparable to Thor's, will almost get used his fighting style. Just now, he almost hit himself 3 times in a row. Sister, they are challenging you. They're challenging the dignity of the Aesir. They're challenging the authority of the Lord of Midgard. I am not one to provoke trouble, but if it were me, I really would not be able to stand it. Li Chengfeng covered his mouth to prevent the corners of his mouth from showing. It seems like this kid Loki is a little too angry. When you find you can't beat them, just call the parents. Where do these elementary school students come from? But it can also be seen from the side that Loki has really made Li Chengfeng and Hela a couple. At least when expressing feelings to your brothers and sisters, you will not use such outrageous way of getting along as love and hate each other. Li Chengfeng is quite proud of this. After all, he is my brother-in-law. How can I let him act like a street urchin every day? And the members of the star team around them, when they heard that Wonder Woman Diana Prince was going to challenge Hela, although he can beat up Thor, he is already a very powerful character. But among the Star Squad, most people can beat Thor. Apart from Loki, only Scarlet Witch, the Quicksilver siblings, and Captain Carter could not pin Thor to the ground. And Captain Carter doesn't even know whether to let it go. Although she has only shown strength similar to that of Captain America, Li Chengfeng does not believe that Captain Carter, who is prone to slacking off, will use his full strength. It's just that she didn't say it herself, and Li Chengfeng was too lazy to point it out. After all, he is a friend of my future self, so I could definitely trust him. Anyway, if something happens in the future, can she really just sit there and do nothing? She was just slacking off. She wasn't heartless or ungrateful. Back to Thor. Although he has a high ceiling like Rune King, Thor is still too young. He is still the god of hammer. After all, when you really count it, the time Thor has been in the team is far less than the time he has been locked up deep in Fox River Prison. For an immortal species that is often thousands of years old, it is quite outrageous that their strength has increased significantly in such a short period of time. Hela raised her eyes slightly and looked at the son and daughter of Zeus in front of her. Ever since she returned to Asgard and completely reconciled with her father, Hela's temperament, which used to be murderous at the slightest disagreement, has become more moderate and peaceful. All in all, compared to the original commander of the Asgard army, he is more like a god who can truly rule the world. Definitely, this is normal. But now, being challenged by a native goddess of Midgard, even Hela now had a surge of fighting spirit in her eyes. And most importantly, Li Chengfeng's grandson has always had his eyes on this local goddess. Thinking of this, several sharp glares were hurled at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng shuddered suddenly, but his eyes were still scanning Wonder Woman. The equipment on your body. Truth Lasso, Guardian Silver Bracelet, Vulcan Sword, Divine Shield, Starlight Crown, Champion Helmet, Winged God Shoes. TM, a set of magical weapons. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to beat Thor. Compared to this, Odin is really stingy towards his brother-in-law. Chengfeng's son, who was raised in poverty, ran into someone else's daughter, who was raised in wealth. After seeing Wonder Woman's magical weapons, Li Chengfeng looked at Hercules. At least they have a mace and a giant sword. 2 magical weapons. Look at our 3 Asgard siblings. Apart from the orange lantern ring that she and Hela shared, Hela didn't even have the artifact given by Odin. Night Sky Sword is a divine weapon that Hela completely materialized from her own divinity and divine power. Loki doesn't even have a magic weapon, although he had absorbed the power of the casket of ancient winters that was not given to him by Odin. Even the first artifact he came into contact with was Gungnir, the Bifrost he controlled. As for Thor, he was using a second-hand artifact left over by his sister. Damn, God is more powerful than God, Death God. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a little contempt for his one-eyed father-in-law in his heart. Judging from Odin's treasury, there are actually quite a few artifacts. But I just don't use it for my own kids. It's just that the Diana prince in front of me is a little too outrageous. Theoretically, she is an illegitimate daughter. But this treatment, a definite group favorite. Almost all of his equipment was produced by Hephaestus, the first master craftsman of Mount Olympus. Even Athena, Zeus's most beloved daughter, doesn't get this kind of treatment. Li Chengfeng made a series of tsk sounds from his mouth and finally shook his head. But even so, challenging his Lord God King of Midgard is basically asking for trouble. Hela would probably get slapped in the face even if Zeus himself came. To put it bluntly, it's just something that comes handy. The real peak Godfather and the original Orange Lantern. The more he thought about it, the prouder Li Chengfeng felt. Look, this is my wife, but I don't know why. I always feel a chill behind me. My Queen of Gods, Li Chengfeng. Did you enjoy what you just saw? When Li Chengfeng turned around, he saw Hela's cold and beautiful face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. As a smart man, he immediately understood what happened to Hela. Ahem. Honey, calm down. I have no interest in the woman opposite me. Li Chengfeng explained with a little embarrassment, but he was telling the absolute truth. Maybe it's because I read too many unhealthy 3D fan works of Wonder Woman in my previous life, which made it impossible for me to look at her with normal eyes. You'd better not have it otherwise, Hela said, glancing at King Ada behind him. Li Chengfeng looked over belatedly, only to find that the purple light on King Ada's body, representing love and jealousy, had become stronger again. Gudong. Li Chengfeng swallowed hard. These women in the family are more ferocious than each other, and they're all a bit Yandra. He immediately looked at his nose with his eyes, and then looked at his heart with his nose like a high monk in meditation. Amitba. The female donor goes to fight. I'll answer the phone. Li Chengfeng said, picked up his personal terminal, put the screen outward to his ear. Hello? Brother Sue, where have you made money recently? Hela rolled her eyes at Li Chengfeng, who occasionally had a mental illness. Then he turned around and looked at Wonder Woman, who was already eager to try. Since you want to challenge me, then tell me your name. After saying that, he glanced at Hercules next to him and said, and you, come on too. As soon as Hela opened her mouth, her demeanor changed. Not the jealous queen just now, but it is the god king of Midgard, the goddess of death Hela, the divine power and divinity, which had been restrained to the lowest state, were released without reservation. This change caused Wonder Woman and Hercules to look at each other. Both of them understood something from each other's eyes. Oh no, it's going to happen. I'm going to catch Leviathan while slacking off. But even so, the two Olympian demigods, who were not gods of war in name, but were gods of war in reality, still did not retreat. I'm Wonder Woman, Diana Prince of Paradise Island. Hercules. After the two men told Hela their names, they rushed towards Hela without hesitation. Battle is a grand celebration. How can we shrink back just because the enemy is so strong? The fighting spirit burned in the eyes of the daughter of Zeus and the son of Zeus. But even so, they still subconsciously paid some attention and looked at Li Chengfeng. The reason is simple. They just learned from Li Chengfeng, a member of the Republic. I felt a strange, yet extremely familiar breath. The battle between gods happened extremely suddenly. It ended quickly enough. Wonder Woman and Hercules are indeed powerful enough. Li Chengfeng had to admit that even Ada Wong, who possessed the original Purple Lantern, and Harley, who swallowed the super venom carnage, could only be on par with them. You might even suffer a small loss because of the many magical weapons on the opponent. But unfortunately, their opponent is Hela. Although Hela and these so-called sons of God and daughters of God are of about the same generation, her strength is far superior to theirs. Just as Li Chengfeng thought before the fight. Even if Zeus comes in person, he can only admit that he has bad luck. Facing the swift attack of the two demigods, Hela simply raised her hand, and two night sky, swords engraved with orange patterns appeared out of thin air. Not only did he block it, he even directly knocked the two people away. As a powerful warrior who once conquered the universe, Hela never makes excessive attempts once she takes action. To start by saying hello as a warm-up. Every subsequent strike was made with all his strength. So, Big Sister Hela, the strongest, stronger than Hulk. Hulk poked his head out of the sea, spat out the sea water that had just choked his mouth, and then shouted loudly to Hela, who was surrounded by orange light and dark green divine power in the air. In the Star Squad, the only one that Hulk admires so much is Hela. In Hulk's eyes, the Big Sister is simply an idol. He is good at fighting and never complains like Li Chengfeng. With one strike, the steel-made offshore base was instantly reduced to nothing. That's right, it's not broken, it's simply gone. Li Chengfeng and others who were flying did not fall into the water, but they still wiped off a cold sweat. Fortunately, they went to retrieve the data first. God of Hera, she's so powerful. Wonder Woman naturally did not fall into the water, but his brother known as Hercules suffered. Diana, I can't swim. Hercules struggled desperately in the sea. Although he couldn't drown, his terrifying power would keep thrashing around like this. In the end, Li Chengfeng used green light to build a platform for Hercules. That's enough. If you keep thrashing around like this, it's going to create a tsunami. How did you kill Hydra Hydra in the 12 trials? Li Chengfeng looked very disappointed with his friend. Ahem. Hercules pretended to cough twice in embarrassment. So after I killed Hydra, I was swept ashore by the ocean current. Don't mention it. I slept quite comfortably that night, as if I was back in my mother's womb. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. This big guy is really thick-skinned, not inferior to Loki at all. My life almost started over. Oh no, my god's life almost started over. Still talking big here. Li Chengfeng keenly discovered that although one of the siblings was an Olympian god from Marvel, and the other was the illegitimate daughter of Zeus from DC, but they all seem to be a little bit funny. Logically speaking, their personalities shouldn't have this attribute, but it did appear in front of Li Chengfeng. Their tune. Why does it look so familiar? Li Chengfeng held his head and thought for a long time, and finally captured a picture in his mind. An emoticon to be precise. Zeus, you're not allowed to participate in the Silver Pod JPG. Shit, could their father be the Zeus from Thor 4? If it was him, reasonable. Wonder Woman, who was in the air, originally wanted to fly out the lasso of truth to save her brother. But there was a night sky sword flying toward her at high speed. All the strength is concentrated on protecting the silver bracelet. He barely managed to resist the attack, but he could only watch his brother fall into the water. But the other guy, namely Chengfeng, rescued my brother, so it seems that he is not a bad person. It's just, when I look at him, I always feel like I'm meeting an elder. The toy in your hand is nice. Hela sneered, but her eyes were still glowing orange, although she has tried her best to suppress it. But the many magical weapons on this little girl are so tempting. I really want to strip you clean. Hela licked her lips and blurted out the words of a fierce and vicious person. Not to mention Wonder Woman Diana Prince. Everyone present couldn't help but tighten their collars after hearing this. It triggered Hela's greed. Then this Wonder Woman will really have to rely on herself for the future. Even though you are a goddess, much more powerful than me, that doesn't mean you can insult me. Insult you? Hela seemed to be unable to understand the meaning of the word insult, and continued, No, I'm not interested in your artifact. Then he pointed at Diana Prince in midair. What I'm interested in is how powerful you are when sealed by those silver bracelets. As soon as the words fell, Diana Prince looked puzzled, but Hercules' expression changed drastically. Huh, it seems like you, as a brother, are hiding something from your sister. Li Chengfeng looked at Hercules jokingly. The other's handsome face, which looked as if it was carved by a knife and an axe, and looked like a statue of a Greek god, was twitching a little. This guy really can't keep things hidden. Only Wonder Woman, who is also simple-minded, couldn't notice it. No. How could I hide anything from my dear sister? Hercules first shouted loudly at Diana Prince in the air. His voice was not small, but it seemed like he was trying to cover up his guilty conscience. Brother, I understand you. They must be framing you. After getting an affirmative answer from Hercules, Diana Prince rushed towards Hela again. I really didn't hide it from her, but she didn't ask, so I didn't tell her. But Anna Prince didn't hear the second half of the sentence, because Hercules basically mumbled it. Even Li Chengfeng, who was standing next to him, could barely hear it. Hela tilted her head. The orange light in her eyes became brighter, and she mobilized her divine power and the orange light at the same time. The body of Night Sky, sword, was pulled out of the void by Hela. When he held it in his hand, his momentum surged again. If you don't remove the restraint on your wrist, you might really die in my hands. Hela's look was serious. Regardless of whether the opponent can withstand his attack, the lion fights the rabbit. She's going to go all out. Come on. The daughter of Zeus, the princess of Paradise Island, will never beg for mercy from the outside gods, nor will she compromise, Diana Prince said, and the guardian silver bracelets lightly collided twice, and then she took the initiative to rush towards Hela. Clang! Night Sky's sword and the guardian silver bracelet faced each other head-on, but the next moment, the protective silver bracelet cracked. The pattern of the crack was not quite regular, but from under the crack, one could actually feel a heart-pounding divine power. Hela's face lit up with joy. That's right. She guessed right. Although the pair of silver bracelets is also a powerful divine artifact, it seems to provide Diana Prince with a lot of combat power. But in fact, it is a divine power limiter that belongs to her alone. According to the strength of this escaping divine power, Diana Prince's daughter. No, this goddess has few rivals even among the gods. Even compared to her, Hela, she is only slightly inferior. So his hands moved faster, and the fierce attack left Diana Prince no time to test her own strength. With her unremitting efforts, the protective silver bracelet was completely turned into pieces. Diana Prince looked at the artifact that had accompanied her since she was a child, which had now turned into useless fragments. The negative emotion called anger began to surge, and he subconsciously used the divine power that suddenly appeared in his body. There was no feeling of sluggishness at all, as if he had possessed this earth-shattering power since birth. Oh no, what on earth did you do? Hercules asked anxiously, but did not take action because he was too self-aware. Now the battlefield belonged to the two top goddesses, and with his strength, he was not qualified to intervene. So he could only vent his emotions to Li Chengfeng, who was standing beside him. You have awakened the most destructive and lethal goddess from her seal. Li Chengfeng just took a glance, then manipulated the green light of his will, turning it into a fishing net, and scooped up the fragments of the guardian silver bracelet from the sea. Are you kidding? If something can last this long in Hela's full-strength hands, how could the material be bad? He would take it back and study it carefully. If the function of the material was enough to reach the level of URU metal, he would probably have to go to Paradise Island to discuss mining cooperation. As for the exaggerated adjectives that came out of Hercules' mouth, Li Chengfeng wanted to laugh when he heard them. Most destructive? Most lethal. Li Chengfeng pointed to the sky. Hercules, do you want to take another look? Hercules looked up again, his anxiety having completely turned into fear. The clash of divine powers that seemed evenly matched just now had already ended. Diana Prince was being strangled by Hela with one hand at this moment, and she was struggling constantly. I'm sorry, but these adjectives are more suitable for my Lord God King. To be honest, Diana Prince is indeed strong enough after her power seal is released. If it weren't for Hela and Li Chengfeng, it would probably take the rest of the star team to rush in and suppress and capture Diana Prince once she was unsealed. Some people may even die in this battle. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Hela is now in a guaranteed win situation against any level Godfather player. And this is even before the final trump card is revealed. What kind of monster will be born when this peak state is combined with Yemengard? Li Chengfeng manipulated the green light of his will to expand the entire platform, and everyone landed on it. Hercules looked at Diana Prince, who was held in Hela's hand, with a complicated expression. His powerful little sister also looked devastated at this moment. In fact, Li Chengfeng really wanted to tell them that losing to Hela was not unfair at all, and he could even use the 4 words honor and defeat to describe it. This is Hela, his Lord God King. It looks easy. Li Chengfeng came to Hela and looked at Diana Prince, who was in her hands with a confused and unbelievable face. Okay, let her go. Hela tilted her head and looked at Li Chengfeng with a puzzled look in her eyes. But her hands loosened instantly. Her trust in Li Chengfeng was almost subconscious. Diana Prince, who was released, and Hercules, who had never been restricted, immediately got together. Then he was surrounded by the entire star team and watched closely. Did you see that? Hercules, Diana Prince, do you think punishing evil and promoting good is a simple matter? You can't even clearly understand the most basic concept of good and evil, and you can't see the huge gap between yourselves and the outside world. Li Chengfeng's words made Diana Prince blush. After all, Hercules was not interested in the so-called team at all in the beginning, and she forced her brother to join. At the moment, if you are slacking off and touch Leviathan, you can only consider yourself unlucky. There's no point in talking anymore. Just do it. After saying this, Diana Prince looked as if she was ready to die heroically. Not to mention the people in Team Star. Even Hercules had a constipated expression on his face. Hercules sighed. This little sister of mine is destined to leave a mark among the Olympian gods in every aspect. It's just that my train of thought is too straightforward. Who told you that if you lose the fight you will die? Don't you see that such a powerful goddess can only subdue you? I didn't even hurt you. You were so good, suddenly ready to die heroically. Although Hercules complained in his heart, he still loved his sister, and at this moment he stood between Hela and Diana Prince without any hesitation. At this moment, Hela had already restrained her divine power and orange light, and looked at Hercules with eyes full of admiration. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. I know that our Lord God King is fond of talented people. Hela has always been tolerant of excellent warriors. Otherwise, he is the one who will become the king. Look at the current crown prince of Asgard, standing next to him. All he does is grin with his big teeth bared. Don't let Thor play the fool anymore. It looks too damn like him. All right, if someone who doesn't know the truth sees you dying so bravely, they'd think we're the villains. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he patted Hercules on the shoulder. Young man, did you feel that I looked like someone from your family? Li Chengfeng's sudden words stunned Hercules and Diana Prince. They thought it was an illusion. I didn't expect Li Chengfeng to bring it up on his own initiative. That can only mean, are you also a god from Mount Olympus? Because I didn't understand the details, I subconsciously became respectful. Li Chengfeng smiled. It was only when Hela broke the silver bracelet that he finally figured out why he had been feeling the same way since he saw Hercules and Diana Prince. It is Sithorn's old god status that is exerting its power. But why did Hercules think he was a god on Mount Olympus? This requires a careful review of their family tree. Hercules and Diana Prince, both of them are children of Zeus. Zeus' father and mother were Cronus and Rhea. Cronus' father and mother are Uranus and Gaia. At the same time, Uranus was both Gaia's husband and Gaia's self-produced child. Gaia is the only surviving ancient god of Earth. And Sithorn, he is Gaia's younger brother. In other words, strictly speaking, Li Chengfeng, who inherited the status of the old god Shizong, is actually the 2 demigods of Olympus in front of him. Ancestors. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Li Chengfeng suppressed his laughter and then told Hercules and Diana Prince everything about his relationship with them. I have the status of Scython. Even if I stand in front of Gaia, the Earth Mother, she will recognize me as her brother. So, what you feel is not wrong at all. Not only am I your family, but you also have to call me great-grandfather. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, everyone was shocked. What the star team was thinking was, when did their captain become so senior? The 2 demigods were even more confused. The 2 of them wanted to refute, but in the eyes of these gods, the status of the old god was just an identity card that could never be faked. In other words, the young man from the Republic before him is the god of the underworld recognized by this universe. What's wrong? Can't you call him that? Li Chengfeng chuckled and continued. Not bad. You're still just calling him great-grandfather now. If we really want to study it, we may have to go one generation higher and become the great-great-grandfather. Li Chengfeng was not deliberately teasing the two demigods, because Jia first got pregnant and gave birth to Uranus, and then married him. If we count the generations from Jia's side, he is indeed one generation higher. Great-great-grandfather. The two demigods compromised somewhat dejectedly. Again, even if everything seems to be a lie to them, the person will not lie. So after calling out great-grandfather, the two demigods let themselves go. He began to follow Li Chengfeng happily. Captain, although I don't want to disturb the happiness of the three of you. Wanda walked forward with some doubts and asked softly, have any of you seen Pietro? Wait, what do you mean by has anyone seen Pietro? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt itchy on the top of his head. TMD seems to have grown a brain. Isn't he always here? Wanda paused for a moment, then said a little embarrassedly, I thought Pietro was always there. I saw him standing next to Hulk just before he fell into the water. Li Chengfeng was silent. Pietro could indeed step on the water through high-speed vibration. Then he turned his eyes to the green fat man beside him. Hulk, did you notice where Pietro went? Hulk is watching the big sister fight. He's not in the mood to pay attention to the little sprinter. Oh no, it's over. Li Chengfeng really doesn't want to complain about his teammates. You've all been infected by this Thor guy, right? Each one is more carefree than the other. Especially Wanda. Forget about others. Pietro, that's your brother? You didn't even watch yourself? Wanda obviously felt Li Chengfeng's gaze and smiled shyly. I was only paying attention to Hellas' battle. Li Chengfeng rubbed his brows and waved his hand. All right, everyone start looking for Pietro immediately. Carter, go back to the Zephyr and turn on all tracking devices. There is a built-in chip in Pietro's uniform that can be searched. Ada, send Captain Carter back to the Zephyr. Great-grandfather, we're here to help too. The two demigods who had sneaked out of Mount Olympus to play the superhero game also realized the problem and immediately offered their hands to help. Wanted to leave a good impression in front of the great-grandfather. This way, they should be able to avoid being scolded less when they return to Mount Olympus. Queen Hera has been in a bad mood recently. You too. Are you really helping? Aren't you planning on tipping off some Suicide Squad beta? They asked my brother and I to wait at this offshore base, and then told us to beat up anyone who came. They must be bad guys or villains. Diana Prince said a little embarrassedly. When Li Chengfeng heard this, there was no need to ask any more questions. It is 100% certain that Amanda Waller did not consider her two stupid great-grandsons as her own family, or she found that she had no means to control them, so she simply treated them as consumables. Let them both guard the sea base. What about the others? Ding! Mission Ocean Phantom has been released. Mission Introduction. Great legendary agent. You came to the ocean to collect the family, inheritance, and solve the problem of Suicide Squad. During the mission, team member Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff, disappeared inexplicably. In order to find the team members, you will conduct a large-scale search on the Atlantic Ocean. However, you don't know that the mysterious power from the depths of the ocean has quietly targeted the entire team. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Grass. Once again, the task was automatically triggered when I was halfway through doing something. The last time this happened was during the F***King Fairy Tale Town incident. Cast your eyes toward the vast ocean. Damn, Pietro might be in big trouble now. Under Li Chengfeng's command, everyone, including Diana Prince and Hercules, began to search for Pietro's trace in the sea. Captain Carter was on board the Kaze, giving overall command and operating the tracking equipment. Listening to the orderly command voice coming from the communicator, Li Chengfeng knew that this slacking captain was definitely an all-around lazy dog. This command ability is far better than Phil Coulson. But even so, despite the search by a group of Superman-like people, there was still no trace of Pietro. Including tracking devices, the chip on Pietro was not traced. Carter, are you sure you didn't track Pietro? Dear Captain, I may be a little lazy, but would I ever joke with you about this? Captain Carter's tone was much more serious than before. The chip shouldn't be damaged easily. It seems that Pietro has been taken out of the tracking range. Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment and asked, based on your experience, should we continue searching deeper into the seabed? The ocean is far more mysterious than the sky. Captain Carter only said one sentence, the meaning of which coincided with Li Chengfeng's own thoughts. After all, the system mission is called Ocean Phantom. You can't run to the sky, right? For it, in a magnificent palace, Quicksilver, Pietro Maximov slowly woke up. When I opened my eyes, I fell into a brief confusion. Who I am? Where am I? But it was only a matter of a moment before consciousness suddenly returned. Pietro suddenly jumped up from the soft big bed. He looked around vigilantly. Oh my God, wasn't he still on mission just now? Watch Big Sister Hela fight those two guys who beat up Thor and Loki, and then Big Sister demolishes the sea base. His memory only stayed on stepping on the water, and he and Holt continued to watch Big Sister Hela show her power. And then, just come here. So what exactly happened? Is he awake? He should be waking up soon. The royal doctor just checked his body. He is a very strong human. That's fine. I hope no one will bother me again this time. Pietro's head snapped up as he heard a voice coming from the corridor. It is a conversation between two women. Then his eyes moved, and he lay back down on the huge and soft bed. In this completely unfamiliar fantasy, he thought it would be best not to act rashly. See what they want to do to you, and find out where you are? With a creaky sound, the door was slowly pushed open. The click, click sound of high heels is getting closer and closer. Just listening to the footsteps, there is an inexplicable sexiness. When Pietro thought of this, he wanted to slap himself in the face first. It's already this late. Why is my mind full of thoughts about whether it's sexy or not? Pietro bit his tongue hard and forced himself to calm down. Feeling the footsteps getting closer, I started to feel inexplicably nervous. Although he is an FBI agent who has carried out many missions, this is the first time he has been alone. In the past, at least I could act together with my sister. Oh, what an excellent man. It's much more handsome than that ferocious green guy in the water. Although the big green guy looks stronger, but who cares? I like your face better. Then Pietro felt a pair of cool little hands gently touching his cheeks. So, are you going to continue pretending to sleep? I'm serious. I really know you're awake. Stop pretending. Your eyes are starting to tremble through your eyelids. My hand is on your chest right now, and your heartbeat is so fast. Wow. Your heartbeat is over 100 times per second now. Pietro listened to the woman's charming voice while enduring her touching him all over without any reaction. Well, his disguise might have been so poor that he'd already been discovered. In the end, Pietro had to accept that his skills as an agent were not good enough. So he stood up suddenly, and with his own super speed, he pressed the woman in front of him onto the soft bed. But the next moment, his pupils dilated instantly. The woman in front of him was so beautiful that he was a little dazed. The crystal purple hair is tall and slender yet strong, like a sexy female leopard, even compared to her sister. No, even compared to the goddesses in the star team. This face is not inferior in the slightest. Puss, you're such a weird person. How can you be stunned by your opponent's face when you're in the middle of a resistance? The woman was a little surprised, but did not resist, and even laughed. Pietro shook his head violently, then put one hand on the other's slender waist and the other on his throat. Feeling the amazing elasticity of his palm, Pietro gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Why am I here?" He thought the other party would refuse his interrogation and even slowly tightened his control. But he didn't expect that the woman looked at him with a leisurely smile, and her eyes actually contained love. "Oh, you are really impatient," I said. "Tell me who you are, and explain clearly why I am here." Pietro frowned. "Otherwise, I will be rude to you." All right, cute little man." The woman gave Pietro a doting look as if he was looking at a rare and precious toy. "My name is Shira, and I'm one of the princesses of the kingdom of Zebul. And I picked you up from the sea. Sheila looked at Pietro's eyes and laughed softly. Well, I've been eyeing you for a long time. Do you still remember that a month ago you saved a woman from the remnants of Hydra? Sheila's soft, charming, and teasing voice led Pietro's thoughts back to a month ago. At that time, he was sent to an island in the Atlantic Ocean by Nick Fury. After a period of research, the FBI obtained a large amount of Hydra confidential information from Arnim Zora's consciousness storage device. This includes this island in the Atlantic Ocean. According to information, this is a base for genetic research on marine organisms. Their biggest goal: it is a replica of the legendary sea monster Kraken. Pietro was a little dissatisfied with Nick Fury's arrangement at first. Aren't they just a bunch of lowlifes playing with seafood? Why is it worth his trip? But after Nick Fury said, the bonus will be doubled this month, Pietro resolutely embarked on the journey of carrying out the mission. Joke. After spending so much time with Li Chengfeng, if there is anything I have learned, it must be that the bonus is in place and the gods are useless. Not to mention a small Hydra research base. So Pietro set off directly. With his speed, it took him less than a minute to cross the sea and reach this island. He recently felt that his speed was still increasing. It would only take a few minutes to clean up the remnants of Hydra on the island. 5 minutes later, Pietro sent a message to Nick Fury, asking him to send someone to take over the island. And he continued to explore the island. As it turned out, this exploration was not a big deal, as a secret downward passage was found in the laboratory on the island. And inside, there was a weak woman locked up there. Her skin was all charred and cracked, and her hair was almost gone. However, those purple eyes were as bright as stars. Please save me. Hey, you're badly hurt. Water. Would you like some water? No, put me in the sea, or I will die. As soon as Pietro heard the word death, he knew he could not delay any longer. So he lifted up the woman in this strange state with both hands and instantly came to the beach. After he gently placed her in the sea water, before he could even catch his breath, Nick Fury contacted him via the communicator, informing him that the recovery team had been dispatched and he could go off work. But in such a short time, when Pietro looked back, the woman he put into the sea had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Pietro looked around the island in surprise, but couldn't find it. In the end, it could only be left unresolved. To be honest, he didn't take this matter too seriously. But now the woman he was holding down said this. At this moment, a sudden realization seemed to appear in Pietro's mind. He lowered his head and looked into the woman's eyes. Sure enough, with those bright purple eyes at that time. No different. You. It's you. Yes. It's me. You are the dark woman. The corners of Shira's mouth twitched, and she was shocked by Pietro's almost naive straightness. That was Hydra conducting a series of human experiments on me, including testing my tolerance threshold to fire and electricity. I don't look like that. Pietro shook his head, making no move to let go. Since I saved you, why did you bring me here? I don't trust you. Because you saved me, I want to save you too. Sheila smiled, her eyes full of joy. Your teammates will be finished soon. I brought you here in advance and hid you so that you can escape the disaster. After Sheila finished speaking, Pietro's brows furrowed even more. But he slowly loosened his hand. He didn't feel anything other than love from Sheila's eyes. Moreover, from the contact just now, he also felt that beneath the other person's elastic and delicate skin, there was also a powerful force hidden. The strong heart and muscle beating clearly showed that this was not an ordinary human. But he didn't expect that the moment he let go, Sheila would suddenly wrap herself around him. It wasn't to subdue him, just to hug him from the back. Stop fretting, man. Your teammates are probably in danger. You are safest only with me. Pietro stood up, not caring at all that there was a Shira hanging on his back. What exactly is your here? Pietro walked out the door and headed for the nearest huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows. But I found that the windows were covered with sea water. When I looked outside, I saw the bottom of the sea. Oh, you're talking about this. Welcome to Atlantis, dear. What? Atlantis? Pietro looked at Shira hanging on his back. At this moment, He had no time to feel the other's soft body pressed against his back. Are you sure? Isn't that a legendary existence? Pietro was so confused. He really hoped that Shira was fooling him. But a sea fish swam right in front of him. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed him. Looking at the fish jumping around in his hand, Pietro finally threw it back with an expressionless face. Shira seemed to enjoy Pietro's shock, stroking his hair and laughing like a silver bell. That laughter is enough to captivate people. Pietro's heart, which was filled with shock and worry, gradually calmed down with laughter. By the way, you haven't told me yet. What is your name, man? Shira got off Pietro's back and moved to face him. She raised her head slightly and looked into his eyes. Pietro Maximoff. Okay, Pietro, my suggestion is that we take a rest first, and then we can hold the wedding after our allies finish their actions. Sheila took Pietro's hand and walked back to the bedroom again. I am the princess of the kingdom of Zebel, and my sister is the queen of Atlantis. Among the allies who joined forces with them, there's a guy covered in gold. I have witnessed the terrifying power of that man with my own eyes. The most terrifying thing is that the power he displayed is totally disproportionate to the energy contained in him. That means that golden guy can be even stronger. Your teammates have no chance of surviving. Pietro lowered his head and looked into Sheila's eyes. There was no malice in those eyes. They were just stating a fact. No matter how dumb Pietro was, he managed to extract some useful information from these words. The lies that Sheila mentioned, if nothing unexpected happens, are probably the other members of the Suicide Squad Beta. They have reached a cooperation with Atlantis to deal with the Star Squad. Damn it, then he absolutely cannot stay here. He must convey the message to Li Chengfeng and others. Most importantly, my own sister. Nothing can happen. Sheila, you want to marry me? That's right. Ever since you saved me, you've appeared in every one of my dreams. Sheila held Pietro's face in her hands. Yes, every one of them. This is the first time I've encountered this since I became a siren. I will marry you. Pietro nodded, took 2 steps forward, and pushed Scylla against the wall. The other's face turned red visibly. But I hope you could do me a favor. You say, I hope you can inform my teammates and let them prepare early. Pietro shrugged and said, You said that golden guy is powerful, but you haven't seen our captain and his cruel girlfriends. For you, Atlantis, no matter what you want, our camp is a better partner. After hearing these 2 sentences, Sheila's eyes immediately became clear. After looking at Pietro deeply, he turned and walked out of the bedroom. What you said, I will convey it to Arthur and my sister. But the outcome is not up to me to decide. When she reached the door of the bedroom, Sheila turned around. The love in the eyes cannot be faked. Pietro, please do not try to leave this chamber. I will have someone take care of your daily life. After all, humans cannot survive under the sea. Little Diana, tell your great-grandfather what this Suicide Squad Beta has planned. At this moment, everyone from Team Star returned to the Kaze. That, I'm not sure. Diana Prince smiled awkwardly. My mind was full of slaying demons and maintaining world peace. I didn't care what they said at all. Well, I'm almost there too. Hercules also raised his hand to indicate. They beat around the bush so much I still can't figure it out, even if they tell me. But I do remember they mentioned a few places. How many places? Li Chengfeng nodded. These 2 stupid fools finally had some effect. Which places? Tell great-grandfather quickly. It's Atlantis and Challenger Deep. If nothing unexpected happens, whatever plans the other members of Suicide Squad Beta have prepared should be related to these. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he immediately guessed most of what happened. It's nothing more than the rest of the Suicide Squad teaming up with Atlantis to do something big. But Li Chengfeng was a little vague about what this Challenger Abyss specifically meant. In the usual sense, this refers to the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. But you never know what might be here. And according to the current information, the issues of Wonder Woman and Hercules have been resolved. Sentry probably went to Atlantis with the others. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng opened his personal terminal again. Before coming, He also made a copy of the information of other members of Suicide Squad Beta. After all, his initial attention was only on Sentry and the other three, and he didn't pay attention to anyone else. However, a cruel arc appeared at the corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth. I didn't expect that there would be someone I know here. Li Chengfeng clicked on his personal terminal. The team members around came over and saw the names displayed on their personal terminals. The Punisher, King Shark, Madam Hydra, and Grant Ward. It seems that Grant Ward has managed to escape from the FBI's pursuit. After Li Chengfeng had used him, he no longer cared about his life or death. But I didn't expect. He actually got into the hands of Amanda Waller along with Lady Hydra. Hydra. Captain Carter frowned. Last time, didn't we use all these things? It's almost impossible to eradicate such a large organization. Li Chengfeng raised his eyes and looked at Captain Carter. But, fortunately, we have this Hydra lady. This will be our chance to find Pietro and get rid of them. What do you mean? Not to mention Captain Carter. Even King Ada and Hela were confused by Li Chengfeng's statement. Since when has he been associated with Hydra? Ahem, that's it. The reason why I am the great-grandfather of little Diana and little Hercules is because I absorbed the person of Sidhorn. But by coincidence, this Hydra lady once signed an indefinite contract with Sidhorn. In exchange for her loyalty, Sidhorn would grant her the ability to remain young forever. And now, this contract is still in effect. It's just that the other party has changed from Zithorn to... Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and pointed at his face. What did taking over an old god status bring to Li Chengfeng? Originally, Li Chengfeng thought that this was an identity certificate of the ancient god certified by the universe. Later, when the Orange Lantern Ring was being created, the old god status was an important part of the successful birth of Yemengard. Then he brought out a large group of real relatives from Mount Olympus who had no blood relationship with him. Now, even the various contracts bound to Zithorn have been transferred to Li Chengfeng. Through these contracts, he can sense all the people who use black magic in the entire universe and in all dimensions, including the scumbag Constantine. It's just that the restrictions in the contract between Constantine and Sidhorn are so limited that they are almost non-existent. In other words, Sidhorn had been tricked by Constantine before, died of laughter, and Lady Hydra is one of them. She was the only one who did not choose to obtain the power of black magic, but instead asked for the ability to remain young forever from Scython. Madam Hydra can be considered a quirk among all the magical characters. Although he is a magic-oriented person, except for a buff of eternal youth, none of his abilities has anything to do with magic. For example, he has almost absolute immunity to poisons, a powerful luck ability, extraordinary seduction skills, and can even kill Modok with just his IQ. That is to say, Captain, you can now locate Madam Hydra through this contract from the god of black magic. Wanda looked at Li Chengfeng eagerly. Then let's get started quickly. If Pietro is out of our sight for too long, who knows what he will do? He's your brother, so you should trust him a little more. Li Chengfeng grinned and made a complaint. Because he is my brother, and I trust him immensely, I am sure that he will do something unexpected and cruel. Wanda has the look of no one knows her brother better than her sister, and she knows very well how unreasonable her brother is. After saying that, he glared at Loki with some resentment. My brother's current dissolute and unreliable style was caused by this guy. Hey, Wanda, that look of yours is a little dangerous. Loki caught this look keenly and shrank his neck subconsciously. Wanda's origin magic power, as time went by, and the distance between her and the Lord of Origin Magic Power changed from being several dimensions apart, Sidhorn, to meeting face to face every day, Li Chengfeng. This caused her Origin Magic Power to increase day by day. Although he's the #1 magician in the 9 realms, once again self-proclaimed, he still has to stay away from the limelight. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being pressed from the surface all the way into the mantle by chaos force. Okay, when we get back, I won't care even if you leave Loki in outer space. Li Chengfeng glanced at Wanda and smiled. But now, let's focus on the mission. Yes, Captain. No matter how eccentric and weird Wanda and Pietro's tempers were, they always obeyed Li Chengfeng's orders and never questioned his orders. After all, when the two of them were in the abnormal awakening of ability, it was Li Chengfeng who rescued them personally and brought them with him. These two siblings, whose mental states were on the verge of collapse at the time, had somewhat of a fledgling complex. So in their subconscious, Li Chengfeng has completely replaced the roles of father and mother and all those above them. This is also the reason why Magneto came to Washington countless times, but always left in disgrace or even anger. Even with Li Chengfeng's help, the siblings gave Stark a good beating through exercises and testing of the mecha's functions. And after this incident, the two people's resentment towards Stark was completely resolved. Very good, then we can begin. Li Chengfeng has completely locked down Lady Hydra's position through the power of the contract. And this position was not unexpected to him. Northwest, 28 kilometers. Li, there are no islands, no land, and no vehicles in the direction you mentioned. It's just an empty sea. Captain Carter said, after taking a look at the real-time picture. When did I say they were above the sea? I haven't finished yet. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Northwest, 28 kilometers below the sea. Under the sea? Could it be a submarine? Ada Wong frowned. If it is a submarine, then it makes sense. After all, it is a team under the American government. Amanda Waller can mobilize a lot of resources. My dear, sometimes you think too realistically. For our industry, it is easier to solve problems if we are a little more imaginative. Li Chengfeng shook his head slightly and continued. Why must there be a strategic nuclear submarine on the seabed? Why can't it be heading to the legendary Atlantis? Li Chengfeng's words successfully shocked everyone. Atlantis? How much value does this legend have? That is the extent to which Martian Manhunter, who has lived on Earth for decades, and Hulk, whose IQ and behavior are no different from those of a 3- or 5-year-old child, all know. Li, are you talking about Atlantis? Oh my God, isn't this just a story made up by a bunch of historical nihilists? Wait, if Atlantis existed, why has it never been discovered by humans? Although human exploration of the ocean is far from 100%, it would be outrageous if we couldn't even detect the existence of a super civilization under the sea. The team members suddenly broke out into a heated discussion, but a few people were quite calm. First up were the siblings Diana Prince and Hercules, the second generation of gods from Mount Olympus, who had followed Poseidon to visit Atlantis several times. It cannot be said that the people of Atlantis understood the wind field, but they did have a basic understanding of it. Next are the 3 Asgard siblings. For these gods, having seen the giants of Jotunheim's civilization living in the glaciers, it is not impossible for them to have another underwater civilization. After all, no matter how powerful the Atlanteans are, they're not as powerful as them. Okay, let's discuss more after we actually go to Atlantis. Li Chengfeng smiled and continued. If I'm not mistaken, the captain of Suicide Squad Beta and other members have been at the bottom of the sea for so long that they may have successfully formed an alliance with Atlantis. That is to say, the country we are about to face may be one with a technological level far superior to that of land civilization. Damn it, there's no signal on the communicator. Didn't Skye and Hannigan swear that as long as we're still on Earth, we can contact our teammates through the communicator? Pietro smashed the communicator to the ground hard. The broken thing was now just a piece of scrap metal. Then he nestled down on the huge and soft bed, feeling somewhat depressed. If nothing else, this bed is incredibly comfortable. It would be better for me to just lie on this bed and wait for the captain and the others to come and rescue me. Pietro thought somewhat dejectedly. But for a man whose ex-ability is speed, being trapped in such an underwater palace is no different from being in prison. Perhaps the only difference is that the woman who calls herself Sheila is here again. It brought him a lot of things, and one thing, clothes. To be honest, this clothes-fitting garment that looks like it's made of fish scales is really quite comfortable. It's very cool and has an automatic cleaning function. At least the moment you put it on, the dust on your body that you get when performing a mission will be washed away. But Quicksilver inexplicably associated this scene with the story A Journey to the West that Li Chengfeng had told them. The Buddhist magician named Tang Sung would also wash him clean and then steam him in a pot after being caught by the monster. Meow. Is this woman planning to eat him? The legend never mentioned whether the Atlanteans ate humans. Thinking of this, Pietro became more and more anxious. The Pietro siblings have always been like this, always overly anxious about unknown situations. Pietro, how are you? Are you dressed? Sheila's voice came from outside the bedroom. Soon, the beautiful woman with purple hair appeared in front of Pietro again. Get dressed. To be honest, your Atlantean clothes are a little weird. Believe me, this kind of clothing is the mainstream in the sea. It took my brother-in-law a long time to get used to this style of clothing. Shira shrugged, then looked around Pietro, finally slapping his Maximov butt. You have a nice figure. You really deserve to be my man. When did I become your man? TSK. Don't be so stubborn at this time. Shira suddenly moved closer to Pietro, leaned on his chest, and whispered, Admit it, you like me very much. The deliberately lowered voice has a magical power that captures people's hearts. This is not a metaphor, but an actual ability. Pietro was fooled at first, but after calming down, he felt that his previous state was indeed not normal. Later I realized it. No wonder Sheila said she was a siren. According to legend, there is a monster with a human head and a bird body. Its singing voice makes passing sailors lose their minds and eventually cause their ships to run aground and sink. This power that comes from the sound is indeed very similar. But Pietro is Wanda's biological brother after all, and a brother of Wanda who possesses chaos force. Pietro has some natural resistance to spirit and magic. Combined with its own ability, it will create a biological force field around the body. So even though you will be caught subconsciously, but with conscious resistance, Pietro was able to maintain his self-control despite the siren's magical voice. However, what made Pietro feel uneasy was, even after he resisted the voice of Siren, he still wanted to hug and kiss the woman in front of him. Could it be that in just a few hours, I fell in love with her? No, he would never allow himself to fall so quickly. He wants to follow in the captain's footsteps and become as charming as him. Just a peerless beauty, a mere princess of the underwater kingdom of Zebul. Just the sister-in-law of the king of Atlantis. The more Pietro thought about it, the more guilty he felt. This condition seems to be a bit good. Outrageous. And the most outrageous thing is that this woman seems to have been throwing herself at me all the time. Thinking of this, Pietro became even more flustered, because deep in his heart, an idea began to spiral upward and occupied his brain. Otherwise, I'll just give in. But it was only for a moment, and he shook his head to completely suppress this thought. Squad, the team is more important. Sheila, why did you ask me to change into your Atlantis clothes? To make it look more pleasing to the eye. That's the reason, although your original clothes are similar to the clothes of Atlantis. Pietro did not comment on what Shira said. This combat uniform was specially designed for him by Dr. Liang from the FBI's Scientific Research Department. The purpose is to reduce wind resistance and air friction, and it has excellent thermal conductive materials. He hadn't worn ordinary clothes for a long time. After all, at his speed, ordinary clothes and shoes would almost be burned out after he finished running. What are the other reasons? I'm definitely going to take you to meet my sister and brother-in-law. They are the masters of all of Atlantis. Oh, and my father, King Zebul, is also a member of the Council of Seven Kingdoms, so you'll meet him too. Pietro suddenly had a ridiculous feeling. Although he has never been in a relationship, and is still a virgin, but no matter how you look at it, this is the legendary Meet the Parents segment. Oh my God, this is going to be fun. Moreover, Pietro could foresee that the so-called King Zebul, or the father mentioned by Sheila, would definitely not have a good attitude towards his forced version, son-in-law from the land. Pietro's first reaction was to refuse, but he immediately changed his mind and thought, in this situation where all the kings are present, is it possible to meet people from the enemy team? It would be great if we could gather some intelligence. At least it would be much better than the current completely passive situation. So, if he doesn't go to hell, then who will? Isn't it just meeting the parents? If you can't beat him, can you run away? He definitely doesn't want to take this opportunity to get rid of being single. Real. Cough, cough, cough. Pietro coughed deliberately a few times, then said, Sheila, if you can guarantee that your father doesn't want to kill me, I have no objection. That's great. My father knows that you are the landman who saved me, so he has always wanted to thank you. When Sheila saw Pietro agreed, her charming purple eyes smiled into crescents, revealing a little pure. This extreme contrast immediately hit Pietro's heart. This is totally a strike zone. At this moment, Pietro made a final decision. As one of the FBI's top agents, he carried out a mission, completed the mission, and kidnapped a princess. Isn't this a standard agent movie plot? Atlantis, Council of Seven Kings. Before Atlantis sank into the ocean, it was a unified country. Under the rule of King Atlan, science, technology, military, and economy developed rapidly. But it also ushered in political division, from a unified country to 7 political entities. But in name only, the other 6 countries are still led by the King of Atlantis. The Council of Seven Kings is a place similar to a shareholders' meeting. This tradition has been preserved until Atlantis sank into the ocean and continues to this day. Although they are called 7 kings, in reality there are only 4 seats left. The King of Atlantis, the King of Zebul, the King of Saltwater, and the King of Fishermen. Of the remaining 3 countries, one has become the current Trench tribe. Their civilization has disappeared, and they have become irrational beasts. One country was submerged by an inland sea, but as the inland sea disappeared, it became the present-day Sahara Desert. And the last kingdom had long lost contact with other countries. No one knows the location, no one has been there, and no one knows what it looks like now. It is called the Lost Country. All of this was common sense that Sheila taught Pietro when she took him to the palace where the Council of Seven Kings was meeting. At the moment, Pietro was swimming in the sea like a true Atlantean. Because this piece of clothing seems to be specially prepared for visitors, it can form an invisible film inside which one can breathe freely and even offset the pressure of the deep sea. All I can say is, Atlantis technology is indeed unique. Pietro saw a lot of sci-fi equipment and facilities along the way. We even saw a weapon that directly converts water into a high-energy ion beam. But at the same time, the Atlanteans and the Zebuls also possess innate water magic powers. For example, Sheila had just demonstrated in front of him her ability to manipulate water flow to form a water spout. An underwater kingdom where high technology and magic coexist. Pietro thought that the style of Atlantis would not be too normal. But I never thought it would be this outrageous. What's wrong? You look surprised? Are you shocked by Atlantis? That's definitely it. Pietro looked around intently. This is Atlantis. Do you know what level of legend you are on land? It's unique. It's one of the greatest mysteries in the world. However, it's just the result of overdeveloped technology. Sheila shrugged and continued to swim in front of Pietro's right. Can you imagine? When most people on land still believed that the flat earth theory was the truth, Atlantis had already discovered the secret of infinite energy. That's how the Atlanteans became more and more greedy, and their desire for progress and power reached the point of insanity. Then, Sheila gestured, boom, Atlantis sank. By land. Pietro couldn't help but look speechless. As an outsider, what he saw was the terrifying level of technology and the peculiar ecology. But in the eyes of the Atlanteans, all this was just the consequence of greed, and they would need to pay for it throughout eternity. But it was the ocean where Atlantis sank otherwise. America? Judging from the technological level, America may not be able to provide support for Atlantis. But then again, the technology of Atlantis did not reach the level of zenith civilization, and it did not completely create a generation gap with land countries. If we really fight, it will end in a fight of one side dead and the other side dying. But seriously, you guys look so beautiful here. Pietro praised sincerely. Any fairy tale world you see on TV cannot compare to this sparkling underwater world. The seabed, which should have been dark, now has sufficient lighting, and its scenery has a natural advantage over the land. Even a man like Pietro who doesn't understand romance can't help but admire it. I'll take this as a compliment from you, a land dweller, to Atlantis. Sheila smiled beautifully and took Pietro's hand. The palace where the Council of Seven Kings is located is just ahead. We have to hurry. After that, he accelerated and took Pietro in the water to experience the speed and passion. Compared with speeding on land, this was a completely different and strange experience. The water rushed across the skin at a speed comparable to that of a fire torpedo. But this experience only lasted for a short while, because they reached their destination. Hey, look, the kings are in place. Sheila poked her head out to take a look, then took Pietro's hand and walked over, sitting secretly behind a middle-aged, red-haired man. But how could it not be discovered in public? Father, sister, brother-in-law. Shira stretched out her hand, greeted them, and said, "This is the fiancé I chose for myself, Pietro Maximoff." As soon as these words came out, everyone present changed their expressions. But the direction of change seems to be a little wrong. Shira's sister, the other princess of the kingdom of Zebul, the queen of Atlantis, looked like she was crying with joy. The king of Atlantis gave Pietro a look that said good luck to you, and there was even a hint of gloating in his eyes. As for King Zebul, it was even more exaggerated. The moment he heard what Sheila said, he immediately burst into tears. Finally, this little troublemaker finally got herself married. Announcement to all of Atlantis. The highest alert has been lifted. Shira will never bring disaster to the whole of Atlantis again. Every second that happened to Pietro was beyond his expectations. What was going on? At the moment, the king of Atlantis came to Pietro and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. You must take her to live on land in the future. We beg you for this." Your Majesty, that's not the case, is it? Not really? Too bad. The most terrifying second-generation official in Atlantis is this girl. How do you think the name Atlantis' Destroyer Dragon came about? The king of Atlantis trembled all over and then continued, "You don't have to call me your Majesty in the future. I'm a hybrid of Atlanteans and land people. In fact, I live in Maine. My name is Arthur Curry, so just call me Arthur. We're all family from now on, so don't be so formal." This temperament reminded him of his older brother from the neighborhood when his adoptive parents were still alive. Pietro looked at the king of Atlantis, who seemed a little too friendly, and fell into deep thought. He seems to have been cheated? Li Chengfeng originally thought that this would be a battle with basically no suspense. But what he didn't expect was that the fighting power of the massacre was far beyond his imagination. He actually forced himself to stay in the state of 3 lamps transformed into Buddha for 3 minutes and 33 seconds. But that's the limit. After he captured Carnage alone again, and then forcibly separated Carnage and Joker to become a double capture, Carnage could no longer withstand the terrifying power of the 3 lights lighting up. Ahem, Li Chengfeng, you despicable human. In order to defeat you, I have traveled through countless years and devoured 99 of my kind. Massacre had already turned into a slime in the hands of the 3-light Buddha, but it made a sharp explosion sound. Why am I still no match for you, even though you don't even have a white light? Dear little Slaughter, first of all, I don't know you. I'm only 25 years old now. Li Chengfeng held Slaughter in front of him. Secondly, no matter what I did to you, that was my future self. Do you have the guts to go find him? If you're a coward, then be a coward. If you always think you're enduring humiliation, then you don't have a clear self-awareness. Li Chengfeng was very interested in this massacre. The battle just now seemed to be completely crushed by him. But in fact, although this massacre had low defense, its attack power was a bit exaggerated. Many times it could cause damage to his 3-lamp Buddha. As expected, it has the attack power to hurt adamantium. But that's all. This massacre obviously just devoured a lot of symbiotes, greatly increasing the basic panel of the symbiote, and it was a targeted increase in attack power. but he has not possessed many people, and Joker may even be just his second host, because a powerful symbiote will copy the host's abilities after possessing it, although it cannot be copied 100%. But in theory, as long as you kill enough possessed people, you can get all the super abilities. But what did my future self do to you that would infuriate the heavens and the people? I couldn't have been playing with you like a slime, right? Although Massacre is a symbiote, Li Chengfeng can still feel the emotions in his body, and that boiling rage cannot be faked. That Li Chengfeng forged me into a sword of slaughter. In order to make it more powerful, he even forced me to devour the Dagon stone. My soul was nearly torn to pieces by the dark cosmic power within the Dagon stone. Then the tyrant gave me the most terrifying killer under his command, the wailing banshee Peggy Carter. The 100 years I spent as the Sword of Slaughter were the most horrific and torturous experiences of my life. At this point, Massacre even fell into a frenzy again. Li Chengfeng frowned. What the hell? He originally thought that the Massacre was referring to the middle-aged Li Chengfeng who formed the legendary team. As a result, a tyrant Li Chengfeng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Damn, how many Li Chengfengs are there on the timeline? Was Li Chengfeng Parliament? However, it is quite normal for this kind of thing to happen in universe with Marvel and DC as the main structures. Multi-universe plus multiple timelines. Isn't it normal for Li Chengfeng to have more? I just don't know whether these Li Chengfengs are isotopes from other universes, or myself from a branch timeline, or my future self in the main timeline. But that doesn't matter. Li Chengfeng had already realized this. He himself is only himself. But the Joker standing next to him had a mocking smile on his face. It seems that you're not someone who can stand firmly for justice. Okay, Joker, no one is talking to you. So you really think you're a piece of cake, right? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Did you not bring your brain with you during your 2 resurrections? A speedster, a symbiote, neither of them told you their purpose. They just used you as bait to attract my attention. Ha ha ha, I'm aware of this. Joker raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. I can't kill Harley Quinn, and I can't kill you either. It's a bit regrettable, but it's much more interesting than dying again and again in that iron lump. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. There's not much to say about these 2 things. Just stare at Joker. Even Joker began to feel uneasy under this gaze. The smile gradually faded. I've been studying this Dionysus factor. It wasn't until my ability became strong enough that I began to understand the tip of the iceberg of this thing. But thanks to the Green Lantern ring, I finally cracked some of the secrets about the Dionysus factor. Joker couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard that. What do you want to say? Li Chengfeng broke away from the 3-light Buddha and flew in front of Joker. He reached out and pressed his hand on Joker's face. Although the Dionysian factor exists, it cannot be observed. The bats didn't study your body during the time they held you captive. The conclusion is that no abnormal substances were found. But as people of the same kind, the Dionysus factor will always flow to the stronger one. That is to say, Li Chengfeng didn't continue speaking. 3 colors of light suddenly lit up in his hand and pierced into Joker's skin. Close your eyes and feel the Dionysus factor that was originally dormant in your body. The moment it came into contact with Joker's blood, the Dionysus factor began to move. The Dionysus factors in Li Chengfeng and Joker began to attract and pull each other, trying to completely merge each other into one. There was no need for Li Chengfeng to say anything more. Joker's expression changed instantly. The unknown power hidden deep in his body was gradually leaving his body under huge amounts of pulling force. No, this is impossible. This is my fun. You can't take it away from me. Joker's hands and feet were caught in the Buddha's hands, and he could not move at all. He could only shake his head in vain. But this could not prevent the Dionysus factor from being gradually stripped from his body. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. The gradual growth of the Dionysus factor has greatly expanded his understanding of the entire universe. It is truly the most outrageous of the 5 major DC metals, and it deserves the word God in its name. The absorption rate is very fast. After all, Li Chengfeng's willpower and strength are far superior to that of the madman Joker. Then he threw Joker to the ground. Now he has changed from an immortal madman to a mortal madman. But Joker still crawled forward with his hands. It doesn't matter. As long as I find that green pool again, I will still be the omnipotent Joker. Li Chengfeng looked at it coldly, and with a thought, the three-lamp Buddha raised 1 foot high. Joker, this is a real universe, not a personal publication that revolves around you alone. Goodbye. Step down. There was no brilliant light, only the imperceptible sound of flesh and bones breaking, like squashing an annoying mosquito.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.